Good morning, everyone, and thank you for joining us today on the May 18th, 2022 regularly scheduled board meeting for the Monterey Regional Airport District. If I can ask, if you have a cell phone, if you could please either turn it off or put it on silent during this time. Can I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Director Sani.
Present. Good morning.
Good
Director
morning.
Leffel,
Here,
Director,
kinda.
Director Sabo,
Say it again.
Director Sabo,
Oh, yeah, here.
and Chair Miller.
I am here also.
Thank
Pledge allegiance. Director Leffel, you're the closest to the flag.
please join me. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Communications and announcements. Do any of my fellow board members have any announcements or statements they want to make?
I do.
Go ahead.
I yesterday represented all of the districts of Monterey County at the California Special Districts Association meeting, legislative days. I went over Monday afternoon and attended a dinner. And then yesterday we met with Assemblymember Rivas and with representatives from Senator Laird's office and had a really robust discussion on bills that are both pending, in thought, and our position on either support or oppose. So I'll bring back a full report next month, but it was actually a very good meeting.
Well attended.
Yeah, about 400 people.
That is good. Okay, thank you. We look forward to hearing more.
Mr. Chair, I do have a memo that I placed on there, and I intended to talk with you about it before the meeting, and with my change of plans, I forgot to, but regarding a COVID protocol. If anybody would like, and I'll go ahead and I was going to have you announce it, but I'll go ahead and do it if that's okay.
Please, because I don't know what it is.
If anybody attending in person, and it's voluntary, but if anybody attending in person would like to give their name and contact information to Denise, we'll take that information down. In the event of a positive COVID test by someone in the room here, if you're attending in person, we'll notify those who wish to be notified so they can take whatever precautionary measures they want to take. We do have lots of room, so there's plenty of social distancing if anybody wants to do that. But again, anybody who would like to give, voluntary, it's not mandatory, but if anybody would like to, any of the visitors here today, you're welcome to give your contact info to Denise sitting right here. And in the event of a positive COVID test by anybody in the room, we'll notify you.
And
District
please, the
Councilor,
opposite.
is this a new requirement by
It's
somebody?
It's
or-
not a requirement. I just thought it would be a good idea in case, because there's been a recent uptick in Monterey County with the transmission rate. And so I thought for those that would feel more comfortable, if in the event that someone tested positive, if they want to know, great, we'll make that, we'll make that communication to them.
Okay.
I just thought it'd be a good idea. It's actually, directors, it came up in a conversation the other day with, I believe it was in our meeting with you and Director Sani. We had talked about that. Anyway.
Okay.
Okay, any other announcements from a member of the board? Yes, Director Sani.
Thank you. Scott, I appreciate that we've got a protocol in place. I believe we also have masks for anyone who want them. I know they're out in the front office as well, and I'm sure we could provide them in the room. I apologize that I'm attending remotely today, but that's for the safety of all, and truly is the best. I apologize. You also have to deal with my froggy voice. So I'm appreciative of the COVID safety protocols overall, though, and do recommend people try to stay 6 feet apart if possible. The other thing I was wondering, could we just have an update? I believe right now, even the transportation, everything's kind of up in the air with masking, and maybe we could just have a clarity statement on that. Right now, our airport is not requiring masks or airplanes. Is that correct?
That is correct. Masks are optional as they are in every building now. That was determined by CDC and TSA on April 18th. The airlines have moved away from mask requirements on aircraft as well. So transportation on aircraft is an optional, or masks on an aircraft are optional at this point.
Thank you for that, Mike. Thank you, Chair, for letting me speak.
Okay, you're welcome. Any announcements from staff?
None from staff.
Okay. Public comment. This is a time in the meeting where any member of the public can address the board on an item which is not on today's agenda. If it is on today's agenda, you'll have an opportunity to speak when that item comes up. And also for anything that is in the preview of the board to consider. Does any member of the public wish to make talk at this time? If you're attending remotely, if you could raise your hand. I see one hand up there. Who is that for?
Director Sani.
Oh, Director Sani, can you put your hand down, please?
She looks frozen.
You are frozen. Okay. Hearing none. Let's
I
go on
actually
to
had it
the.
up. I actually had it up. Wait, I actually had it up there. I had my hand up intentionally.
Okay,
I'm just wondering, I can't see the room. Could you tell us that are looking, how many are in the room in attendance? How many other people are, all I can see
we
is.
have 5 members in the room.
Great, thank you. I appreciate that.
Okay. Can I see no public comments? We'll move on to consent agenda. The consent agenda consists of those items which are routine in nature and comes with the staff recommendation to approve. A board member or member of the audience may request that an item be placed on the deferred consent agenda, and we'll discuss it in more detail. Does any member of the board wish to pull an item from consent agenda? Okay, I see none. How about any member of the public wish to pull an item from consent agenda? I see none.
Mr. Chair, I move that we approve the consent agenda.
Second.
Okay, we have to take roll call on everything now. So Ms. Adams, can I have a roll call, please?
Director Sani.
I'm going to abstain. I've not had a chance to review all of it. Thank you.
Director Leffel.
Yes.
Director Sabo.
Yes.
Chair Miller.
Yes. Well, that just screeches by with the 3 votes, so that's good. We have no deferred consent agenda. Item number G1. Did you just want me to jump into this?
Please do.
Okay.
The proclamation is in front of you. It's appropriate, first of all, to make sure that Gary is panelist.
Can we elevate Mr. Curcio?
Please, let's promote him and allow him to join us. Got it. There he is.
Welcome back, Mr. Curcio. Well, it is with sadness that Mr. Gary Curcio has left us. And even though his time on this board was very short, he made a tremendous contribution and he will be missed. We can't give you plane tickets to anywhere in the world, although I wish we could. But we are going to give you a proclamation. So thank you And it's a very nice one that staff worked out. In fact, probably one of the nicest ones I've seen. Whoever did this did an exceptional job. But let me read a few of the things. Whereas Mr. Gary Curcio was first appointed as a director to the Monterey Peninsula Airport Board and assumed the office on March 14th, 2018, and subsequently was elected to serve a 4-year term in November 2018, and has served with dedication and commitment. Whereas Director Curcio, before being appointed to the Monterey Peninsula Airport Board of Directors, was a member of the Team Fly Monterey, an advisory group made up of stakeholders that included hospitality, agriculture, the military, business, with the goal of forming public-private partnerships to potentially interested airlines to add additional trips to and from the Monterey Regional Airport. Whereas Director Curcio served as chair many of the nonprofit boards in Monterey County, including Monterey County Hospitality Association and the Monterey County Conventions and Visitors Bureau, and is the past chair of the Monterey County Golf Association. Whereas Director Curcio has been instrumental in increasing community awareness of the easy access and user friendliness atmosphere of the Monterey Peninsula Regional Airport through his community involvement. Whereas Director Curcio, during his tenure on the Monterey Peninsula Airport Board, served as board chair in 2021. Whereas Director Curcio has served the Monterey Peninsula Airport District with honor, commitment, loyalty, and has earned and justly deserves this public recognition. Now, therefore, I, Carl Miller, Chair of the Monterey Peninsula Airport District, in concurrence with the Board of Directors, do hereby recognize Director Gary Curcio and express our appreciation for his exceptional service to the Monterey Peninsula Airport District, and to extend our best wishes for continued success in all his endeavors. So I'm going to open it up to my fellow chairs to say a couple words. Director Sani, do you want to say anything?
Yes, it was a real pleasure working with Gary. I think I remember the first breakfast we had and how kind he was to share a little bit of what he had learned with the ropes of being at the airport and answered my questions. I always valued his ability to ask great questions in the meetings, as well as help us move forward at times. He and I would joke that our meetings sometimes took a little longer than they needed to. So Gary, I wish you all the best, as well as your family and your new endeavors and wherever things may take you. And I'm sure we'll see you around as well. Thank you for your service. It was a pleasure serving with you.
Thank you. Director Leffel.
Gary, I can't thank you enough for joining us. And I, like Lisa, love the fact that you like to move us along, because we can sometimes get down in the weeds and don't need to be there. I think you brought a voice for hospitality to the board, and I believe that you also were a good advocate for the community as a whole. And I think that was based on your longevity here and your ability to understand the politics. And I think that's all really, really important. I appreciate your sense of humor, and I will probably lose 5 pounds since I have no one to share onion rings with. So, you know, my pounds will go with you.
Yeah.
I really, really appreciate it. And I look forward to working with you on some other committees and other things that move our community to where it needs to be. So thank you so much. It's a commitment, and anybody that does not run for office has no idea what it's like. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sabo.
I endorsed the proclamation, and it was a pleasure working with Mr. Curcio. He gave good consideration to all the matters that came before this board, and so I support the resolution or the proclamation.
Thank you. What can I say? You are going to be missed. You haven't gone away. You just sadly moved out of the district, so you had to separate from us. But I know you were a big supporter of this airport prior to joining this board, and you'll continue to be a big supporter of this airport after leaving it. You will be missed, Gary. Anything you would like to say at this time? You are limited to 3 minutes, so, but I will set the timer. Go ahead.
Are you insinuating, Chair Miller, that I sometimes go beyond 3, 4, 5 minutes? I will make my comments brief. Number one, I really enjoyed my time on this board. As you said, I've served on a lot of boards in our county, on our peninsula, chaired many, and the good work that the airport board does is we can't explain it to the general public. There's so much going on, and we believe it or not, we do. I keep saying you do make some very difficult decisions, and I know that all of our directors make them based on what's in the best interest of the airport and their constituents. And you really can't ask for more than that. I've really enjoyed my time. I've enjoyed getting to know some folks that I did not know. I'd be remiss if I did not thank the staff and the executive director for all of the assistance they put forth and try to make these meetings as succinct and as easy as possible. So again, I thank all of you. That's a wonderful proclamation. I was, when Director Miller was first reading it, I was wondering, do they have the right Gary Curcio? I guess they do. Again, a big thank you to my fellow directors and the staff at the airport. And I really, again, enjoyed my time, and I will, I'll be watching. So keep this new activity coming. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Does any member of the public, either here or virtually, wish to comment? Okay, I don't see any. This isn't down as an action item, but I'm still going to ask for a vote on it since. Oh, it is?
I would move that we approve the proclamation.
Second.
Okay, roll call, please.
Director Sani,
Yes.
Director Leffel,
Yes.
Director Sabah,
Yes.
and Chair Miller.
Yes. Thank you, Gary.
All right. Thank you all.
Enjoy your morning.
Thank you.
Okay, item number G2, proclamation and recognition of the Monterey Jet Center. We are going to table that one until next month's meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Unfortunately, no one from Jet Center could be in attendance, and they've asked that we consider tabling it until June.
We have no problem doing that. This
We
is,
need a motion to do that since it's an approval item.
I couldn't hear
probably should-
that. I couldn't hear that.
we're tabling the proclamation to recognize the Monterey Jet Center because no one from the Jet Center could make it today. So we're going to table it till our next regular meeting.
Mike, can you just test your mic, make sure it's working?
Can you hear me?
It's very low on the virtual side.
All right. How about now?
Ah, much better. Thank you. Okay, thank you.
Does this have to be approved to table?
Just consensus is okay, as long as no one objects. If someone objects, then we would. then I would
Okay,
say do
does
it.
anybody object to tabling this? Okay, that's a good catch, Director Leffel. Okay, item number G3 is a discussion on the ARF design and build presentation. Executive Director Lapierre.
I am going to defer my comments to Deputy Director Morello, who will walk you through, introduce you to the team that is here to present. The goal here is to get your feedback on the architecture of the building.
Good morning, Board of Directors and the public that are here. I'm going to set the stage a little bit back on the Safety Enhancement Program, which our relocation is a component of. So based on the approved master plan and the approved EIR and EA by FAA for the Safety Enhancement Program, there are a series of enabling projects that will allow us to then move Taxiway Alpha to meet FAA design standards. So last year, starting in 2020, we were doing the enabling program of the GA ramp construction, as well as the vehicle service road construction on the northeast corner of the airport through the support of the supplemental funding for the GA ramp and our entitlements for the vehicle service road, which are both FAA funded projects. That ramp sets the stage not only for relocation of the R facility, but for eventual relocation of the GA hangars that sit here on the southeast side of the airport. In March of this year, the board approved Resolution 1817, and that's a contract for the design build of the R facility with Mill Construction. Since that time, staff have been working with both the design team of Mill Construction as well as the FAA to establish eligibility of the interior of that building, because the interior of the building is very set by FAA standards, both under the AIP handbook as well as the advisory circular that are listed in your staff report. So FAA has very stringent requirements for square footage based on function. So anything beyond that would not be eligible for FAA funding and would be a cost borne by the airport district. So we've been very careful, since this is an aircraft rescue and firefighting facility foremost, to make sure that those components meet that standard. That location was set by both visibility and access to the airport for an R facility. Part of this construction will also include the ARF service road that will bring it from that location on the east end of the airport to the main runway, as well as eventual demolition of the existing R facility on this side. So all those components are contained in this contract, but right now we are at the footprint eligibility as well as then the visual. So with that, I'm going to introduce Ernie Mill, who is president of Mill Construction, who is the contract holder with the design team.
Good morning, board members, and thank you, Chris. Yes, my name is Ernie Mill, president of Mill Construction, a third generation general contractor in the Monterey County, Tri-County area, doing business like this all over the Tri-County area. Have done several projects here at the Monterey Airport over the years and have enjoyed the relationship that we've had. Again, like to welcome those of you that are here and virtually, if they're still attached. But at this point, I'd like to turn it over to our design team leader and Karen with Marjang Architects out of San Francisco. And she will start our presentation for the day.
Is it up there? No. There you go. Sorry. This one? Here, you do it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Karen Marr. Thank you, Ernie. And I am a principal at Marjang Architecture, and We are Mill Construction's design partner on the Monterey Regional ARF facility. So our history is that we actually built 2 other ARF stations and are working on other fire stations in the greater Bay Area. The first one we participated on was for SFO, and that is Firehouse number 3. They have 3 stations up there, but we did a new one up there for them, and that was completed in 2017. Our second ARF station was just completed in March of this year, and that is at San Jose Mineta. And they only have 1 ARF station in there. They also have an enabling program. So we had to complete the ARF station, move the fire station to across the airfield, similar to your conditions, so that they could expand the terminals there.
Could you repeat who that second design build project was for? I couldn't.
San
hear.
Jose Mineta International Airport. Yeah. And so that one was just completed in March. So that brings us to our presentation today. We are very early in concept design. Mill Construction is also a Varco Pruden builder, which means they are authorized prefab building providers. And so that's what we will be showing today. The building design that we'll be looking at are component based on prefabricated engineered structures. Okay, so this is a site plan. It shows the location of the ARF facility. The floor plan itself is pretty much, as Chris had indicated, set by the FAA AC circular. We have pre-described not only square footages that we have to meet and component spaces, but also adjacencies. So we can't stray too far from the floor plan that is diagrammed here. But the site plan you'll see, and I'll use the cursor, the parking for the ARF will be located at the top of the site, but the front of the building will really face the terminal building so that you'll be able to see it there. So if you park on the site, which this paving has already been completed as part of the paving program that was done earlier before our project, and then the firefighters might enter this side entrance. But if you're also visiting, you may enter the main entrance. So that leads us to what we're looking at today are 3 massing options. And this is the first one, and it's a gabled option, which keeps basically the house areas, which, sorry, I should go back to this. We have the main ARF bays and then utility areas that serve those ARF bays that wrap around the back. And then this side of the plan we're calling the house area, which is where the administrative offices and the living components are for the station. So in this picture, we would see the house area, and this is the side facing the airfield. We would see the house area kind of in this lower massing. And we're calling this one the gabled roof because it has a gable. And so the ARF piece, which is where the vehicles are housed, would be in this taller, dark volume.
Can you do me a favor? Can we got to pause a moment. We need to be broadcasting this.
Oh, is it not being shown on the Zoom call?
It wasn't for a moment. Is it now?
I don't know how to hear the people on.
Now it
Zoom.
is. Okay.
Okay.
I just got texted now. It wasn't originally.
Okay. Do you want me to back up?
No, originally, none of us were seeing it. It was the cover screen that was up. So people thought they weren't seeing something.
Got it.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
As soon as it went to the piece.
Plan.
Yeah.
It was
Okay.
okay. Okay. All right. Thank you. So this is the first option with the gabled roof. We'll see 3 different massing options, and massing is the general shape of the building that we're looking at today. So this is the shed option, which shows a single slope roof. That's the difference between the gable and the shed. And these are going in opposite directions. And so I'm going to discuss the siding options here too, and also the differences between the shapes. So the shed shape is a little bit more difficult to build, and we would have a seam in the material because this is a longer run. So if I go back to the gable option, oh, sorry, I think I skipped one. Sorry, this is the original gable option, and you'll notice that this part, which is the watchroom, which faces the airfield, is part of the lower volume. In the second option, you'll notice that this part is higher, which is the watchroom volume becomes a part of the apparatus bay volume. So this is a slightly larger garage area with the potential of a mezzanine area. But at this time, we're not building that second floor because of budgetary reasons, but it does give you a larger volume on this shape. So sorry, it keeps going back and forth. So with the gabled roofs, these sections of roofs, because there's a ridge line and a break in it, make for the material to be shorter, which is a little bit easier to handle from a construction standpoint. And also a little bit better for waterproofing in that you don't have a break in it. But I do want to say that on the shed, where we might have a seam in it, it is also a warranted system. So it's not like the shed will leak. So you do have the potential to choose any of these options between the shed, the gable with the taller apparatus bay over the watchroom, or the straight gable scheme. So sorry for jumping around a little bit, but the side.
I'm going to
Go ahead.
interrupt you. Can
Uh-huh.
you, we've got 3 in front of us.
Right.
Okay, can you just make 1, 2, 3 instead of going back and forth with roof?
Sure.
Because I'm having a
Okay.
hard time since it's not my primary way of earning a living.
Okay, sure.
Sorry.
So we'll call the gabled option 1, which it's labeled in the lower left-hand corner right here. And so this is option 1. And this one has the most efficient volume for both the house side, which is the lighter colored side of the building, and also the darker side, which is the apparatus bay side or the garage. Okay, and then option 2 would be the gable with the apparatus bay over the watchroom included. So that means this is option 2 is basically the same as option 1, but with a little bit more room in the garage area. Does that make sense?
Yes,
Okay,
to me.
okay, great. Sorry.
Mr. Construction.
Yeah, sorry for jumping around.
I am an owner builder.
Yeah. Okay, and then option 3 is the shed.
Thank you.
Okay.
I was trying to flip back. and
Yeah,
forth
no, I
between them.
apologize for flipping back and forth a little bit. The buttons are a little sensitive too. Okay, so now that we've discussed that, I'll leave the materials till the end, but you'll see these materials off to the side. We're using a corrugated metal panel for the wall that is insulated, so there's a thickness to it. Can I just show those? I'll bring them. Okay, so these are wall. This is wall.
You probably need to be by a microphone so the public can hear you.
So we'll bring them over first. These are 2 are wall. You can bring them all over. So apologies,
Thank
I took a break. We're moving some sample panels over. So the 2 that do not have a standing seam, which is a protrusion, are wall panels.
I hope
Okay,
the real one
roof
holds
panel
up
just
better.
fell apart. It's okay. It's actually to show how the joints are done. So those are examples of an insulated metal wall panel or roof panel. And so it comes in a variety of patterns and colors, which we're not really looking at today. We're just looking at the idea of the shape of the building. Okay, so that takes care of the three. So we have three options to choose from today on the shape of the building itself, which is the massing. And I'm also going to move forward with the presentation because we have two other options we're going to look at, which is this entry area that is clad with wood or wood look material and windows and doors. We have two options there for this entrance area, and you'll see the plan next to it where in the straight one, the wall is orthogonal, and this is the most efficient in terms of the FAA square footages.
What is that term you use? The wall is what?
Orthogonal, which means
Oh,
it's at a
yeah.
right angle, 90 degrees
Okay.
to the
Thank
other
you.
walls, sorry. And on this plan, which is the lower one, which you'll see the matching rendering next to it. This one, the wall is at an angle. So you see that the difference between this one and this one. The top one, the wall is straight, and the bottom one, the wall is angled. So we did this one because we also saw an image that we liked of an angled wall, but we did this one because you're coming around the sidewalk, if you remember on the plan from the parking lot, it kind of orients the front entrance a little bit more towards the people arriving. So
Where's the parking again? on
the
this?
parking, I'm gonna scroll through back to the top. So the parking is up here.
Up where?
Right. And you would walk down this sidewalk and there's a side entrance here that might be used by staff. But the real front of the building is here because the airport, some of the comments that we received from the airport were that we want the face of the building to really be seen from the terminal side and from people, I guess, in aircraft, visibly seeing the building, that should be the primary facade.
Thank you.
So back to this last slide. So this is also something else to be discussed and commented on if anybody has a preference for either or. It could go either way.
Does that do anything at all with the functionality, or is it just a design issue?
It's a design move and a little, I mean, would you say there's any difference?
No, it's
Yeah.
strictly design.
It's just strictly a design
And
move.
does it change the cost?
Not-
I have to defer to Ernie.
no.
Ernie said that it does not change the cost.
When you say it's a design move, what does that mean? Is that cosmetic thing?
It's somewhat cosmetic, but sometimes when you orient the face of something towards like receiving people, it makes it more evident that it's your front door. Like, I would say in a lot of homes, when you approach them, if the front door is colored a certain way, it's more intuitive for people to find their way, their way there. So sometimes design moves are based on what would better the design or give it a little more interest. It might not add something very specific. More of an attractiveness thing too. It's also subjective, which is what is within this kind of art form is a little bit hard to determine, but
May I ask
it's open for discussion.
Yes, go ahead.
So on the top one, there's wood on the left-hand side. And then on the bottom one, there isn't. Is that just because you just did that, or was there a reason? That was just part of your design?
It's because this wall is slanting from this point out. And this wall goes in, so it's purely an aesthetic thing. This one does give the watch room a better entrance. The slanted wall betters the interior of the watch room, which you can see. It makes the hallway longer. So you have a better area to enter from.
Yeah, that was going to be my next question. Did it
Yeah.
give us more interior space?
Yes, it gives you more interior space. It also makes the training or computer room a little bit larger with that angled wall. And we think that that room may be used for other meetings. If, for example, this room is booked, staff may choose to meet at the new building. You know, it's a question too. So it does give a little bit more interior.
So actually
space.
the functionality increases with the slanted wall as
That's
opposed to
correct.
just having more outdoor covered space.
That's
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. At no extra cost.
At no extra cost. That's correct.
Just want to be clear.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so that's basically our presentation for today. And we actually have printouts so that you can take notes. And then Michael, I don't know what decisions need to be taken, or the discussion was just open today.
I think before, Chairman, before we would open discussion, we should go our recommendation, staff level. First of all, go with the gable roof, not the shed roof. From a longevity and a maintenance standpoint, it makes more sense. If you don't have a seam in your roof, likely won't have as much of an opportunity for leaks. I had my microphone completely off. I apologize. We're going to recommend the gable roof because it will be easier to maintain and we'll have less opportunity for leaks. That would be staff's recommendation. We would also.
What about the slant front as opposed to the straight front?
It would be our recommendation that we use the slant front, only because it gives a slightly larger space to use for functionality. And finally, we would recommend that we use, can you go to the other gable?
Mhm.
The increased volume for the watchroom, making it part of the bay area. It gives us more space again and makes it more of a part of the operating area, which is the vehicle bays. So someone in the watchroom will have more space to be able to do what they need to do closer to the equipment that they would be operating should we have an incident.
So staff likes option 2.
Staff is option 2.
Okay.
Yes.
Can you bring up the floor plan for option 2?
Yes, and the floor plan is the same floor plan for all 3 options.
Yeah.
Except for the slanted
Except for the
front.
slant. Yeah, this one is not showing the slanted front.
Okay. Okay, let's open it up to questions. We'll start with Director Sani. Can we bring her up on the screen?
I was going to say I can't unmute myself, but I can. Thank you. Thank you for the presentation. I appreciate that. I did have a couple of questions as well. Is there a kitchenette in that design? I couldn't tell.
There is a full kitchen and it is located in this area where the cursor is.
Can we
Oh,
split the
you're not
screen?
gonna
Is that
see that.
possible?
Okay, so if you look at your plan on the lower right-hand corner, the big space next to what appears to be an outdoor space is the kitchen dining day room.
I see it say kitchen dining. It's quite small, so my apologies.
Yeah.
And then all of the other small rooms, I really can't see. Those are sleep rooms or what are those?
So at the upper top, the 3 rooms that look identical with what appears to be an internal room within it, those are the dorm rooms with bathrooms for the fire personnel. And then next to the kitchen, we have a computer training room and a training room. That's the laundry utility. Is that right? This one's not labeled. I'm deferring to Robert, and sorry, I forgot to introduce my staff. Robert Suhu is a senior designer with Marjang, and Christine Melendez is our job captain. So Yeah. Okay, so going back from the front, okay, so on the curve, so from the front of the building, adjacent to the kitchen that I just pointed out is a conference room and training room. And then we have across the hall, the watch room is at the front facing the airfield and station files. And then behind that is the captain's office. And then a single use, I believe, restroom. And then behind that, they're showing the screen. Okay, sorry. And then behind that, we have a laundry facility for the staff that live at the station. And then behind that, a telecom room that is accessed from the exterior only. And then the rooms running across the back of the apparatus bay include electrical room, mechanical room, a foam room to supply the trucks, which will have the foam tank in it. And then some other utility rooms like I think that's decon and first aid. And then in the corner, I can't read that. The SCBA, which is the breathing apparatus, self-contained breathing apparatus room, where they fill their oxygen tanks. And then I think it's the first aid, and then the workshop and the workshop storage on the lower left.
And then what is that little patio bump out by the electrical and mechanical? Is that just a patio area?
It is just a patio area that has their trash containers, which would be.
Okay.
You're talking about the pad. Okay, so that's a generator at the back. We're required to have a 72-hour generator on site because it's a facility that shouldn't go down, and a transformer pad out
Okay.
in the back.
And that makes sense behind the mechanical and electrical. I couldn't figure out what that was either.
Yeah, they're just
Okay.
adjacent to those rooms. Exactly.
All right. And then if we go back to the front, kind of where the kitchen and dining is, all
Mhm.
of that kind of grade speckled area, that's all patio?
That
Okay.
is all concrete sidewalk. Yeah.
Okay.
There's a
Okay.
little bit of landscaping in that hatch that you see. This one had the parking on the east side of the building, but we have since moved it. So this is a little bit of an older iteration. And we moved it to the upper part of the site plan because that area is already paved. So it was a cost savings to do that, to
Okay.
reuse that area.
Reuse that. So it will be on the back side, essentially where the bedrooms are,
Yeah.
parking kind of. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I think I hope we can do some gray space, landscaping, and even just, good things for the community, even maybe a rain garden or something like that as well when we get into this, because I think that would be nice for the firefighters as well as the community. And obviously it's also good for the environment versus just complete concrete, if
Right.
possible.
We are a LEED facility too, LEED Silver.
Yeah.
So we will be paying attention to stormwater runoff and how that's handled.
Great, great. Well, and I really like the design personally, and I'm sure, that you don't need to reinvent the wheel when you're dealing with a firehouse and station. You just need to have what's really needed for our firefighters as well as for the safety of the entire community. So it looks like it's well thought out. One other question I did have is solar. I know that we've got our solar farm on the airport site, but was there any discussion of incorporating that into this building?
So I'm going to let Chris Morello answer that question.
The plan is the solar array that we have will support this building because it currently supports the R facility that we have. So there is not a need to put solar on this because it will be connected to our current facility under the capacity that we have in place.
Thanks for answering that, Chris. And then I did have a question asked Chris, which is something you always must ask in this area when you're building water constraints. And it is because this is a safety matter or because this is a replacement, we really don't have anything to be concerned about.
Exactly. It is a replacement facility, so we will be transferring the credits that are being used on the facility today to that facility.
All right,
It's a one-for-one transfer.
perfect. All
Yeah.
right, I look forward to,
Yeah.
you know, and I'm grateful too for the potential functionality of having other meetings in there and just kind of having it be, I know it's on the airport site, so I'm not sure how much the community can use it, but at least our airport staff and things of that nature could also be able to use the space if need be. So thank you. Looks great.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director Sabo.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm not real clear on what we're doing today. And the reason that I'm not clear on all that is you started your presentation by saying the FAA had some maximum that would be reimbursable and you never talked about the minimum and, you know, so exactly what are you involved in where in this presentation here? Are we talking about the site, you know, in the site plan? Because I have some questions about where we wash the fire trucks and stuff like that. Number two, are we dealing with the interiors here? Because the interior, I don't know, did your firm design the interior? Because it really wasn't described on here. It's just a lot of little spaces on the interior. And then on the exterior, I kind of got that. You have a lot of options here. So could you tell us what we're really trying to decide here? Or I don't know whether our opinion really counts, but you know, what we're doing here.
Director, what we are
Yeah.
asking the board to do is give us some feedback on the exterior of the building.
Just the exterior.
The interior is set by FAA requirements and by FAA guidance from the AC, the advisory circular, and it has a great deal to do with what they will and won't pay for. So what's been designed is what they will pay for in terms of the sizing of each room, which doesn't leave a whole lot of flexibility to talk about the interior because that's already set by FAA. The functionality, the functional space, the sizing of that space is set by FAA. It's done at every airport unless you want to pay for anything additional, and we're not proposing that you do that. So that gets us to the exterior. The site itself is pretty well set because of the design that was done and the construction that was done. The location is set, that the footprint of the building is there. So this is an add-on to the construction that's already been done. So with some limitations, there is some flexibility there, but not a great deal. So the building is pretty much a rectangle. You can play a little bit with things, and Karen and Ernie have done that. This is their recommendation in terms of the building layout. So it really gets to the aesthetics of the building and the functionality of the exterior that we're asking you to pay attention to and give us some feedback on.
Okay. Just so that I know, when we wash the fire trucks, are they going to wash them inside the building or outside the building?
We have the ability to wash them on the apron right now, and we were discussing.
apron?
it. Yes, on the
Right in front of
apron,
the building?
which
Yeah.
is in front of the garage doors. Yes.
Okay, and so that drainage and all that is already set. It's in place right now?
Well, it's being designed that way with that parameter. So
Okay.
we're very early in design. I
Yeah.
should have
And that-
prefaced
that-
that. Yeah.
That mirrors what we do currently today,
Yes.
what is done at our current station.
Okay, well, this is the first time that I've been, presented with, or all of us have been presented with all of this consideration here on design, build and all that. Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
I guess the other question on our design build team here, who's in charge? I mean, you're partners. Does that mean you have a financial relationship as well as a functional relationship, or who bears the responsibility for performing on this contract?
So ultimately, Mill Construction is our
Ultimately?
leadership entity. They are the design build entity that is contracted with Monterey Regional Airport. We were presented in our qualifications and proposal package as his design team. So we are a separate company, but we are tied to that contract.
Okay,
So if that makes sense.
And have you participated in these design build projects before, and how did those work out? Pretty good?
Yes.
Up at San Jose, was that a design
Yes.
build?
That was design build, but with a different general contractor.
Right.
Yes. And a
Okay.
whole team of consultants, many of which are on our team today.
Okay, so the final direction comes from Mr. Mills and your company.
That's correct.
Forgive me, I
Yeah.
just, you're very
Mhm.
familiar with it, our staff's
Mhm.
very
Of
familiar with it.
course.
I'm a rookie.
No,
so-
it's no problem at all.
All right. Let's see. And there's lots of windows on the right. Well, what's on the right side? What do you call that thing?
Oh, the house area?
The house
Yes,
area. Lots
uh-huh.
of windows. Why? What
Because-
are people doing with all those windows?
Well, so those are the somewhat public areas, and in the watch room, we need the fire personnel to be able to watch the airfield. They all face the airfield. So we are connecting the station where they will be on watch, basically, with the areas that they spend the most time in. So the dining kitchen day room is their area that most of the fire personnel in any station lives in, and their offices and the watch room are all the big glass areas that front the runways.
Okay, so the idea is that personnel, fire engineers and captains and all that are
Mhm.
inside looking out at the airfield, watching all the time? Is that why they call it?
Yeah, even if they're doing their dishes and making breakfast, they got an eye on it, right? It makes sense to have them have a direct connection to the airfield.
Okay, now, there is doors and stuff out there on this building, on the house portion of it,
Mhm.
who's going to walk through those doors?
Um,
I'm very serious because the
Mhm.
parking's on the other side, of the building.
Well, first to Director Sabo,
Mhm.
they can only people that are badged can have access to this facility because it is
Sure.
on the AOA. So only people that are appropriate to get to the R facility will be allowed to get to the R facility, which is why Karen said that while there are the training rooms and there are the meeting rooms, which they need for their continual training on R requirements, staff could use it. Public's most likely not going to be using it unless it's a scheduled meeting and we are escorting people to that facility because it is, again, on the AOA and requires badge access. through
Even the
gate.
parking lot is on the AOA?
Absolutely. The
That's
whole
correct.
facility is on the AOA. There is no landside access unless they have a badge to get through.
Okay. So we have doors on the ramp side of
Mhm.
this whole thing. And so why are those necessary? Why isn't everything from the parking lot?
Well, you do have an entrance from the side, but we put the dorm rooms on the supposedly quieter side of the building, which fronts the parking lot. And that is also a common thing to do for the evening hours when they are asleep, and then they would be woken by the alert. But we only actually have one front door, and that is on the AOA side or the air side of the building. We
There's
have
only one, did you say there's only one entrance?
There's only one door. We have a floor to ceiling glass for visibility, but they're not all like sliding doors or anything like that. So,
Okay, I'm a little confused. If I park in the parking lot?
Yes.
Which is on the other side.
Right.
Will I walk around to?
yeah,
the
you
side
walk
door
down
or
the
what?
sidewalk and enter either the side door or go all the way down to the front door.
Okay.
Yeah.
Um, The, does the design right now fit the FAA maximum, or is it the FAA minimum, or
It's
right in
FAA
between?
prescribed. So we actually had some original plans that were a little bit bigger spaces. Some were bigger and some were smaller, depending on how the floor plan was laying out to keep the building a rectangle or square, if you will, so that it's efficient, because it's inefficient to build a lot of ins and outs on a floor plan. So the FAA actually came back to us on the first round with make this room meet this square footage. So it's really FAA prescribed. And so we managed to, the current floor plan today meets the FAA requirements of what they are willing to, I guess, pay for. So some of them are minimums, some of them are big, a little bit bigger.
So the FAA has already reviewed this, your
Yes.
proposal, you know.
Yes.
Oh, okay. And looking at the pictures here,
Yes.
it looks like there's, on the hangars, we have two
Mhm.
hangars, but I see 4 doors.
There are
Do you understand what I
apparatus
mean by a
bays.
door? You know,
Yes.
So
So there,
what's going on?
you have a 4-bay station. I believe you have 3 vehicles and they're allowing 1 extra maintenance bay. So there should be 4 bays where the apparatus trucks are parked.
Let
Okay,
me clarify. I think you're looking at just the base footprint, which is what we provided them. The hangars are just future. That's just how the GA ramp was laid out. So that was just the topography and the infrastructure that was put on the plans before. There are no hangars there yet.
Those are hangars for airplanes, not for fire
Eventually.
trucks.
I see,
Oh, I
I see
see.
box
Correct.
hanger on
Yeah.
your
Those are
first
for
slide.
eventual. Yeah, that is just the footprint that we built the GA ramp off of. So those are set aside for eventual hangars. But
Okay.
those are not
Sorry,
hangars that we're
those
dealing
are
with
just
right
on
So
our
this
site
part
plan.
is all we're talking about.
Yeah,
here.
That is
that's it.
correct.
Ah,
That's correct.
okay, I
I'm
got
sorry.
confused
Yeah,
here.
we put those on there for context.
Okay, so you've got places in there for 4 vehicles. Is that
Yeah,
right?
there's 4 garage spots essentially for 4 apparatus.
Okay. And finally, I don't know what the FAA allows, but is there an exercise room in your interior design?
Yes, there is.
And they allow that?
Chris, do you want to talk about the funding for that?
We have a flex room
Yeah,
in there.
a
that they will-
flexible room.
That they will fund. So the flex room is allowed. An exercise room is not. So if we wanted to exercise equipment in that flex room, we'll be paying for that or moving it from the current location. So they've allowed the flex room.
I don't know what a flex room means.
Can be used for other.
It's just
Used to-
vacant,
you-
it's vacant space,
It's a multi-purpose
space.
room.
vacant
yeah.
space that is undefined, unlabeled.
It's flexible.
It's flexible.
Flexible space. Okay, so can that room be an exercise room and a TV room? You know, I presume there's
Yes.
places where people can entertain themselves.
Yeah, so the kitchen dining day room, the day room is where firefighters basically watch TV. They don't have a
The
couch
day
or
room?
recliners. Yeah. That's what they call it in the AC circular. And that's what firefighters call it in fire stations. It's
But that's
basically
a day room is allowed.
is allowed.
By the
Yes.
FAA.
Yes,
But an exercise room is not.
that's correct.
Correct.
Unless we call it a flex room.
That's
Okay.
correct.
Okay, that's the question. And when does it all come to the point where, I guess, are you, Mr.
He's the
Miller,
builder.
are you the design build contractor? Okay.
Yes.
So when does it come, and this is for the staff as well, when does it come to the point where you have to say, we can build it for this and we're on board and you come to the board or the staff comes to the board and says, this is what we propose, we're committing to this. And I'm not saying that correctly because I don't really understand fully the design build world, but you do.
Yeah, no problem. Good questions. We are, as Karen mentioned, in the very early stages of massing and configuration and color selection of the building. So we're really at the infancy of this whole design build process. And to answer a couple of the earlier questions, yes, Mill Construction is under contract with the airport district. And so we are the point person and the contractor that is going to develop this R for you. And yes, Karen is our lead designer. That's, the primary design person. So that's our point person for all the design elements, which there are many, dealing with electrical, plumbing, mechanical, civil, all the different entities that go into these projects. But to answer your question, as far as timing, this being kind of the very infancy of this process, we're trying to fast track this for many reasons to ideally get construction built during the summer to where we've got less weather issues to deal with. But so we're hoping to pull multiple permits to get site work rolling here in the summer months. But a lot of it, again, the cart before the horse issues, we need to get these questions answered individually so then I could put dates to this. We've issued a general project schedule and the project's a good year's worth of construction. So if we use that 12-month block, we need to get that start point to start that 12-month ticking. And that's essentially where we're at today. We're kind of at that infancy to nail down some of these basic issues with shape, massing, so we could get the engineering done on the building, to get the foundations designed and so on and so forth. But so the duration is a good 12-month process. And we're getting close to the day one of that 12-month. And we'll produce project schedules here soon that once we get that starting point nailed down.
Okay, thank you.
You bet.
I would add to that though, too. So we have defined a maximum price that will allow us to submit the grant application so that we can get our funding this fiscal year. And right now FAA is looking at a grant most likely in the July timeframe for us. So that all lines up with the design stages that we are currently at as well. So we have defined a maximum price. Now we will refine that price based on these elements, but it will always stay under that maximum price that we have set based on this footprint.
It can go down, but it can't go up.
Correct.
Okay.
Can you talk about that price, what costs are going to be for this project?
We are, yes, the grant application. Now this will include design, which we've already approved. It will include all the elements we talked about at the beginning. So it will include demo of the existing building. It will include the construction of that vehicle service road, our vehicle service road from this point to the center of our runway, as well as all of our program management and project management costs. We're looking at about $11 million.
And FAA will cover what percentage of that?
90.66% with a match of 9.34% by the airport. And if there are any elements that aren't eligible or some of these footprints go up slightly over the eligibility, we might have a small cost borne by the airport. But we're trying to make sure that that does not happen and that we fit within all of the footprints.
And where have you earmarked where have we earmarked our portion coming from?
We currently have that in the capital improvements budget as a line item. It will be in the new capital improvements budget that will be before the board in June for adoption and at your workshop next week. So it's there. It will be principally funded out of our PFC income.
So we're looking at somewhere around $1 million, a little bit over $1 million for our portion.
Right.
Okay, Director Leffel.
Thank you. It's good to see you, Ernie, by the way. You had mentioned briefly, I think, is it Karen?
Yes.
Okay, that there was a space in one of these for a potential mezzanine.
Yes, so
Was that in option 2?
in option 2, that's correct.
Okay,
And it's above the watch room, which is the big square window next to the garage doors.
okay. Is that something we're contemplating down the road?
The mezzanine, construction of mezzanine,
Correct? That's,
it is not in the current plan, but it is something that we could take on later.
I'm saying, are we contemplating it down the road? And if so,
Yeah, not at this time, no.
okay. But I mean, there's always a cost when you have to go back in and change something and add something. So would it be prudent if it's something that I'm going to use the word need, because you would not talk us into it unless we needed it. Would it be prudent to at least get an idea of what that cost would be if it were included now, as opposed to kicking the can down the road 3 or 4 years or 2 years or whenever?
Yeah, we could certainly do that. The mezzanine would not be an eligible item under FAA's
I get that.
funding, but we could certainly do that. We don't.
Why do
at
we
this
need it?
point. Pardon?
Why would we need it?
Why would we need it? We can't answer that at this point. We
So-
don't
yeah.
think that we need it at this point.
Right, so the reason why we thought that you could do the larger volume and give yourself the option for a space for some future expansion into is that the exterior structure envelope costs the same. So to give yourself the option for a space to expand into a loft, so to speak, in your garage, it would make sense to take it if it's kind of on the table for free anyway, but it doesn't mean you have to do it ever. It just gives you that volume that's already built.
We don't currently see a need for that
Right.
loft area. But it gives future boards and future directors and future firefighters the option to do that later if that need arises. We don't see it right now.
I would say you never know what FAA is always adding new requirements, and you never know what they're going to be. And if they require additional equipment or something, that could be that space that allows for it. So we're just trying to, as Karen said, there was no extra cost to the outside structure to go up in that area. So it was the same cost, whether we were the short ceiling or the high ceiling. So it just made sense to us as staff to go up and provide flexibility in the future.
Okay, well, I guess my point is, if it was just to add, obviously, I'm not a construction person, but if it was just to add the basic structure of a mezzanine, I'm thinking that cannot be that costly, because you're not putting any bells or whistles. You're not putting a staircase to it. You're just putting it.
Yeah, It
while-
adds loading to the building though.
It's
which
what?
It adds some loading to the building area, which Ernie, do you want to speak to that?
What does that mean? What does that mean, loading?
Wait,
Thank you, Mary Ann and Karen. Yes, I think where you're going, Mary Ann, is, does it make sense to design into the structure today for the potential future, whether it does or doesn't ever come about? And if so, is there a major cost associated with that initial design and engineering or construction? And I think in this case, really, being that the mezzanine would probably be, if it was ever used or built in the future, would be for just general storage. Buildings seem to never have enough space to store something, even if it's empty boxes from whatever. So the loading would be ideally marginal, not engine blocks and really heavy stuff, which would then become a major issue. But if it was just light storage, then what is currently being drawn in the way of walls below would be adequate to support simple, lightweight storage loaded from the apparatus bay. And so really, there really wouldn't be any additional costs today or additional construction tomorrow to provide that option down the road. Did that answer your question, Mary?
It does. I mean, every year costs go up and every time you
Correct.
have to go back and revisit something, the cost just went up. So I was just trying to think ahead that
You bet.
if you were seeing in other fire stations that you have designed and worked with, if they needed a mezzanine, if so, what did they need it for? And does it make sense to make the wall stronger while we're doing it?
So San Jose Mineta does have a mechanical mezzanine, and the last time I went up there, it was filled with surfboards and stuff.
Oh, you answered my question. We
Yeah,
don't
so-
need it.
So I think that, yes, people who live places, and fire personnel are the only people who live at airports. But if they have big storage areas, they tend to get used. We also use the attic space for attic stock, which we sometimes require on jobs to make sure that there are bits and pieces left,
Like some of these leftovers.
extra, so that if something happens to one of the panels, a truck runs into it, you don't have to call Ernie up and wait 10 months for that to be made. You can go upstairs and replace some carpet, or we don't have carpet, but you know what I mean? If
Yeah.
something gets broken, that there might be a few extra somewhere. And then people, because they live elsewhere, usually have lots of stuff, you know, more than they can store in their locker. So
Okay, that answers my question. So I just, from my standpoint, it might make sense to make the walls so it could, if it doesn't cost a lot of money, and be prepared if we have to have it. That's all. So solar on the roof, how much square foot is on that roof? How many square feet?
Robert, I would have to defer to you on the square footage of the roof.
I'm just thinking, I mean, I understand we have enough now to cover our needs, but I also know with the new terminal and with things that will continue to
Right.
go on here, and our growing needs, and with the legislation that appears that they would like everything in the world to be all electric in the world of
Right.
PG&E.
Right. So
Um,
we do have all electric kitchen here. It's roughly 10,000 square feet, the
Okay.
roof area.
So I just
yeah.
would ask us maybe to look at the cost of that. Just FYI, and there may be a grant out there for it. But it seems like with that kind of a shape of a roof,
Right.
it might be really good
Well-
to have solar on it.
It would be
and-
conducive to put it on the south facing parts of the roof.
We have to make sure it doesn't have reflectivity though for
Yeah,
FAA.
That's
and
true.
aircraft. So that there are a lot of pieces to look at, especially in that location.
Yeah,
Okay.
you'd need to do a glare study.
And then water catchment. I was reviewing the water management district's meeting of either, I think it was last month, maybe this month, that they actually, if you go back a couple of months, what they said was that they were going, if I remember correctly, they're going to disallow the water credits on water catchment and gray water usage on a personal property. So that if you are like my house where we've done all that, we cannot have those credits to put in an ADU or to do anything. I believe that's what I read that kind of slipped past us all while we weren't paying attention. But it is allowed on commercial property. And I believe that since we have plans to do things here that are going to require water or could require water, not on the north side, but on this side of the runway, that it might be really good to look at water catchment and use gray water in there for toilet flushing and possibly laundry. And that's what I do at my house. And it has been tested by the Water Management District monthly they did it for 18 months. And the water is actually cleaner than what comes out of my tap. So I seriously would like us to really capture what can come off that roof and use it in our needs, and then free up, maybe instead of a one-on-one water credit, that we would free up a little bit of water for something else that we need to do. So
Yeah, we're in the preliminary of the lead review. So we have a whole checklist of things that we have as possibles, and that would be one of the possibles. So we have, again, we're in really early design. We had our lead meeting this week, went through the checklist, identified the things that we know we can do, identified things that we know we can't do, and then we have a huge pot of things that are possibilities that we'll continue to be looking at and design to. So that is some.
So along that, and I can't remember, and I will ask Hal for the numbers because he's got them. I think our system was somewhere between $30,000 and $40,000 for our house, and we clean about 14,000 gallons coming into the house. But I think that if we were to put in a system like that, and it goes to Bill's comment about washing the trucks, if there's a way to grab that water also and clean it with our own water system. I know staff has told me repeatedly it's too expensive, but I will throw out there, if I can do it for my house, I think the airport could do it for what we need for growth and for the new terminal. And I use that word growth only for the terminal side of the building of the airport. It is not for any development. It is for what we're trying to do to modernize and make this place safer. So I would really like us to look at all of that. And it seems like that would be a prudent use of our dollars, no matter what. And if you want, I'll go back. I think I have the rules on the water credits that I read for commercial. So then on the siding, you said we're going to decide on the siding today?
No, today I think you were discussing the massing. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
just the
Michael?
massing, the
The
look of the
shape,
building,
yeah.
not the materials, not the coloration, just the look of the building.
Yeah, we brought the materials so you could understand what the building would be constructed out in.
Okay, so with those, I had a question. Are any of these more, are they better insulated? Are any of these more functional? Is there a difference in the cost just while we've got them here?
The difference is in the ribbing pattern. So if you turn like the brown one around compared to the blue one, that one I think that you're holding there is the brown one. So that is a
It's
deep rib.
Gray?
Yeah, or gray. It's a gray brown. That is a deeper profile. And if you look at the blue one next to it, that one is a very flat one.
Okay.
So we just wanted to illustrate the range of choices that we'll have. But it hasn't really been determined yet.
Which one lasts longer and which one is the cheapest?
They will all last about the same because they're made by the same company. So it's almost like picking a different pattern of fabric. So those are wall panels made by Metal Span, which is a provider to the type of paneling that we will have on our building. And then the
one that's near Director Sabo, that is an example of a roof that has a standing seam in the middle of it. So the roof panels look a little bit different than the wall panel, but they're essentially the same. They're metal clad on both sides with foam insulation.
And would that be compatible with the water catchment system? That roofing material?
I think so, yeah.
This serves as a roof too, in addition to being the outer skin of the insulated panel.
Yes.
Yes, it is.
it
That
is
one's the roof, Carl, and these are the
The
Right.
walls.
outer walls.
The potential.
Yeah, the
wall.
one with the big seam closest to Bill.
Is there a big price difference between the options here?
There are values.
And then is there like solar gain because you have a darker blue, so like on cool days, it
Yeah,
would
so
cut
the
your heating
solar
costs?
reflective index, or the SRI, is different depending on the color that is picked. So the white has the most reflective heat gain, but even some of the grays will qualify for what we need for LEED.
Okay.
So you do have a choice. It doesn't have to be an all white or silver building,
Okay,
but you might want to choose that. That's also fine too.
okay, okay. Let's see if I have any more. I think those were all of my questions. So thank you very much. Obviously, we like this kind of stuff.
Okay, no problem. It's fun for us too. Thank you.
Well, it's just fun to see progress when we move dirt around and keep moving stuff. It's like building a house. When you put the foundation in, you
Right.
write all the big checks, but you don't know what's going on. So it's
Yeah.
kind of nice to get to some look. So,
Mhm.
so thank you.
Thank you.
So I think, Mr. Chairman, what we need today.
Oh, I
is
have a few
just-
questions.
Oh, I'm sorry. I
And we have,
I'm jumping.
I'm
the shark.
saving the
I
best for
apologize.
last here.
and we haven't opened it to the public.
Yeah, I will open it up to the public afterwards. Thanks for the reminder. Well, thank you. Yeah, I found this very interesting. Like Director Sabo said, we haven't done this. I retired as a police officer, and of course, I have my own thoughts on what and what shouldn't be in a fire station. I do support doors and windows, though, just to let you know about that.
We appreciate that.
Ernie, I apologize if we've met. I don't remember. You said you've worked on other projects here at this airport. Is that true? Can you tell us what else you've done here?
Yes, actually, we built what used to be Millionaire. It's Del Monte Aviation back quite a few years ago.
Yeah, I've loved that building. You did a great job on that.
Yeah, it turned out very nice, very comfortable space there.
They're getting ready to remodel it.
Yeah.
They are.
That's right. Oh, are they?
Mhm.
I'll have to talk to them.
Yes.
And then we built some other of the hangars out here, the T hangars out north of us, I guess, and what used to be Monarch Aviation many years ago. So we've done several projects now.
How long you been around?
73 years.
God, you don't look a day over 60.
Thank you. I was hoping you'd say that. No, third generation. Grandfather started the company. And Dad took it over. I've been president since the early 90s.
Very nice. Thank you.
Thank you.
Somebody said we're 3 trucks for this airport, 3 apparatus is our requirement, or
That's what we have today.
what's our requirement, FAA requirement?
Technically 1, but if you recall, we were almost 13 months without a vehicle because we had such a major maintenance. So we bought a second vehicle that we paid for. FAA did not contribute to that. You also have the
The Winnebago.
Thank you, Mr. Sabo. I was trying to remember who referred to it as Winnebago. That was
Dick.
you.
So when we say 3 apparatus, is that counting the command post or is that
The
just
Winnebago?
3 ARF trucks that,
No, the Winnebago is counted in that number.
so we only have 2 trucks to respond to a fire?
And a pickup truck would, but.
I'm
pickup
sorry,
truck-
and
And a pickup truck, but that
And a
does
pick-
not
okay.
take up space.
okay. What would have to happen at this airport for us to require another truck?
A new truck,
A new truck, yeah.
just age, and we're getting close. with
Oh,
our-
not, I mean,
An
for us to
additional-
increase
Our
to,
index.
let's say,
Oh,
2
increase our
trucks, which would
index?
trigger 3 trucks. What-
Believe the number is 6 Group 2 aircraft operations a day. Group 2 would be 737s and above.
Mhm. And we're not anywhere close to
We're
that
not there
right now.
yet. No, but this facility, because of the 4 bays, would technically give us the ability to do that.
Meet that.
It really gets to the capabilities of the vehicle and the number of staff. So right now, we pump 1,500 gallons a minute. It's a 1,500 gallon truck. If you get to the next level, you're going to be looking at a 3,000 gallon truck. So, but this house can handle that, the one that's currently being designed.
I assume since you opted to go with this material, this is pretty easy to expand the footprint of the building.
I guess that's it. Yeah. It's possible to expand the footprint should that happen because it's a pre-engineered structure. So you would just need to engineer additional bays basically. But the current configuration does have utilities surrounding the apparatus bay. I think having the extra maintenance bay and a little bit more space than your trucks currently need is what also allows for that future expansion without actually physically paying for it again.
Of course, the apparatus room is on a slab. Is the rest of the building on a slab
Yeah.
too?
The whole thing is on a concrete slab.
Okay. And nothing's wrong with the lead silver, but it is the lowest of the leads. And leads is what?
is actually the
Leadership
second.
and environment and design. What does
Design.
lead stand for?
Leadership in environmental and energy design. And I am certified and I don't know the full acronym.
Yeah, environmental engineering design, I
Yeah.
think. Yeah, it's something like that.
Mhm. So LEED certified is the lowest and then it's silver. You can be LEED certified and no, I guess, metal coloration, and then silver, gold, platinum.
And
we're-
water catchment would help us get higher.
I'm sorry.
I said water catchment would help us go higher.
Well, and solar,
Perhaps.
adding
And
solar and
so,
stuff
yeah,
like
there-
that.
There are a lot of things that could bring that number higher, including other design items that we could do. But the original contractual or RFP request was for a minimum of LEED silver. So that's what we're tasked with complying with. Now, if we get enough points to qualify for gold, we're not going to say no.
Not going to turn it down,
So,
right?
Yeah, nobody's going to turn that down. So,
Okay.
yeah.
So, yeah, I preferred the more gable look, the highest one.
Mhm.
My son's a firefighter, but they've always go for the taller buildings because they have to hang their hoses out to dry, or they used to.
Mhm.
They may have better technology now, but sometimes that breaks and you still need a high roof line in order to accommodate hose drying.
Right. They do
And
it
that's
with
been
racks
factored in
now.
even in the building
Well,
with the low roof.
So the building with the shed roof or the lowered area still has the same compliance requirements of the apparatus area for the high bay part. They all have the same over the truck areas, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
And We currently have a city providing contract service for fire protection at the airport.
Mhm.
But did you reach out to that fire department to get their input or any other fire department?
We have not.
So staff have, we have, because Kimberly Horn is our program managers. They have a team that they're working with. Trans Systems has fire capabilities, as well as we've reached out to Carmel Fire Company that's helping us with the response and the connectivity to the county fire system, et cetera. So we have support
You have
services.
fire
So, yeah,
professionals that have
Yes.
eyes on this and have
Yep.
submitted input.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we also have experience with a few other fire departments, so we're trying on that too.
Not there's anything wrong with it, but it does seem a little flimsy. Should, I think somebody said a truck hit it, like one of those fire trucks. So the way this building is designed, I guess, there's no interior bearing walls. It's all from the outside, or how's this going to work?
I think we will have some interior walls, but it's all bit a long
Well,
span.
we obviously have interior
Yeah,
walls, but
right.
are those bearing walls?
They
or-
don't need to be bearing because the way the pre-engineered structure works is it's a steel frame building. And so we have long spans so that the apparatus base and even the interiors are somewhat flexible. So I actually think this building is built very robustly with the metal panels. But we don't always see the best driving with the large apparatuses. And so that I made the comment of somebody might back into a building and dent a panel.
I'm sure it's happened.
Yeah, it won't mean that the panel is not functional though. What it will mean is that it have a big dent in it. So it's a question if you want to,
So now we go back to we need a mezzanine.
yeah, we'll also have bollards and whatnot to protect those areas near the garage doors. But, you know, what I meant by that also is that sometimes it's a question of how beat up you want to let things get, like whether it be with your car or your building. So it's
What's
not
the
that
what's the lifespan on this particular product?
I think I would defer to Ernie. What's the lifespan on that?
It's indefinite. As far as warranties, it's 20-year weather tightness warranty.
I can't hear. I am curious
Oh,
on that.
okay, sorry.
Sorry about that. The lifespan of the panels and the building is somewhat indefinite if it's maintained properly. As far as warranties and guarantees, this building would have a 20-year weather tightness warranty. The insulation being encapsulated in steel on both sides, it won't off gas, it won't break down. I don't know if urethane foam with the UV will deteriorate and it'll lose its R value. Being encapsulated in steel like this, it will be there forever, longer than we are. So lifespan, again, if it's maintained, it's indefinite. The roof, I think we talked a little bit about cool roof and being solar reflective. This roof panel is budgeted to have the cool roof. It's also budgeted to have coastal type paint, so it'll be more resistant to the salt air that we kind of have here. So the skin is going to be as good as you can get anywhere. And to maybe answer a little bit more on the dent issue, yes, these will dent. But as Karen mentioned, the structure is well supported and it's pretty robust. And so though the skin would be dented, if it's a minor dent, it could be patched kind of like you would patch your car. Or if it's a major dent or a tear in the skin, the panel can be replaced. So there's options there. But typically on these buildings, with bollards, with curbing, we protect the outer of the building from vehicles by other means, just so those potentials are minimized.
Do we have to keep repainting this to keep the warranty in effect, or does this not even require painting?
Does not require painting. Again, the coatings are a 20-year coating.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay. Before I open it up to public comment, Mr. Lapierre, once again, you want us to point staff in a direction of one of these three designs or
Options.
options, or go
Yep.
in a completely different level.
Again,
Do you want us to pick out our preference on, we only have one roof here. Do you want us to pick out our preference as far as flat or what do you call this, corrugated?
Corrugated, yeah,
yeah.
it's a deeper section.
yeah, I think our recommendation is that you choose option 2, which is the gabled roof with the heightened watch area and the slanted entrance. We think that's the most efficient use of the space and still fits within the guidelines of the pricing and eligibility for FAA.
If I'm not mistaken, on option 2, that didn't have a slanted front, did it? Or-
It didn't show it, no, but those are all interchangeable.
So you can go option 2,
With-
gable design with a slanted front like was in the option 3, I believe.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
And just before we move forward, I just wanted to say LEED stands for Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design.
Okay.
I looked it up on our.
You got a certificate in that.
Thank you. Public comment. Any member of the public that wants to comment on this, we would love to hear what you have to say. And Mike is jumping up, so please step forward.
I'm Mike Dawson. I'm kind of in the tail end of this thing. Could someone orient me to?
Mike, I can't hear you on virtual.
You know, I'd like someone to orient me to the runway and exactly where this building's going to be, because it's not clear from what I've seen so far.
Okay, this will be on the north side of the airport in the new general aviation.
Can you point on the
area.
picture, Mike?
It's where the Navy flying club used to be. In that vicinity. Yep.
Platform, ramp.
The nasty still right there.
So on the map, they're pointing to, what was the building there before called?
It used to be Navy flying club.
It used to be Navy Flying Club is the
Yes,
location.
That's it.
Not from there. Not from there.
Yes.
So was the orientation your only question, or the location on the site? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to make a comment? Okay, seeing none. Well, we're not voting, but I'll just go through each board member and ask for their preference. Out of curiosity, if you could identify a panel design that you particularly like, this one or the corrugated look. Not that that's how it will end up, but just, I think since we have these in front of us, state our preference now. Director Sani, I'll start with you.
I like the pitched roof, the gable with apparatus, bay watch room, and I like it vertical, the bigger space, if that is an option as well.
And what about the front? Do you want that flat or slanted?
Planted, more space.
Okay, and out of all these panels, I know it's kind of hard for you to sense them here, but
I'll defer to those in the room.
okay, thank you. Director Sabo.
Are these, one question I have, are these colors that they come in or is that,
There's a
are they
color.
delivered this way or what?
Those are a color that they come in.
They're what?
They come in a multitude of colors and we haven't gotten to that point yet.
So when we start picking out the carpeting and the curtains,
Yeah.
we'll deal with this color,
We
right?
may do
Okay.
another presentation. I will leave that to the board to decide.
Well, you better schedule a lot of time for that one if you're going to ask us.
I don't have a preference on either one of these, but I do have, and then I favor the gabled roof and the slanted front. I strongly suggest that as one board member that we do something to finish off this empty space underneath the gabled roof. Kind of like an attic. I mean, I store all kinds of stuff up in my attic, but it's not finished. There wasn't a big expense, but they got a lot of junk, that they're going to put up there. And I think even if it isn't considered by the FAA to be critical and for funding, I think we need to, while we're at constructing this thing, ought to do a minimal amount of finishing off so that we can store stuff up there.
Okay. Do you have a panel design you
No.
like? Okay. Director Leffel.
I would go along with option 2 with the slanted front. And I too, based on the answers I got earlier, if it's not a huge expense, I would believe that it is prudent to at least build the basic of a attic mezzanine area so that we've got it. And most importantly, because I was actually, the other day, I saw a fire truck hit a building backing in. So I understand things happen. And so I think that, if we have a space where we can put extra materials and that sort of thing, that's important. And I don't know, for me, it would be the functionality of these. If one is easier to replace if something does hit it, as opposed to match, as opposed to something that wasn't. And it also seemed to me like the one that's more flat has it's thicker all the way, whereas this one goes to a, what do you call it? A thinner. So it seems like that one might have a little bit better insulation. I don't know. If I were to be an engineer, the world would crumble. So anyway, that's all. But I think option 2, and thank you for giving us a thorough presentation, both staff and you all. Thank you.
And I too support the gabled roof. I would lean, if not cost prohibitive, to have some sort of storage space in the mezzanine area as well. The slanted front. And this just looks a little too industrial for me. Not that that's a bad thing, for a firehouse, but this has more of a finished look. And I agree with what Director Leffel said. The R factor has got to be higher in this, even because it does sort of, as you can see, it bottlenecks or narrows right here. So that would have a little bit of an effect, I see. And this just looks stronger. But thank you for bringing everybody down and making this presentation.
And I forgot, I also would like just the water catchment in solar if we
Yeah.
can. I didn't say that, but for me, that's an important piece.
Yeah. Well, and usually this is an emergency public safety building, so you would need some sort of generator, but I mean, they have so many options now with batteries to install, and our solar has gone down before, correct? We've never had, I thought we had a time when it wasn't producing or
We were waiting for it
we
to
were
come
waiting for it to be
online.
turned on, but it's been constant ever since then.
Absolutely.
Except for at night, doesn't work at night. Well, whatever we can do without, I assume we went for silver just because of the cost involved if you go too high, right?
Yeah.
We set silver as
A minimum.
requirement, as a minimum requirement, and we are looking at all the options at
Mhm.
this point to see how far we can get towards the
Yeah.
highest.
Before you go, could you explain what pre-engineered mean? You've been using that term a lot and I don't even know what that means. They build it in a factory somewhere and send it to us or what?
Yeah.
Yeah, thank you. It's a good question. It's one of those words or statements, terms that's used a lot. For the layperson, a pre-engineered steel building is not necessarily a prefabricated building. You hear prefabricated homes that are manufactured in Arizona and shipped on a thing, and you just kind of nail them together. A pre-engineered steel building utilizes the steel in a much more efficient way than a structural steel building. A structural steel building, you buy a W10 by 36 and you weld or bolt all these beams together and you build a high rise. A pre-engineered steel building, you buy a bunch of plate steel, and in the fabrication shop, they cut it in the most efficient way possible. And so your rigid frame or your steel structure is only so deep at where it doesn't have any need to be structural. So where it bolts to the ground, it's maybe 12 inches wide, the web. And as you go up to where the major reaction is, the major forces are, which is at the connection between the column and the beam, that same column is maybe 3 foot deep. And so they're utilizing the most efficient way of fabricating the structural element to build this building. And so it's fabricated in the shop in all the parts and pieces like a tinker toy and shipped out on a truck, and it's assembled by bolting, so there's no field welding necessary, and it's a very efficient way again to utilize the materials. It's a very efficient way for the contractor to construct it because again it is very simple. You're just bolting all these connections together and it goes up quicker, but it is very modular. And so the question about expansion, if there was a need to expand or have the ability to expand, the space to expand, you can design into this building today to just bolt on another beam and keep on going if you need to extend a bay or a canopy or another full addition. So
Okay. Hey, my head exploded about halfway
Sorry.
through that, but just, it occurred to me as we were talking, and we got earthquakes around here. Is it strong in an earthquake as compared to the other options?
yes,
Okay, that was good.
you like that, much simpler. Yes, they're all designed adequately for the seismic forward zone that we're in.
Thank you.
You bet.
Thank you so much. And I was serious. If you're coming back to us with colors, mark out the whole day, okay? Very good. Okay,
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if we can take about a 5-minute break.
5-minute break would be perfect. Back at 11, let's say 11:05. Well, we hit our mark pretty closely. It's 11:08 and we are back in session for the May 18th general meeting. Question to my board members here with us. We have a presentation which could last up to 2 hours or longer. Our choices are to, if it goes 2 hours, that would be right around 1 o'clock, and we could break for lunch at that time. Because we don't have any closed schedule scheduled for this meeting, that's normally when we do eat. I don't recommend that we eat it while we're on camera. So if we could shoot for 1 o'clock or thereabouts and break for lunch at that time and then return.
So give them our options and tell them we want it at 1 o'clock.
We will break and go to the restaurant and eat at 1 o'clock.
I'm saying
That's
no.
my option. That's one option I'm throwing out.
I'm agreeing with that, but that we give them our order in advance so we don't sit there for 20 minutes
Yeah,
waiting.
that would
for-
work. So we'll give the order in advance and somebody will break and you can call that in right before we go.
We'll just need about a 5 minute break to get that done, but we can make that.
Okay. So for those of us that will be eating, if you could just go ahead
I
and
have
make
an
your,
opinion.
yes, go ahead. I'm sorry.
And that is, I'd rather wait the 2 hours and whatever, but place our orders and eat it here so we can keep going rather than adjourn and go to the restaurant and then come back again.
My preference is not to eat on camera.
Mine
Well,
also.
We can adjourn after this presentation and eat off camera about it. Leaving here, going out there really extends the day too much.
Okay.
That's my feeling.
So Bill, you're saying have it delivered, but be off, but take.
Yeah,
a break.
be off camera. I mean,
I'm okay with
I
that.
kind of get that.
Okay. And if we could go ahead and fill out your menu items and we will pass them over to staff. Okay. That's my bit of housekeeping. Director Lapierre.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'll introduce to you Sarah Hollenbach. She's with the firm PFM. She's been with you previously to talk about our UAL and how we will address UAL going forward, or the options to address UAL going forward. We spent some time, probably 9 months ago, maybe a little less than that. And this is an update of that. We also spent time with Finance Committee, Sarah and Jaime, who I'll let Sarah introduce, spent a great deal of time with Finance Committee on this topic as well. So I guess without further ado, I'd reintroduce Sarah Hollenbach. You've seen her before. She's been here. And this is an update on, we're looking for some, it would be my hope that we would get some direction, at least partial direction, on how to move forward with addressing the UAL issue for the airport.
So we don't have this on here as an action item. Pure
No.
discussion again.
Correct. We're in discussion. That does not necessarily mean that you cannot give us direction.
Okay, please.
Thank you. Is this on? You hear okay?
Lisa, can you hear okay?
Great. So thank you very much. It's a pleasure to be before you again. I think the last time we spoke was in December. And so as Mr. Lapierre mentioned, we're just going to be providing an update and some additional alternatives that we've looked at in relation to strategies to address the unfunded pension liability. So I think the presentation. There we go. Great. So if we could go to slide 2. We are, as we just to frame this again, the purpose of this analysis has been to look at ways to address the unfunded pension liability in light of the potential future capital projects that the district may undertake, and in trying to minimize the ongoing cost and burden, financial burden that the unfunded liability is creating, and put you all in the best possible position to present your credit at some point in the future, potentially to rating agencies and investors, possibly bond insurers as well, if you go forward with issuance of debt for capital projects at some point in time. So we last were before you on December 13th, and we looked at a variety of alternatives at that time. The analysis you'll see here today adds a couple of additional alternatives, and of course has been reflected or changes in the market since December. As I'm sure you all are aware, have been watching probably, there has been quite a bit of volatility in the market, and it continues to be volatile, and interest rates have been rising. So we'll talk a little bit about how that plays into the analysis. We can go to the next slide.
Mr. Chairman, I have a question right now regarding the whole presentation.
Yes.
In looking at your slides, I noticed that in discussing pension funding analysis, most of it seemed to deal with one-time payments, ADPs, and a lot of it was also bond issuances. Is that the extent of our options that you're going to present to us, as opposed to other options of do nothing or a 115? How does that all work here? Because I looked at the slides and I saw a direction that we were going. Did you get some guidance that says only deal with a large ADP payment, 4 million or something like that? Did you get any guidance from us that said do that?
Director, as we talked about at Finance Committee, that is our recommendation from a staff level. There has been no direction to move that. It is
Okay.
our recommendation. That is ultimately what we're seeking direction from the board for.
Okay.
So-
And so if there are other options other than the 4 million, which you're recommending, then are you going to be presenting that or just talking about a large ADP?
Well, we'll present to you the status quo. That's in here as well. It's what's on the next slide. And so we'll be comparing these options against the status quo. We can certainly also talk about, I think we had spoken early on in this process in the fall about how a Section 115 trust, what they are, how they work. We can certainly talk about how that might be a complementary strategy, and we have some information that arose from follow-ups from the finance
I'm going by how you titled this, pension fund analysis, and that has a range of options on it. Not the least of which is a large ADP payment, but also there are other options of do nothing and the 115. And I guess I would like to make sure that this board gets a full analysis rather than one that has already been predetermined. Thank you. That's the end of my question.
Yeah, our intention was not to direct you to a decision in this. We did present on the Section 115. This is really a refinement and an update of analysis we had presented previously. Back in October, we did present on Section 115 trust. So we can certainly address that at a high level.
Was on 115 in here and I missed it, or?
We didn't include it again. We did not include it again.
Okay.
We had previously talked about it and it was not, I think.
It's still an option though, isn't it?
It absolutely.
Okay,
still is,
thank you.
Yes.
I'm done.
So on slide 3, we have included, I think the Finance Committee presented us with some really great and helpful feedback to the slide presentation that we had made. And one of the requests that was, I think, going to be very helpful in it has been a while since we talked with you. And so refreshing our memories collectively and updating some of the information about where are we today. And to the director's point about options and what is the range of them, what does it look like if we don't do any of these things and if you don't deploy any strategy other than what we're doing now, which is just paying CalPERS what it bills you. So what slide 3 shows here is, as you may recall, the district has both classic and PEPRA pension plans with CalPERS. So there are 3 what are called classic plans. These have a collective unfunded liability of approximately $8 million projected as of the end of fiscal year 2022. So projected as of the end of this current fiscal year. They are a miscellaneous plan at approximately $2 million. The police classic plan at about $1.9 million, and the fire plan at about $3.86 million of unfunded liability. The chart at the bottom of the slide shows the projected payment schedule if no action is taken. This is based on the most recent available information from CalPERS. These projections are created using a model that CalPERS provides to employers to allow them to have some visibility into their plans and the projected future payments given the most recent performance data that they have. So what you're going to see in the next couple of slides, and I just want to point this out, is they have not provided, as you may recall, CalPERS actuarial reports are published with a very significant lag. So the last CalPERS actuarial report that you have received is as of June 2020. We have, however, the data they've provided in their modeling that incorporates the very strong performance that they had in fiscal year 2021, which was about a 21% return. And so I just want to point out that these specific UAL figures you are seeing here today on this slide take into account that 21% return. And so the projected payments, as you can see at the bottom, range from a total of about $1 million projected in fiscal 2023, and then declining to about something under $800,000 in fiscal 28, and then being more or less level before they start to really tail off in about fiscal 2039. And again, this is just a snapshot in time. As we've talked about before, performance of CalPERS goes up, it goes down, and it changes every year. So it's not a fixed liability, but this is the picture as of today. And we just wanted to show you, if you take no other action, this is approximately what we'd expect you would be paying for the classic plan UALs. The next slide, if we could go to number 4. Illustrates this is really for illustrative purposes to try to remind ourselves of some concepts we're going to talk about in a few later slides. So as you will recall, the pension liability is made up of different layers or slices. They're called bases in CalPERS parlance, and they're as a result of either over or under investment performance, as a result of changes in the actuarial assumptions that are used by CalPERS. And those each have individual amortization periods, and they each have a payment schedule associated with them. Because CalPERS has not published its fiscal year 2021 actuarial report, the latest detailed information we have at this level is from 2020. So I just want to make that clear. These numbers, if you tally up what's on pages 3, 4, and 4, 5, and 6, won't total to that $7.7 million UAL total that I mentioned, because they are looking back to the end of fiscal 2020. But I did want to at least have a visual for you so you can understand what are the pieces of the liability that make up that total. It's not just one thing. So we can skip fairly quickly through slides 5 and 6, but those are just the individual components of the safety police plan, and on 6, the safety fire plan. On that slide 7, you have two very small PEPRA pension plans as well. Miscellaneous and police each have a PEPRA plan, and their total projected UAL at the end of this current fiscal year is only about $12,000. So I don't think we need to spend too much time on that one, but we do incorporate those liabilities into our analysis. And again, I wanted to point out, because if you look to slide 8, you say, well, okay, wait, the balance is showing us $93,000, but you're saying we only own 12. That's because this is information that's before that strong return in 20.
And before the drop that we're all seeing now.
Right. Yes, right. Yeah, which we won't get information about for another 6 months.
Yeah.
But we know it's there. Mike, I don't know if you want to talk at all about sort of trying to be responsive to the question that was asked at the opening about how we arrived at modeling around a $4 million ADP related to the CARES Act funding on hand, just as a way of framing, kind of why we did what we did here.
Yes, happily. As we talked about at Finance Committee and as we've talked about previously at the board level, we have about $8.4 million in CARES Act funds from the original CARES Act grant that is available to us to use. The idea of using a good portion of that money, and we've picked the number 4 million as the model, to pay down our obligation as it relates to UAL, reduces these numbers so that going forward, we have what I refer to affectionately as headspace or headroom in our operating budget, which we're going to need. Right now, out of operating budget, we're paying about $1 million a year, as Sarah just indicated, toward our UAL obligation. We can buy down using this $4 million, a portion of our obligation, which then means that our payments going forward will be less. So that's how we came up with the 4 million. It seems to us certainly seems to us that it makes logical sense to pay down the debt to give ourselves additional room in our operating budget going forward, because you're going to need that as we start moving into terminal program and as we start moving into debt service associated with that.
What you call a down payment, you're calling fresh start, right? No?
No, we're calling it, the CalPERS terminology is an additional discretionary payment or an ADP.
Yeah. We basically would be paying off $4 million of your obligation.
Okay. So I'm confused on what the fresh start refers to. And do you mind going back a couple screens?
Absolutely.
Right there. When you say the city's PEPRA, we're talking about the
Sorry.
airport districts, not the,
Apologies, that's a typo.
okay.
We don't pay the cities.
Yeah,
Okay.
my
UAL.
apologies.
Yeah,
We didn't-
that's.
Okay, I'm sorry, you can go back to the other screen.
Did you want to, there is.
I just, if you could explain to me what fresh start is and how do we get to that point?
Yeah, I may be here. Excuse me, I'm going to invite Jaime Trejo, my colleague, who has spent some time talking with CalPERS and your actuary about the fresh starts in your plans. And those are CalPERS determined, I believe. And Jaime's going to tell you why and how of that.
So many of your plans have a fresh start, and that wasn't initiated by the district, it was initiated by CalPERS. So under their amortization policy, they initiate a fresh start when there's going to be a lot of ups and lows in the payments to CalPERS. So in a scenario where you see the basis line, there could potentially be a negative payment to CalPERS, meaning that they would actually pay you back 1 year, even though you have an unfunded liability remaining. They kind of smooth it out over a longer period so that you're always making a payment to CalPERS and always paying down a portion of the UAL. And that's why you see in the slide, let me find the slide here. Go back one more slide. It is here it goes, maybe this is a big example, but yeah, which one would be a good one to see? Actually, let's go to slide, we're gonna jump ahead a little bit, slide 16, because it shows there. So the current payments here, you see, kind of extend all the way to 2061. And that's because it's a fresh start, right? Otherwise, you have a negative amortization payment, meaning CalPERS will pay you back. That's not really gonna happen, right? You're still paying the UAL, so they just extend it out 40 years. So you're always making a payment to CalPERS and paying it down. So you'll see, if you look at reports, you've had a fresh start, 2 out of the past 3 years for many of your plans. It's just an amortization trick by CalPERS, so you're constantly making payments to pay down the UAL. Don't finish.
Yeah,
No,
it's trying to put a nice spin on us always paying.
yeah,
tax.
always paying.
Their language, not our language. Let's go back to slide 9. Thank you. So as you can see, for example, the safety police PEPRA plan has a fresh start. It was established in 2020. It has an amortization period of 13 years. And again, as of the June 20 fiscal year ending June 2020 actuarial report, which you received in July of 2021, the balance of that was $33,000 in June.
And without a fresh start, it's possible that the expected payment in 22-23 would be negative, meaning that you wouldn't make a payment to CalPERS, so you wouldn't be making a contribution to payment of your UAL every year. Just based on how the basics stack up. Some years are positive, some years are negative. And how long they go out. That's why you do the fresh starts.
Does this assume some kind of constant interest rate that CalPERS is charging us for our UAL?
Yes,
And what would that be?
6.8. Well, I think here it's 7 for this particular slide.
Okay, so they can adjust their interest rate going forward. Can they, under this fresh start, can they raise it to 9%?
No.
No?
Well, I mean, maybe technically they could, but they're on the path to lowering the interest rate they charge.
Yeah, they can't just
Their
change
paths
over
haven't
one
worked so
plan.
well in the past, so.
When they say interest rate, they're talking about the discount.
Discount rate.
Well, it's the amount of money that we have to pay them for borrowing this money, right?
It is the amount of money they anticipate as a return on their investment. They anticipate every year what's the discount rate now?
6.8.
They anticipate a 6.8% return year over year over year over
Yeah.
year. We know they've historically never done that.
Okay,
So if they only make 3% this year, then they charge you the delta of 6.8 and 3. So they're charging you 3.8% in extra in interest because, gee, we didn't do so good on our investments, CalPERS says. So you have to make that up as an
Okay.
employer.
okay.
So the rate will fluctuate based on how well they do each year. Does that make sense?
Or Portland.
Well,
Or how poorly?
But if they made 22%, how does that affect our fresh start thing?
Why don't we let Sarah talk to you about how they've reflected their 21% gain previously?
And I was under a misconception that we were actually paying to borrow money from CalPERS for being underfunded. And I guess that's a delusion on my part.
I think it's not a delusion. It's just a similar concept that there's money. Let's say that the value of all of your future benefits were $100 and you only had $90 in the plan. So they're going to, and if they thought that on the $100 sitting in the plan, they're going to earn 6.8%, the discount rate, and it's referred to by CalPERS. If they assumed they were going to earn the 6.8%, then they're going to charge you that 6.8% on, they're going to accrue your liability at the rate at which they would expect to earn according to their current actuarial assumptions that are adopted by the board every 4 years. So to the extent you don't have $100 in the plan that are the value of benefits you owe, they're going to increase your liability at the rate they expect to earn. So that's kind of, it's a similar concept, but it's a slightly different twist on it. So that's really what's going on. They're not exactly charging you interest, but they are charging you at their rate, the rate they expect to earn on the funds that aren't there, but should be there if you're to be fully funded. So that's, and like I said, just to you, I think the question you were asking, they can't change the rate every year. They can't just decide they're going to charge you 20% or 6% or 8% every year based on what you don't or do have there. Their board goes through what's called an asset liability management program, and they review their assumptions every 4 years on a formal basis. They just did this in November of 2021, and they look at, to the point that was being made, what can they reasonably expect to earn on the funds that they hold based on the investment choices that they have and their risk tolerance and the amount of volatility it would create for employers. Most recently, they changed that discount rate from 7 to 6.8 as an outcome of the process that they went through last fall. They could continue to change it in the future. They have been slowly but surely steadily reducing it from, I think it was in the 8.5, maybe even more, some years ago, and they've been reducing it. Because I think in the current environment, they don't expect at a reasonable amount of risk that they're willing to undertake on the part of their participating employers. They don't believe they're going to be able to achieve a 7% return. Whether they achieve a 6.8% return, I think generally people believe that it will continue to trend downward. I hope that's helpful in some way.
It helps a little bit.
So back on slide 10, this is just a summary of the scenarios that we focused on here. As I said, this is an update of analysis we previously did. We started with a broader set of choices, and this is sort of where the direction had been that we understood that we were to continue to look at. So we have looked at 2 different versions of a strategy that uses a single one-time $4 million additional discretionary payment to CalPERS in this current fiscal year, so before the end of June, and then ongoing additional discretionary payments thereafter to continue to reduce this liability. And then the second alternative or set of alternatives we're looking at is, again, that one-time additional discretionary payment of $4 million and the issuance of pension obligation bonds to fund the remaining UAL balance, so to eliminate the UAL entirely. We've looked at different amounts of ongoing payments on ongoing additional discretionary payments and different plans to which those payments could be applied, and those do produce some different results. So on slide 11, this strategy, just to say a little more specifically about this strategy, scenario 1A, we're calling it, we apply that, we assume that the $4 million ADP is made this current fiscal year and applied to the various classic plans on a pro rata basis. So again, if the total liability of those plans is something over $7 million, we're just assuming that you spread that $4 million pro rata over those plans. And because they have different amortization periods, as I was showing you on one of the earlier slides, it has a different sort of mathematical outcome where you put that money. And then in following years, this strategy assumes, or this scenario, I should say, assumes that you continue to budget the current year UAL payment of about $920,000 rather than reducing it, which you could do once you make $4 million additional discretionary payment, your required UAL payments going forward will come down, but similar to people who maybe make a little extra payment toward their mortgage every month to try to pay it down sooner. This is a similar strategy. It's continuing to budget more than you're required to pay off this 6.8% liability. The second scenario, 1B, assumes the same in regards to the application of the $4 million. And it just makes sort of an additional extra budget payment going forward. So instead of just the $920,000 that your current UAL payment represents, this also assumes you would pay at the level you've been paying on the 2012 pension obligation bonds, which have now been retired this year. So you've been affording, if you want to think about it that way, $380,000 approximately of debt service on those POBs. So if you said, well, we've been paying $920,000 plus the debt service in respect of our UAL broadly, if we continue to do that, we could get rid of this kind of expensive debt, if you want to think about it that way, more quickly. So that's the second strategy we've looked at here. Any questions before I to the next slide as well?
Yeah, I've got one. So we talk about this balance we owe. Can that grow if we take these affirmative steps? Could they, for whatever reason, decide we owe more money, or are we locked into this permanently?
Well, they can't just decide you owe more money, but
But what factors could happen that could change that?
So it is not, to your point, it is not a fixed number once you make a payment to them of any size, or don't make a payment to them of any size. The amount of your unfunded liability can be changed by investment performance. That's the big one that everyone talks about and focuses on, because it has been quite volatile. I think we looked at a 30-year history of CalPERS returns, and the high was 22% and the low was negative 23% or something along those lines. It's quite a wide range. The average is
8.3% over 30 years. I know that number.
great. Thank you. So the average is 8.3, but the variability is significant. So that changes the liability every year. And then other things that are revisited from time to time are an experience study. So, are the members of your plan, in fact, are the assumptions that are being made about, mortality rates and things like that consistent with what's actually happening? And if there are changes to the discount rate, that will change it. So last year, like I said, they changed the discount rate from 7 to 6.8. They had been at 8.5, maybe higher in the past. So every time that discount rate comes down, it increases your UAL.
And that was what I was suspecting. Full disclosure, I'm a PERS annuitant. I'm retired from a law enforcement safety plan, but their assumptions initially was a 7-year life expectancy after retirement, which had been blown out of the water completely with age 50 retirements. That life expectancy has ballooned, and PERS was really something they really didn't stay current with their assumptions, and that was one of the things that led to the problem we're in right now. Or have they gotten better? I guess my question is.
I know they do. I don't know what the frequency is.
How long do they think I'm going to live? Can you tell me that?
I don't know. It's in your CalPERS report, though, I'm pretty sure. You can find that.
Well, that's an airport policeman. He may live a little bit longer
That's
than
true.
I do.
That's true. I don't know actually precisely how frequently they do those experience studies and update their assumptions. It is an ongoing process. If we were
On it.
so about, sorry.
Never mind.
I was just going to say, within the miscellaneous plan itself, classic plan, there are about 4 bases or slices of that liability that represent assumption changes. So it happens. Those could be different, different kinds of assumption changes, but they're not all, it's not all investment gains and losses.
Thank you.
Can I follow up?
Yes, go ahead.
Your comment. I'm choosing to ask this question now rather than go all the way through and have to kind of go back and refresh our memory here. If you would rather finish the presentation, okay, but we have over the last 3-4 years or so reduced the number of employees that we are in the CalPERS plan. We've gone through PEPRA and all that, but our UAL and our payments seem to go up every year. Okay, notwithstanding the fact that we've reduced the number of people and all that, and I'm sure you got 9 yards worth of words for all that. But is the increase in our payments related to CalPERS investment performance, or is it? And I understand there was a change in the discount rate and all that, but is there an impact of CalPERS investment performance over the last 4 or 5 years or 10 years that's affecting the amount of UAL we have? In other words, is it increasing, even though we've decreased our number of employees, but our payments are increasing and our UAL is increasing? Can you explain that, why that occurs? And I'm maybe asking a layman's question. Everybody else understands it.
Just looking for, bear with me for 1 second.
Sure.
The short answer to your question is all of those things play into it. I was trying to find.
But CalPERS I guess where I'm kind of going is I'm very concerned about CalPERS investment performance and its impact on the amount of money that we owe. And we continue to pay them more money and our UAL increases, and we're covering their losses, and I understand the discount rate business that has an impact on it, but can't be all of it. Can you step back and give us an overview that says, here's the investment performance impact?
I don't have it broken out by, what part of the increase in your district's UAL is related to underperformance of CalPERS versus assumption changes, like changes in the discount rate. I can tell you, I was trying to find over the past 5 years, as of fiscal end of 21, so the last 5 years, CalPERS performance has averaged 6.3%. The last 10 years, it's averaged 8.5%. The last 20 years, it's averaged 5.5%.
So in the last 10 years, in the last 5 years, the last 10 years, they've never hit their discount rate.
Well, no, in 10 years, it was 8.5.
Oh, I'm sorry.
6.8. So.
And that's a little high, but in the last 5 years, they haven't hit their discount rate in their investment performance.
Overall, right, exactly. So to your point, that has a big impact.
I'm, as one board member, I'm just concerned about that, because if it, later on in the presentation, we'll talk about this, but if we're turning over $4 million to them, they're investing that money. And I'm trying to figure out whether we're going to be a beneficiary of their investing our money. Because when they take our $4 million, they just dump it into the pile. And if we only get 3%, 6%, or God forbid, a minus 10%, there goes our money, and I'm concerned about that. And I think it needs your explanation at some point in the presentation. So anyhow, thank you for letting me ask that question.
Maybe we can go to slide 12. And just at a high level, the scenarios 2A, 2B, they assume, again, a one-time ADP of $4 million in the first case scenario. 2A, it's applied to the fire plan and a PEPRA safety plan. The fire plan has a UAL of about well, it's slightly under $3.8 million, but it's sort of close. So it's not exactly a $4 million ADP in this case, because we were specifically targeting certain pieces of your UAL to just be able to say we, address that, and it's no longer there as of today. Scenario 2B is just applied again, the ADP, the payment is applied pro rata across the various classic plans. And then in both of these alternatives, this looks at what would it potentially look like if you issued pension obligation bonds to fund the remaining UAL, so you eliminated the UAL entirely as of the time of that deposit. Again, key point is it may not stay eliminated. So that's what we've looked at here. And Jaime is going to walk you through the financial sort of outcomes of these various strategies. Okay. I'm happy to jump back in as appropriate.
Thank you, still morning. So good morning. All right, we go to slide 13. So here on slide 13, we have the four alternatives we talked about: 1A, 1B, 2A, 2B. You see that in the table below. And in the column here, it says current projected UL payments. That's your payments from fiscal year 22 to 2061, using the CalPERS model that projects the returns for 2021. So this is kind of your payment for the current year and moving forward. Right, and that's paying off a liability of around $8 million. Roughly. And so it's right, the current payments for all the scenarios are the same, right? So this is a do nothing scenario. If you do nothing, your payments are going to be about $13 million to CalPERS to pay off both the balance and the accrued interest. Now, what we have in the second column, the new estimated UL payments, that's kind of what the payments would be after each alternative is implemented. So for example, in alternative 1A, you can make the one-time ADP payment and the ongoing additional discretionary payments based on 22 budget. Your new payments to CalPERS, including the $4 million, would be about $9.4 million. So on a cash flow basis, which is the estimated savings, it shows the cash flow savings would be about $3.8 million. So that's the difference, of making the $4 million ADP payment. The payments moving forward at your projected 2022 levels will save about 3.8. Now, the scenario that produces the greatest savings is 1B, and that's because you're saving the most amount of money to CalPERS of all these scenarios sooner rather than later. So generally, the more money you get to CalPERS, when you project out the savings, the greater the savings would be, because you're reducing the amount of accrued interest.
And this is 1 year. This is 1 year.
This is
not talking about next year or 5 years from now. It's just 1 year.
no. This is all the years
It's over the lifetime.
over the
Bill.
life, over between now and
Okay.
2061.
Assuming a 6.8,
Assuming they meet the targets, correct?
and that they're hitting their targets.
Yes.
Okay.
I'm sorry, so the 1B is where you're spreading it out on a pro rate. Yeah, thank you.
So yeah, you're making the $4 million payment to CalPERS on a pro rata basis to all the plans, classic plans. And that's going to reduce your UL payment moving forward. So you continue to make payments to CalPERS, though, based on the current fiscal year 22, where you're still paying what you pay to them this year for your UL and what you're paying to investors or to the bank for your 2012 POBs. That has the highest outflow of payments.
And if I understand what you're saying, we pay 13 million every year to,
This is over the life.
No, not.
this is over
not
the life.
here.
That's our
Okay.
total bill.
From 22,
If
fiscal
we
year
don't do
22 to
it.
2061.
okay. How much are we giving PERS now and per year? I know that fluctuates.
The payment's about, I think it was 920 in fiscal year 2022. I think we have it on here.
And what would it lower to if we went with option 1B?
Well, it wouldn't lower your payment over the next couple of years. It would increase your payments. That's slide 15.
One B, Carl, 1B assumes the $4 million payment and a continuation of paying what we pay today for the first 2 years.
Okay.
As a further effort to pay down our obligation.
And it assumes that we will continue to pay the amount that we are paying on the pension obligation bond, which we're going to pay off
That's correct.
before June 30th. But that would put that money into the budget to continue to pay down on this because we're used to having the 400,000 a year gone.
Right.
And that goes to CalPERS.
Right.
And we'll get to it. We showed it in the graph. Slide 16. You can just jump to slide 16 real quick, please. Go. Well, let's go 16 real quick. One more. So the blue line here, I'll get to the numbers when we get to it. I'm just going to explain the graph on the bottom. Let's look at the graph in the bottom lower left-hand corner. The blue line are your current payments to CalPERS, or your projected payments to CalPERS based off the 2021 returns in their model. Now, if you made a $4 million additional discretionary payment or somewhere around that amount, your payments will drop to that kind of gold brownish line in the middle. So if you just made the $4 million AP and did nothing else, your payments would drop from the blue line to the kind of brownish gold. In the scenario 1A, 1B, we're saying is, right, our payments were going to be $1 million in fiscal year 2023. And as a result of making this ADP, our payments are not going to be around $500,000. So instead of making just that $500,000 payments, in scenario 1B, we're going to pay about $1.3 million to CalPERS. So we're going to send them an additional discretionary payment, and send them money above and beyond what we're required to pay them in an effort to pay down the UAL faster. Yeah. And let's go to slide 14 here. All right. So let's look at scenario 1A. In scenario 1A, the blue bars here represent the current UL payment schedule. So based off of the model and the returns and the lowering of the discount rate, the blue bars are what you're going to have to pay. And what you see here for the blue bars, they're declining for fiscal year 22 moving forward. And that's as a result of the investment returns from 2021. And the reason why they start to decline in 2024 is because the way CalPERS kind of staggers a new base, there's a 2-year period before it kind of impacts your UAL payments, right? So the return, the positive return from 2021 won't actually start to be felt in your payments to fiscal year 24, right? Because they kind of layer in the basis to make sure, or to minimize the volatility for the positive and negative. And in this scenario, we're saying, okay, we're going to make the $4 million ADP payment this fiscal year. And that's going to lower our payments. But instead of paying at the lower amount, we're going to continue to make ADP payment or UL payments at the $920,000 level, which is what we paid in fiscal year 2022. So we're paying above and beyond what required in an effort to pay down the UL. And you see here, by paying the $4 million ADP and the additional discretionary payments in subsequent years, we reduce the term of what we have to get CalPERS from about 2061. I mean, it's really 2041, but right, the model goes up to really 2061. And we're going to finish paying off in 2028. So we can significantly reduce the amount of payments we send to CalPERS and the amount of time we send payments by making the additional discretionary payment in this year and additional payments in subsequent years. Any questions? All right, let's move on to the next. All right. And in this scenario, we kind of build off scenario 1A. So we're going to make the $4 million ADP payment. So let me take a step back. Same thing from the last graph. The blue bars represent your payments to CalPERS. So you try to keep the blue color consistent throughout the graph. That's the payments you're making to the system.
Current payments. Current payments.
Your current payments.
Yeah.
Or your projected payments, I should say, right? Yeah, current projections. And so we're gonna build off what we did in 1A. And here, we're gonna keep sending money to CalPERS, the 920,000 levels, plus the amount you're currently paying off your pension obligation bonds, which is about $400,000. So that's why it jumps, your payment will jump next year from about 1 million to about 1.3, because you're making payments above and beyond what you're required to in an effort to pay down sooner. And here, when 1B, we pay down our liability even sooner than 1A, the last payment here is in 2026. There's subsequent payments for the PEPRA plan, but for your classic plan, that would terminate in 2026.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Can I ask?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay, so looking at this, if we take a pension obligation bond, and we do a $4 million.
No, this has nothing to do with the pension obligation bond. This is just.
Well, it says
$4 million.
POB debt service on there at the top.
That's the existing debt service that we pay off at the end of June this year. That's the
Oh, all
POB
right.
that we issued some
Okay.
time ago.
So at the end of 26, at the end of 2025, 26, do we have no more UAL?
If, again, big if, right? Let me preface this. The numbers are going to change all the time. They'll change from day to day, right? This is when you make that payment, you're looking at it at a point in time when you make that payment. If CalPERS, meets your projections and they get exactly 6.8, then your UAL, your classic UAL for the classic plans will be paid off by 2026. That's the projection. Because
And
there's
then-
some underlying assumptions that CalPERS, right, meets his investment.
That includes miscellaneous and safety.
Yes.
Okay.
You can see very small blue bars, it's very hard to tell after 26, but those are for the PEPRA plan, which don't get paid off in scenario 1. And this produces the greatest savings, right? Because you're saving the most amount of money CalPERS sooner rather than later. All right. Questions? Let's move on to the next slide, slide 16. Okay, in the next two scenarios, we're going to talk about where we make an additional restriction of payment of $4 million and we issue pension obligation bonds. In the first scenario, 2A, we are going to make the $4 million, about $4 million contribution to just the fire plan. So you'll see in slides 16 and 17, the brown line is going to look different because it's your payment subsequent to making the $4 million AP will be different whether you make that payment to the fire plan or on a pro rata basis to all the other plans. The line's going to change and it'll affect the potential savings, as you can see. So in this scenario, we're assuming an interest rate of 4.75. This is a private placement. So you go to the bank, you say you want to borrow some money, so we'll let you borrow about $4 million over a 15-year period at an interest rate of 4.75. That'd be fixed rate. The all-in TIC here is almost closer to 6, which is very high. And the difference between the coupon and TIC is just that the TIC takes into account the actual money you get once you subtract out the cost of issuance. So that's why it's a little bit higher or extra high. So we have the particulars in the summary stats. On the right-hand side, we have the numbers that kind of go into the graph. As I explained earlier, the existing UL amortization shows the current payment schedule, went to 2061. The middle column shows the debt service schedule. The last column shows the estimated cash flow savings.
Oh.
And then on the graph here, right, the green bars represent your payments, bondholders for investors for the pension obligation bonds. So a little bit about the structure here. Questions?
No, there's a squeaky noise. We were just trying to figure out what it is.
I believe that it is.
They're working on the toilet.
Yeah.
Working on the toilet.
Yeah.
And we have a plugged drain. I believe that's what you're hearing.
I think they must, maybe they're doing the thing
They've been
now.
working on it quite a while.
Yeah, oh, yeah.
Yeah,
it's-
yeah.
Well, that must be a good plug. If that's what it is.
That's,
That's what it sounds like.
it
now
sounds
that
like
you
it's
mention it.
coming from that. Well, yeah.
In previous presentations, right, there were different iterations of, we presented different structures, right? Well, actually, a lot of different structures. And one structure that we kind of settled on was when we front load the debt service, which means that we're going to pay a lot of debt service in the first 2 years and then level it out. And this structure kind of originated when we're thinking about how this a potential POB debt service or bond or security might dovetail with the other capital plans. Right? The other capital plans might include some debt beginning year 2025. So we wanted to have lower POB payments in those years and front loaded in the first 2 years to create capacity for debt service or other pay-as-you-go projects subsequent in 2024. Again, the structure could change, but it's not, this is just one structure that kind of seemed to make sense during the presentation. And one of the things to know here, we kind of shorted to 15 years. You see your POBs kind of go out, or your UO payments kind of extend beyond that. In this structure might make sense for private placements when you kind of solicit banks for a loan. And the reason why that would kind of make sense for being optional over a public sale is the complexity of airport credits, you're unrated. 15 years kind of seems to be a place where banks are willing to lend. So that's why we kept it 15 years. It shortens your term, lowers your interest rate, and improves your savings.
Just so you recall, we did a private placement when you issued the POB, the pension obligation bonds a few years ago.
Can I ask another question, Carl?
Yes, go ahead.
And again, I'm kind of a lay guy. I got a MBA in finance, but this one makes your head explode. All right, so I'm comparing 1B to 2B. And so just for explanation purposes, I watched the great thing, which is UAL payment schedule after ADPs on 1B. That goes down by in 2026, 27, 0.
Yep.
Okay. Now that brown line on 2B never doesn't go down to 0 until we're out to 2039.
That's a good.
Now, is that because we on 2B, we didn't continue to make constant level additional payments or not additional constant level of payments compared to 1B? I don't know whether I said that right. Do you understand what I'm talking about?
Yeah, I do. I didn't explain it. So the brown line is just for illustrative purposes. It's not actual payments you're going to make. It's just.
Why is it up?
It's just there to show you what your payments would look like if you made a $4 million ADP payment and you didn't do anything else. And it's also there to show you the difference between what your payments would be if you issued POBs and didn't issue POBs. Right? As you can see, the space between the brown line and the green bars, there's not a lot of space there, which means the savings from the POB aren't that great. Right? Most of the savings we talk about here, the cash flow savings, are generated through the $4 million ADP payment. For scenario 1A, only about $700,000 of that 3.1 million savings are generated through the issuance of POB, but the vast majority are through the $4 million ADP payment.
Okay,
So the
and
brown
I
line-
apologize, but I'm having trouble figuring out which shell the P is under on this deal. Okay,
Yes.
so the brown line, forget the blue line, that's got the pension obligation.
The blue lines are current payments or projected payments to CalPERS. That's the status quo.
The green, that's the green line is pension obligation bonds and the blue line is current payment schedule.
Yep.
I still don't understand between 1B and 2B, why we don't go down to, the brown line doesn't go down to 0 in 2026 or 2027.
In this one here, right? The brown line doesn't go down to 0 because you're only making a $4 million payment. You're
That's
not
all?
doing- You're not doing the other stuff. You're not making the additional payments on your current 22 fiscal year 22 levels. You're not making the additional payments based off your 2002 POP debt service. The brown line is just what would happen if you made the $4 million AP payment and did nothing else.
Okay, we're, after we make the $4 million, what did we do in our budget? Did we stop making payments to CalPERS, or did we stop increasing our payments, or
In the
what?
brown line, you just make the $4 million payment and
That's
you-
it?
That's it. No other alternative. You just pay as you're required to pay.
I think you said what I was going to say, which is if what the brown line represents, as Jaime was saying, is if you make a $4 million AEP, they've only paid off a portion of your existing UAL.
Yeah,
And then you still have $3+ million of UAL remaining, and you just pay according to the required schedule
okay.
ongoing.
So on 1B, we've stopped feeding the beast. We're feeding the beast all the way up through 2026, okay? We're not, we don't have any additional, we have to have excess in our budget to be able to make those payments. Plus, we already did $4 million, and CalPERS has to make that 6.86. Okay, and with the brown line here assumes we're just putting all that other money in covering any deficits we might have, or, you know, that the usual CalPERS payment that we've been making. Okay, I understand better, but I apologize because this is,
That's a good point. We actually didn't have the brown line in other iterations, and I wanted to put it here because I wanted to show what your payments would look like if you just did the $4 million ADP payment and did nothing else.
okay, one thing is constant, we have to keep paying the bondholders, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
Again, so if you make a $4 million AP payment and you issue bonds, you're, and CalPERS meets their investment returns, you wouldn't pay anything to CalPERS. Your payments would just be to bondholders, which are represented by the green bars.
Thank
But
you.
going back to option 1, we are not issuing bonds. We're just taking the money we're paying for the bond right now and continuing to pay that.
Yep. Continue.
So there are no new bonds. We're just acting like the money we were paying to the bond now is going to PERS to lower our debt.
Correct.
Okay, yeah, that's how I understood it.
You go to slide 2. This, up, slide 6, slide 17. Here we go. And here you see the brown line is a little bit different, right? And that's because we're making payments to all the plans on a pro rata basis. That's why the brown line is a little bit different here. But same concept, right? You make the $4 million ADP payment to CalPERS this fiscal year, and then you issue bonds for the remainder of the UAL, which is be slightly less than $4 million. You pay it back over 15 years, right? Once you issue the bonds and make the $4 million payment, your payments to CalPERS would cease to exist if they make all the return investments and they don't make any other assumption changes. And with the savings here, most of these savings, estimated cash flow savings, are generated from the $4 million ADP from the get-go. Only about about 10% are actually generated through the POB issuance. Meaning only about $330,000 of these estimated savings are a result of you issuing pension obligation bonds. As you can see here, the green bars kind of go over the brown line toward the tail end. So meaning that if you just made the $4 million payment and did nothing else, starting in fiscal year 2034, your payments to CalPERS would be lower than the payments you made to bondholders. All right, so that's why the savings aren't as great here with the same structure where we front load the debt for the first few years and then level it out through year 15. Not perhaps an optimal choice.
Jaime, how do we change our all in from 599 to 607? Is it because we dropped under 4 million and there's a cut point on the charge?
Yeah, so the par amount for 1B is a little bit smaller because you're making a greater payment to CalPERS, you're making the 4 full million, where 1A, you're just making about 3.9, let's say. And it's going to be a little bit higher because your borrowing cost, or sorry, your cost of issuance is the same. Right, so the amount of money you're getting back from the investors is less because of the cost of issuance. So that raises your all-in TIC. It's just a function of the amount you're borrowing and how much is being retained for cost of issuance. Because of the amount you borrow, not all that's going to go to CalPERS. Some of that will be paid, our fees back, bond counsel and other things.
We keep bringing you back. It's going to keep going up.
Keeps going up.
If CalPERS reduces in this chart 2B, or it could be in 1B as well. If CalPERS reduces their discount rate, which they're trending towards
Yeah.
that, that's kind of their stated, I don't know whether it's stated objective, but it seems that's what they want to do. What does that do to our brown line?
It will increase the brown. It will
We'll have to pay more money.
Yes. About, yeah, and move the blue line as well. Yeah, of your UAL, a good chunk of it is the assumption changes. That does cause an increase in your UAL.
A good chunk of it is what?
Assumption changes.
Subject to changes.
No, assumption changes.
Assumption.
Oh, okay, assumption. All right.
And next slide here. Okay, slide. This one here requires some explanation. So what we have here is cash flow impact by fiscal year. So this is just looking at the cash flow impact of each alternative, right? So in the bottom, right, describing each alternative. The one to the furthest left is the current payment or the status quo. So the gray bars represent the payments you're making fiscal year 20. So in this scenario, right, the payment to CalPERS, if you did nothing, it's about $1 million. If you implemented 1A, it'd be about $920. If you did 1B, it'd be about $123. And 2A, 2B are about $1 million. So with this, it's kind of the purpose of this graph is to kind of show you the cash flow impact of the next 5 years. Right? There's a little bit of a trade-off. 1A, 1B produce the greatest savings over the life of every year, particularly over the next 20 years, but they require the most amount of money up front. So they have the least amount of cash flow savings in the next 5 years, but the greatest overall savings. Right? And the trade-off, right, with 2A, 2B is the savings aren't as great over the next 20 years, but the cash flow savings are pretty good over the next 5 years. And that's kind of what this is supposed to represent, is that there's a little bit of a trade-off between these alternatives that if you want greater savings, it's going to require greater upfront investment or greater upfront ADP payments. And if you want the savings, and if you're not as concerned about the savings, but more concerned about the cash flow over the next 5 years, a structure like 2A, 2B might make a little bit more sense. Questions? Okay.
So the tan line disappears with 1B in year 24, 25?
26, 27.
26, 27, okay.
And right for 2A, 2B, go on for the next. And again, one thing we should mention about 1A, 1B is, the payment, the additional payments to CalPERS, it's up in years, 22, 23, 24, 25, they're optional, right? So if you do have a cash flow issue, if there's a budgetary issue, you're like, you know what, we're not going to make those additional payments to CalPERS this year. We're just going to pay what we're required to pay. So there's some flexibility to that.
That was in 1B,
1A, 1B.
1A, 1B.
Right? You're not tied to make those payments. There are additional discretionary payments. You have the option not to make.
If we decide to put a mezzanine in, we can hold our cash.
Sure we can.
So, if you indulge me, walk us off of that slide. There were more questions on 18.
There are actually, Director Sony does have some questions, although we're in this mode with screen
Yep.
share, she's not able to raise her hand. So
Okay.
so she sent me a text saying, "Can I-"
Yeah, thank you. We couldn't see you there for a while, so we'll open it up to Director Sani's questions so far.
Director Sani?
Hello, can you hear me?
We can now.
All right. Hopefully I won't have a coughing spell. I've had a few of them during this presentation. Thank you so much for all the work. I know we looked at this. I believe I even looked at a lot of this information when I was on the finance committee. I'm just trying to understand what we're trying. I know we're not making a decision today, but we're just really trying to understand the different options. And it seems that slide 18 really gives us quite a bit of information here. And maybe the presenters could just do a 30-second recap or what, I mean, is that the idea of this conversation right now, or to the chair or executive director or whatever? Like, give me a baseline. Help me understand.
Director, what I would hope I would get from the board today is some direction. Which direction would you like us to proceed? You're not going to authorize. That has to come back to you as a board to authorize, but get us some direction so that we can ask PFM to begin the process of moving us forward. My recommendation will be that we use $4 million from the original CARES Act grant as an advance payment, and that over the next 2 years, we continue to pay what we have paid to CalPERS plus the $300,000 that we were paying on the pension obligation bond that we will pay off in June. So just act as though that we didn't pay that pension obligation bond off. Instead of using that $300,000 to pay for the bond, we just pay it down as additional payment to CalPERS. That
how many
would
years?
be my 2 years.
Just 2 years.
Just 2 years. And the reason for that is over the course of the next 2 years, we don't need to be in the bond market as it relates to the future capital program. What we're going to do for the next 2 years will be funded through grants. When we get to the terminal building, then we're going to have to start talking about bonding. Clearly, you're going to make those decisions before then, but we won't have to issue bonds until we get to that point. So while we still have that headroom, let's make every payment we can possible to pay off our obligation, thereby reducing our long-term debt, if you will, and reducing our projected payments to CalPERS. Remember, CalPERS payments come out of our operating budget, which is the same budget you're going to pay your debt service on for a terminal building. So if we can minimize the impact of CalPERS going forward by making payments early, which I'm proposing to do in my recommendation, we'll have additional headroom, if you will, in our budget to service debt for the terminal.
That's good.
Well, I may, Carl.
Well,
Yeah.
Lisa's talking
Oh,
right
I'm
now.
sorry.
Go ahead,
I
Lisa.
forgot we were in that loop.
You're on mute.
Yeah, I was coughing, so I went to mute. Sorry about that. All right, so I think page 18 is quite, it shows a lot as far as what our different options are. I need to step back for a second and ask, and I know I believe when I saw these documents before, I need to understand the output or the initial investment of the 4 million. And do we really need to make that even? And has that analysis been done? Because I guess I still need to understand how we get there. I know, Mike, to the executive director, you and I did have a conversation about it shows due diligence on our part as a board that we try to manage our liabilities and keep them as tight as we can ultimately, and it ultimately helps us should we need to go forward, for funds in the future and in a market setting, not in a tax setting, I as one board member am not comfortable at all, and I understand that we don't even have the provisions for that in our district as they stand right now, but that's not what I meant by that. I just meant that I'm not sure that the $4 million expenditure truly makes sense. And I'm looking for the figures related to that or the analysis. Did I miss that?
I think so, if I'm understanding your question. The impact of the $4 million payment is exactly what the folks from PFM, Jaime and Sarah, have shown you. The impact of not making that was added to the presentation today, and that's a brown bar, I believe it was. If we didn't do anything, it's status quo, you see the impact there.
What page is that on? The not doing anything, Joyce?
So we can go to page 3. So the graph on the bottom of page 3 shows what your projected payments will be if you don't make the 4 million. This is just, if you don't do anything, this is what it would look like. So you would have a projected payment in fiscal 23 of about $1 million, and then a projected payment in 24 of something over $900,000. You wouldn't really have a significant decline. So you'd be stepping down kind of gradually through fiscal 2028, and still you'd be somewhere upwards of $700,000 of UAL payments every year until about 2036, if you don't do anything.
So then can you give me the slide of if I do things, which is, I believe, let's see, we got the 2 options, right? So it's like page 14.
Yes, page 14.
Okay, so I can compare what the difference is. And one of the things is we don't know what Sacramento is going to do. And I mean, obviously, I highly doubt that they're going to address pensions as a whole, but I think it's, when I look at my own family's budget, to me, it's always a opportunity cost. If you pay down this, it means you can't use money for other things and things of that nature. And, And to the, to the executive director, LaPierre, that was a conversation that you and I had to a large extent, I believe, when we spoke, because I was trying to really understand how important this was to our future, to the future. And I understand the savings, but I still, to me, the $4 million outspend is a concern because there's opportunity costs there. Okay.
I think one thing we have to understand is that money is not coming out of our reserves. That money is coming out of the CARES Act, which is not anywhere on our budget at all. That is money that has been allocated to us that we have not tapped into. So that money is not coming from anything at all that will impact us. It is money that is sitting out there in a total separate fund. And if we don't use it, we will eventually lose it because there is a hard stop on that money. So to me, that is one of the most compelling reasons to take a $4 million payout and to put it on that, because it is approved under the CARES Act funding. And it is money that we have not shown a need for in any other place on this airport that we could justify using CARES Act money right now. So it seems to me like this is the best place to put it, Lisa. So that's, for me, that's a real push to do this and to move forward on it.
And I appreciate that. And I do understand that. I think, the money potentially with CARES Act could be used for other initiatives or things, but I absolutely do understand, your point. And I know that this board had acted before and it was a good move. It was a responsible move. It was a financially responsible move for the district as well. So I just appreciate the clarity on things. Okay, those were my questions. I think so. We essentially just need to give some direction of, we're looking for a swag, or what are we looking for?
What I would hope to get out of this is moving the ball forward toward, at very least, the $4 million payment from the CARES Act to CalPERS. You can't authorize me to do that today, but I can bring that back to you at another meeting for the authorization.
You can
But
bring
to
it back
do
next
that-
Tuesday in our budget meeting.
Correct.
And on that point, just from a timing standpoint, just to provide a little context there, for any ADP, $4 million or any other amount that you would make to count toward fiscal year 2023 required UAL payments, it has to be with CalPERS by the 25th of June. So that's just, I'm not saying you have to do it, but if it's later than that, it wouldn't be counted in next year's requirement.
Yeah, which is why I'm asking for that direction.
What's the impact of that? If we're not in by the 25th, what's the delays a year? What does that mean?
It means your payments next year wouldn't go down.
We wouldn't start to see this
Yeah, you wouldn't start
impact.
to see the impact.
You probably push
until
it
the
out a
following
year.
Yeah.
Well, you're almost finished with your presentation, right?
Absolutely, we can be.
That'd be great. And then
Substantively
we'll
done.
open it up to questions. But something you said, Mike and Mary Ann, a hard stop where we have the potential to lose that CARES Act money. What is that, Dave?
The grant, when it was issued, which was almost 2 years ago, has a 4-year lifespan.
So we're down 2
We're
years
down to
and
2
counting.
years. Yeah.
Okay.
I have a question of Mike's direction that
Okay.
I tried to bring up when I didn't realize Lisa was still on. When you're asking us for direction here, it sounds like more than just some elaboration on what we've heard. You're asking us to say yes to $4 million.
No.
And yes to go forward. I don't know how to deal with something short of that, because the direction that you need to go forward, I don't know what going forward means. What would PFM do going forward then?
There is a process you have to go through to make an ADP. We also have to retain their services. Their services end with this work. So we have to engage PFM to assist us. We have to work with CalPERS to prepare them for our advance or our advance payment. Doing all of that prep work now, and then bringing back that to you to give us authorization. Two-step process. Give me direction that this is the way that you think you want to go. We will work with PFM to make that happen. It comes back to you for final approval.
We're trying to, the urgency here is we have to hit June 25th. Is that right?
Correct.
Or world kind of ends for us. We don't get any savings, nothing happens, good. Is that right?
That's correct. We'd like to be able to do this by June 24th.
Okay, if we don't do this by the 25th, but we decide on August 1st to do $4 million, have we lost something here or what? I'm a little confused. I'm dealing here with the sense of urgency that we have to all of a sudden scramble and get this done by June 25th.
Yeah, if we go to slide 17. Well, you see slide 17, the brown line, it dips to about $500,000 and about $600,000 here. You lose potential of this much in savings, a little less than $400,000 in savings. Because CalPERS, you can make a payment by the fiscal year, they'll charge you this amount. You pay this amount, have some savings. But if you don't make it, then you're obligated to pay.
Okay.
So $400,000 loss.
It's $40,000 of cash flow loss
1 year or over?
in 1 year. In 1 year. Next fiscal year.
$400,000 loss.
Yeah.
The difference between our payment if we do nothing and the payment what we would pay if we pay the $4 million advance purchase.
Okay. Well,
$400,000.
I don't know, you're not asking for comments right now, but
No. So we can,
I'm a little frustrated.
it's okay. Anything else you need to say? Okay, then we're gonna take the 5-minute break we talked about earlier. And then we'll come back with questions. So write your questions down and be ready to go.
Why are we taking 5
Yeah,
minutes?
Mr.
I
Chairman.
want to get the order in.
Yeah, we've got that handled
It's done.
now.
Oh, you do?
Because we're bringing it here.
Okay.
There you go.
Okay, we are back. Thank you. Let's start at this end of the table. Director Leffel, your questions.
Okay, I think that any of these is a step in the right direction. So I'll start by saying that. I believe that we need to pay down the 4 million upfront at a minimum. And I hesitate to say that I would add any more money to that, but there is that possibility. I believe the fact that we can use the CARES Act money for this is very compelling. And I would hope that we get to a point where we can authorize it next week. I believe that this gives us for the peace of mind for the funding agencies that will look at us in the near future for additional improvements on our property. I think it gives them the opportunity to see that we were serious about paying down debt. It will also give us a guaranteed payment that we know what we can live with to budget going forward. And I like that we're also having an additional discretionary payment that we can eliminate if we hit a rough patch, if our employments fell off, if we needed the money for some other capital improvement that sprung up because we have damage or something happened. So I think from a funding standpoint, which is mostly how I look at things, I think it's number one, it will increase our credit rating as we go forward with a larger project. I think it will give us a standard payment amount that we can depend on for future planning. And it gives us the flexibility that if we need to reduce the additional discretionary payment, that we can do that. So I'm for the largest amount of savings possible. I think that we're in a good position, unlike a lot of our cities and the county and some other districts that are around here. I think we've managed our money very prudently. And, you know, CalPERS to me is a total dirty word. So I think if we can take care of as much of this as possible with the resources that we have, I think we need to go forward. And I don't have any other questions because this is now my fourth presentation, I think. And I really appreciate the time, and I think the very clear, straightforward way you have presented it. So thank both of you.
Okay, thank you. Director Sani, any questions?
I don't think I don't have questions about this. I think it has been well presented, and I really appreciate the consultants, you know, the charts and what they've done. And again, I recall going through this when I was also on the finance committee. My questions are more about what else can be done with this money. And I realize we're in a 4-year timeline with the CARES Act dollars. And I think that maybe will get answered in next week's meeting. And for that reason, yeah, I need the bigger picture before I could provide direction on where we could go from here. And I appreciate that I've got this knowledge. It won't take me long to analyze it or to look at it and to decipher what makes sense. But again, and I've been saying this for quite some time, I really need the big picture. And I'm going to wait for that before giving any direction on how funds would be spent. Thank you.
Okay, well, let me kick that over to Mr. Lapierre. My understanding is, how much money do we have in this pot of CARES Act money?
In that one grant, we have about $8.4 million left. That was an
We have
initial
2 years or less to spend it.
Correct. When we talk opportunity cost for those dollars, the long-term benefit of a payment of this nature is articulated by Director Leffel quite well. It gives us some stability, number one, in our operating budget, which is where debt service is paid from. It positions us extremely well with the rating agencies for 2 reasons. One, we've reduced our debt, which looks very good to them. But secondly, it also goes to how they look at our management of our financial affairs. And when you get that kind of benefit from a $4 million payment of grant funds, it's hard to say specifically what that long-term benefit would be. But if your rating on a bond issuance is reduced because is increased, you've got a better rating because you're managing your financial affairs better. That positions you very well long-term for lower borrowing costs if you go to a bond issue, which comes from a better rating. So long-term strategy here to have a better financial picture when you go to the rating agencies pays off in lower interest rates and a better credit rating.
Okay, you still have about $4 million to spend. Do you have a plan for that money? I know this is not the time to discuss that.
Yep.
but, okay. And you'll bring that to us,
Yes.
next
I
week.
will. The only other thing that we've talked about previously, and I'll remind you about it, is we have an obligation related to the hangars on the south side.
Okay,
We have to resolve that issue. So I've held the remaining $4 million, at least in my strategy, held that in abeyance so that we can use those funds to address the hangar issue
Okay.
that we need to.
and
address.
I don't want to open up another can of
No, I
worms here,
agree.
but,
Yeah, we're not
thank you
ready
for
to-
that. Okay, Director Sabo. Thank you. Oh, wait a second. Coming back for a second bite here. Go ahead, Lisa. You're on mute. You're on mute.
Thank you. Is there a slide to refer to the bond ratings and the improvements for that?
No, there is
okay.
not. That
I know we had a conversation about it,
yeah, we
but it
did.
would be helpful.
Yeah, that is not part of this portion of PFM's work, but Sarah and Jaime may be able to address that from their standpoint.
And well, I can do a Google search on it too, so that's okay. I'll inform myself, but, or if you want to say something, go ahead, Sarah.
We have a slide 20 that does speak a bit to the criteria that Standard & Poor's uses to evaluate our airport credits. So it does talk a little bit about what the key metrics and conceptually what they look at. Jaime is a former Standard & Poor's rating analyst, so he may want to speak to this, but I'll just touch the high points. Debt service coverage is one of the key aspects. That's 55% of the financing risk profile that they evaluate. They look at debt and liabilities, and liabilities doesn't explicitly include pension obligations, but I can tell you they certainly take that into account, if not explicitly in this map, certainly in their assessment. And then liquidity and financial flexibility. So days cash on hand and reserves as a ratio against debt. So having liquidity but also managing liabilities tend to sort of pull in other opposite directions, right? So if you have the liability that's accruing at 6.8% per year, as you do with CalPERS currently, addressing some portion of that with cash that wouldn't earn 6.8% if you held on to it, or were able to avoid some other expenditure that you might have to borrow for, potentially is, as the executive director was describing, going to put you in a stronger position. But those are the key sort of metrics that the rating agencies look at, coverage being a key one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. And then I just had one more question, Chair Miller. The COVID dollars could also be spent on safety investments. Is that an accurate statement?
I'm not, give me a little bit more definition, what you mean.
Well,
safety.
I thought that, and I know we've got three different funding,
Right.
buckets essentially, for lack of a better term.
Mhm.
But that safety, safety purchases were a possibility, at least on one of them, from what I recall. I'll have to look back at, it would be interesting to know what other uses for those dollars there are.
We can reimburse ourselves for a number of different things from each grant. There are some limitations on the second two that are not on the first CARES Act tranche of money.
Right.
Safety, I don't recall that specifically called out, but certainly we can reimburse ourselves for things that we would do to.
And I know we did that during, especially in the heart of COVID. So we
Yeah.
were, but I thought there was something for future purchases, but but it would be good to know what specifically those dollars can be used for, as we've got like another 2 years on them. And I can try and research that too. Those are my questions. Thank you.
Okay, Director Sabo.
I don't have specific questions, but I am probably going to balance between questions and comments here. I'm very concerned about this question of $4 million in CARES money. We're kind of treating that like it's free money. It can only be used for this purpose, you know, and we have to use it for this purpose before it expires. I think we could, correct me if I'm wrong, but we could expand the use of that CARES money in many or most cases to cover more of our operating costs, which is like 38% of our total budget. We can use that CARES money for our operating budget, and we can use it for other capital improvements, which I've already seen the budget. You have some capital improvements out there. Is that a true statement?
To an extent, yes. There are other uses for those funds that would accrue, that do accrue to us.
Okay, so if we use the CARES money, which we were talking about, would take this $4 million of free CARES money and put it towards our CalPERS obligation. We could also, if we used it for our operating costs, reimbursing our operating costs, reimbursing our capital expenditures, we could put that money in our bank account, our cookie jar, our cash surplus. Is that true?
Not directly, but indirectly, yes.
Well, if we're not
Reimburse
spending it,
ourselves,
if
yeah.
we're getting reimbursed for our operating expenses and we're
then
not
put-
spending cash
Yes.
for that.
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't say that you're wrong. If I finish my statement, it isn't a direct payment from. the
I understand.
grant
It's
to-
reimbursement.
Yeah, it's reimbursement.
Okay,
We can do that. That is an opportunity for us.
okay.
But as I've said, I think the best opportunity for us is to address this long-term obligation. It positions us better with the rating agencies. It positions us better from a financial standpoint for our operating
I
revenues.
got that. And
Yeah,
I
so-
got that. That was a good observation. I don't necessarily agree with that, but it's a good observation out here. I am also kind of disappointed in the fact that at the beginning of this presentation, that I asked, well, where are the options for the other options that we have? This is option analysis. And since December, all we've been talking about is $4 million and either direct payment of CARES money to reduce our CalPERS debt or take a pension obligation bond. That's all we've been got. Whatever happened to the trust thing? You know, it came up in December and then it disappeared. I'm concerned very directly with the fact that all of these assumptions about additional ADP or ADPs over time and the reduction in our CalPERS debt all assumes that we're going to continue making payments to CalPERS. I'm talking about 1A, 1B. We're going to continue making payments to CalPERS. None of this really considers our budget. Our budget is a factor we have to live with out here. And if we are entering a period of recession here, potential recession, a downturn in the economy, potential unknown changes in whether our air carriers continued, they're on a 30-day leash here. You know, they can be gone that fast. What happens if our operating budget, our operating revenue kind of takes a dump? What is our flexibility here to make our CalPERS payments going forward? And I don't think we have any. You know, we gave our money, $4 million to CalPERS. We can't get that back. Okay. And so obviously I'm heading towards this 115 trust thing where when we have money, put it in the trust, which gives us budget flexibility going forward, as well as the option to have a hybrid, maybe a $2 million payment to CalPERS and $2 million to maintain an investment fund out here. I don't know whether we can ever exceed what CalPERS is doing, but a trustee, maybe they can. We can certainly do better than CalPERS has, but over the past 10 years, they've never met their investment targets. And so now we're saying we're going to give $4 million of our money to let them invest. It's like saying, I'm going to take my 401k or my IRA, and I didn't like it the way that CalPERS is an investment advisor. They're a manager. I'm going to give my money to them rather than this guy that was earning me 8%. I'm going to give it to a guy that's making an average of 5.5 to 6%. It makes no sense to me, none at all. And so I understand the concept of this nice, clean, pay for $4 million right now, and it all goes down, the credit card gets paid off, and that's all simple to understand. But that's $4 million we can never get back again. And we need to take a look at our budget for next year, the year after that, and the year after that, and be able to have some flexibility to say, we got money in that 115 trust, we can now draw money out of that and pay our CalPERS obligation. Or we could decide we're really running flush with a lot of money. We'll take that 115 trust money and we'll pay down our CalPERS obligation. This way, we burn the $4 million right away, and we have no idea what's going to happen next year. So I'm very concerned that we didn't hear more about the advantages or disadvantages of a 115 trust. And we also made the assumption that there was only one way we could spend our $4 million in CARES money, and that was take it right, ask for reimbursement for a contribution to CalPERS. We could, in fact, increase our cash reserves here by paying all of our operating costs and our capital improvements and getting reimbursements from the feds under the CARES money, as I understand it. And then now we've got a rather large cash surplus, and we can put our cash surplus into that 115 trust. We can do that with our money. We can't do it with the CARES money. And that wasn't discussed an awful lot. That budget flexibility going forward. And I would appreciate if you have any brief comments on budget flexibility going forward with a 115 trust.
I thought we were running a little bit.
Sorry.
No,
Welcome
I
to our
sort of
world.
Self-censored, but I did actually.
And I'm not denigrating you. I'm just saying that's what I asked for up front, and that never happened.
So if we could, we don't have exactly the analysis you're talking about, but what I wanted to talk about a little bit by way of just some illustration, if we could go to slide, let's say 17. So if you'll bear with me, the charts are going to be, that we have here, we're going to go back to our favorite lower left-hand graph. And this does assume a $4 million ADP, but conceptually, this could work with a different amount. So let's just talk about it that way. So what I was going to say is, one of the ways that a Section 115 trust could fit together with a strategy along the lines of what we've been talking about, and is that you could take, so as Jaime was pointing out, the blue line represents what you would be expected to pay to CalPERS if you don't do anything. And the goldish brown, my eyesight is really getting terrible here. The goldish brown.
Join the party.
So I can walk over there and point. So let me do that actually. This is a very low tech laser pointer. So this line right here, the blue one, is what we expect you'll pay if you don't make any changes. You just keep paying what they bill you as they bill it to you.
Doesn't that include EOB debt service?
Blue doesn't, this is just do nothing. This is a status quo, don't do anything, no strategy, the status quo. So the blue line represents what you expect to pay to CalPERS if you don't make an ADP, if you don't issue bonds, just don't do anything. Just pay the payments as they come due. This goldish brown line represents what you would expect that to change to if you make an upfront payment of $4 million. If it were an upfront payment of $2 million, to your example, it would be somewhere up here probably.
Okay.
So what I was going to say is, one of the ways we've seen other clients use trusts is to capture this difference. So if you were to make this payment instead of doing nothing, that generates about $400,000 of enjoy a reduction in what our payments otherwise would have been. Let's put that in the trust. So to your point, if at some point in the future CalPERS underperforms,
Yes.
you could
If,
draw out.
did you say
that
if?
money. If,
I'm
yeah.
sorry. I couldn't help
At some
myself.
point in the future, if and when there's an underperformance, that money could be available to help offset. It's sort of, people use it as a pension stabilization kind of a fund. The reason when we talked about CalPERS, Section 115 trusts back in October, I think one of the reasons we weren't focused there so much was that the expected returns based on the asset allocations we looked at, which ranged from 50-50 equity and fixed income to 70-30, so 70% in the stock market, 30% in fixed income. The expected returns over the next 5 years for that range of portfolios was between 4 and 5.1%. We have updated those numbers based on conversations with PFM Asset Management, which is our former colleagues. They were recently acquired by US Bank, so they're no longer our colleagues, but they're still our friends. So we checked in with them. They had provided this analysis to us back in the fall. PFM Asset Management's current capital market assumptions for 2022, those same percentages currently would be 4.2% return for a 50-50 portfolio and a 5.3% return over the next 5 years for a 65-35 portfolio. So I think it was just the fact that the earnings potential there relative to the liability and the rate at which it's being accrued by CalPERS wasn't that great. But on the other hand, if you turn it around in the other way, if you could set aside some money and it earned 5.3 of the 6.8% they're going to be charging you, you really reduce that and buy that down. So I don't think it's a either or strategy necessarily. I think there's a way that these can be knit together and used in concert to both reduce your ongoing payments somewhat to begin with and generate an ongoing source of money that could be put into a trust and held there to help balance out in the future.
And that's kind of where I was going. And I think I, as one board member, and my colleagues as well, need that a balance of those alternatives, because we have to deal with budget. You don't. Once you've said, I got my charts, everything's going to go that direction, you're gone. Okay, you helped us arrange the bond thing or whatever it is, but the fact of the matter is we have to deal with budgets, and next year's budget and the year after and the year after that may get a little tight and not go the way we thought, and say, geez, I wish I had that $4 million back, or I wish we had $2 million of that $4 million back. And that's kind of where I'm concerned. I don't want to see this district ever get in a bind because we went for the low-hanging fruit of let's pay off our credit card debt while we got it, but next year we got medical expenses. Geez, I didn't think that was coming, that's kind of where I'm going. And the analysis that I've read on every city in California is dealing with the same problem. Everyone says, geez, what do we do 2 years from now if we don't have a budget surplus? Well, we can take that money out of the 115 trust and we can at least pay our CalPERS obligation. And then to the bonding capacity, I guess you're the bond guy, is that right? The financial analysis. I would imagine that anybody who's really looking at our financials and they see a 115 trust, maybe $3-4 million in our 115 trust. Well, we can't, under GAAP or gas, whatever the accounting standards are, we can't claim that as an active asset, but we can put a big footnote in bold letters down there said, look at that $4 million. We can pay off an awful lot of our future obligations to CalPERS. And I would imagine as an analyst, you would notice that footnote out there that is, even though accounting rules don't allow you to capture it. So while I'm not faulting you, I'm just saying, I think the guidance is driving us down. This particular solution is not one that I necessarily agree with in total. I would look for more of a hybrid. I said this in the finance committee meeting too, and with all due respect, you guys are experts in the whole thing, but I didn't hear experts really talking about my other options. And this is a pension analysis. And so that's where I'm concerned. And so I don't want to give direction at this point to say, let's go start setting up the $4 million and make all that. And that's not direction that I want to give. I can't speak for my fellow colleagues, but I want to hear more at our budget workshop about evaluating these options and, what we can do to burn our CARES money before it expires without giving it all away to CalPERS. And these CalPERS numbers that I've been looking at here indicate they haven't come anywhere near their discount rate, except in a couple of years in the last 10. For in the last year, yeah, that's not a good track record that I'm willing to give my money over. And I confess, I can't really analyze what the impact is on us. If we give them $4 million of our money right now and they blow it and they come in with a minus 10% return, I don't know how that impacts us, but I'm sure it would not inure to our benefit, and I wish I could get it back, but I can't. If it's in the 115 trust and I gave them some money, but I still got some left, maybe I got a little return on my 115 money, but I didn't lose it all or lose a significant portion of it. And I would be hopeful that you at some point in your preparations to speak to us would speak to the pros and cons of that 115 business,
The other thing I would just to piggyback on your comments about budgetary flexibility, one thing to keep in mind about it, an additional discretionary payment decision can be made on an annual basis. So you can make the decision you're going to make about doing or not doing it for the coming fiscal year.
Yeah.
But I think it was stated previously, but just to return back to it, is that doesn't, even if you adopted some version of strategy A or 1A or 1B and planned to make additional payments in the future, if you ran into a situation where, there was a significant downturn, the airlines are, walking away from you and there's real budgetary stress, you are not locked into having to make those ADPs that you intended to make.
But we still have to make the regular payment though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay, we
Yeah,
still have to make that on a 115 trust, correct me if I'm wrong, we could say, ooh, good, we put that in the cookie jar out here. We can draw that and make our regular annual CalPERS payment. Is that true?
Absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
I'm done, Carl.
Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, lunch is about to be delivered. So.
Okay, I'll try to make my comments quick here. How much do we have in our reserves right now, not counting CARES?
By the end of this fiscal year, will be about $12 million.
What percentage of our operating budget does that equal?
Between 105 and 108%.
In your experience with other cities, and I assume because your slide said cities, I assume you've made this presentation to other people. How are we sitting as far as a jurisdiction goes?
I would say it probably differs for airports and for cities, right? The cash on hand you have to have is different.
Right.
But if you were a city or, another district that wasn't so reliant on airline revenue, right, to be at 100% reserves of your operating budget is tremendous, right? It's something that's very, very
sort of unheard of, isn't it? In today's world. Your colleague is shaking her head, yes.
I can't think of anybody. Well, for an airport, it's very, very unusual. But I can't even think of a city or school district or a special district we worked with that has a fund balance that high.
Now, people have been beating up on PERS a lot here. Oh my God, they've only got a 6.25% return. But you said that a 6.25% return is pretty good compared to what the average Joe is doing with their investments, correct?
I think we said the return is 6.8.
That's their discount.
That's a discount.
That's their discount rate, but what are they bringing in?
Yeah, it's less than 6% for this year, I think through the end of the third quarter. But I think that's based on what I've seen, kind of the par for the course for a lot of other pension funds for this year as well.
Now, we're a public entity here. Let's say we have a trust. We can't go out and invest in the equity market, can we?
No.
Yes,
In a trust
No,
you
we
can.
cannot.
no,
We
that's not the
can,
rules of the 115.
So as a public agency with your own reserves,
right?
you are limited to what the government code allows, but a trust one of the reasons that people use Section 115 trusts is because they do provide you access to a broader set of investment choices, which do include equities
Okay,
and other investments you would
well,
otherwise
that's good
not
to
be able
know.
access.
But what the projected rate of return would be with the conservative probably approach would be somewhere around 4%.
That's what we were seeing from our Section 115 trust experts, that the current expectation for a portfolio that's invested, let's say 50% in equities and 50% in fixed income, so bonds, is about just over 4% for the next
Okay.
5 years. That's there.
Now, we couldn't transfer 4 million into one of these trusts, right? CARES would not allow that.
No, there would be some financial wiggling we'd have to do. We'd have to take it out of our reserves and then justify the reimbursement. Remember, CARES Act money is reimbursement.
Right.
It's not direct pay.
So we don't have this money sitting in a bank somewhere.
No, it's.
We
still
have
sitting in
to
the grant.
submit for reimbursement and then we get the check.
Correct.
So in my prior history with grants, most federal grants came with a supplanting restrictions, and maybe this is a legal question, where you really couldn't, if you were funded in one area, you couldn't use grant money to fund something that you were funding otherwise. Are there any supplanting problems with doing this creative stuff?
No. I will make this comment. The CARES Act funding was done in a way that was intended to solve a problem very quickly. And they didn't think through a lot of those, I'll put it, ideas like supplanting funds. They were just trying to get money out to the agencies and to the general public any way they could. So there are no, generally speaking, there are no restrictions on the funds, on the CARES funds, except those that came along with it. But supplanting is not one of them. So for example, you can, if you were using general fund dollars for a particular purpose, if CARES Act money is available and qualified to pay that expense, you can then pull back your general fund dollars and use CARES fund money to pay that. It's not a problem.
Not a problem till it is a problem, right?
Well, unless they change the laws, but unless they change the rules,
And
but
that
so
is,
far there hasn't.
well, there has been some talk about monies that haven't been spent, COVID monies, these are COVID monies that haven't been spent to be re-obligated other places. And to be honest with you, it sounds like supplanting, that money was given because airports like us, we went down to 600 emplanements, to a low of 600 emplanements. But through good financial management, we were in a pretty good spot and didn't need that money.
Let me make an argument to you.
Yeah.
One of the purposes of the CARES Act money was to keep individuals employed.
Mhm.
And part of that employment is benefits, pension. Those payments actually are, this is just my opinion, and again, I reserve the right to be wrong. But one of the reasons why CARES Act money is able to be utilized for pension funds is because in some respects, is because it does tie into employee retention and employee acquisition. It's again, as of this moment, there are no restrictions against supplanting funds.
Okay. And I do have concerns, I try to look at things through political lenses too. Things could change very drastically here in November. And other directions could go, and this money could disappear very quickly and could be less than 2 years that we don't have access to this.
That's correct. We've actually seen FAA start to impose their will on some of our reimbursement requests that really stretch the bounds of what the grant says. They're trying much more diligently to say no, which indicates to me that there is move afoot to begin to start looking at recovering some of the unspent grant dollars.
Yeah.
You will see it in the next financial statements, but we've actually worked over the past 30 days to close out another grant by seeking reimbursement of about $1.7 million in preparation for that very eventuality. We too think that the November election may change philosophies in DC.
And what we thought was a 2-year window has now
Maybe
dropped
much
to a
less.
month window.
Right.
Till January, in other
Yeah,
words.
maybe much less than 2 years. They have the ability to do that if they chose to.
Have they ever done it?
They've never had this kind of a grant before, Director. I've
Okay,
never
so
seen this.
they issue a grant to us. They say, you've got this money.
Yeah.
You can use it in these circumstances.
Oh, yeah.
And what you're suggesting is when we get a new president or we get a new Congress, that all of a sudden they can just say, oh, you can't have that money. You can't use it for this
Yeah, that's
anymore.
the-
Is that
the only
what
thing
you're
I-
saying?
Yeah, the only thing I will say that is parallel to that is if you have grant funds, then I'll give you a specific example. The grant funds that we got from the Small Community Air Service Development Grant Program about, I don't know, 8 years ago, 10 years ago, that had a 4-year lifespan on it. We were able to get an additional 2 years by begging them to let us, we're on the cusp of spending it. At the end of that 2 years, they said, nope, we want that money back, and they took it back.
So we had it for 6 years.
We had it for 6 years.
Okay.
Now, in this case, you have a 4-year window.
Excuse me. And
Yeah.
then the next time we wanted to apply, they told us
You
no,
didn't spend
because
it.
you weren't able to use the last one.
That's
So
correct.
they didn't want to tie up their money with us again because our expectations were not realized.
That is correct. Yeah.
Well, I can give you another example. I told you I had history with municipal governments. I'm older than you, but I was working for a city that was well-run financially. And when Prop 13 hit and hurt a lot of cities that had the reserves on hand, like we do, were not bailed out by the state. So, I mean, there could be restrictions where they are looking at, is this money really needed, or are they trying to do something creative just to get?
Yeah, one of the things, if you go way back to the original CARES Act calculations that were done when we were sitting waiting to find out how much money they were going to give us in that first grant. One of their touch points in that analysis was your debt capacity, was how much debt you had outstanding.
Right.
And they looked at our UAL as well as our POB. And that's why we ended up with, that's one of the factors that played into the $13 million grant that we got. So, yeah, you know, sometimes you're penalized for being very good financial stewards. But in this case, I think if they want that money back, they'll just come and take it. And I don't know that that will happen, but I think we all agree that things could very well change here in the next few months, which would then, you know, you start to hear in Washington about deficit reduction and about how we're going to get the budget in Washington under control and overspending. And that all starts to send or should ring some alarm bells that at some point, if they have the ability to claw back money, they may well.
And that's been talked about in COVID grants overall, not specifically
Yes.
airports, but COVID
Yep.
grants. Okay, I'm going way too long here, but one real quick question to you. And please be honest, not that you haven't been. Let's say you're in our shoes right now. What would you guys do? What's your recommendation? Because you do this a lot for a lot of cities. You've got a good handle of what our financial situation here, where we are with PERS and moving forward and what our unfunded liability is. What would you do?
Remember, you have to deal with, but next year's budget and 5 years from now budget.
Good thing is
course,
I started
remember
my
those-
career as a
well,
budget analyst for
don't
the city and county of
remember-
San Francisco.
No, you got to deal with this till 1945 or whenever PERS said they're going to be taking money from us. So
2061, I think it is.
2061, okay. Yeah,
No, I.
and if you're wrong, I'll come back to you in 2061.
Okay, okay. So in all honesty, I did start my career as a budget analyst for the city and county of San Francisco and spent 5 years on your side. Well, actually, this table, not that table, but
Okay.
on the issuer side. At the time, the pension situation wasn't as challenging because I'm doing this for 20 odd years now, but or we did, it probably was, we just didn't recognize it yet. But I think the balanced strategy of knocking down the liability to a point where it is not costing you $1 million almost, or $900,000 a year for the next number of years. But not all, we're not recommend. I think when we started this process, given the rate environment at that time, given what we understood about the plans for the district and its capital project future, we thought issuing pension obligation bonds to pay off the liability and be done with it for the time being was a good strategy. Given the rise in rates, for example, we really have moved off of that. It doesn't, and recognizing that you have other resources that you can apply to this that don't come with, it comes with an implied borrowing cost, and certainly there's opportunity cost to everything. But we've moved away from recommending that strategy at this point in time. However, I do think that there is benefit in reducing the current payments that you'd otherwise make, that blue line on the chart we keep going back to, and then having the flexibility to make decisions on a year-by-year basis about what amount you're going to potentially put toward additional kind of buying down of that liability as you go forward. It allows you to see how PERS is performing. We don't know if we're going into a recession, how deep, exactly when, how long it might take to turn around. So a balance of choices and potentially capturing any savings that you are able to generate through an initial sort of bite at that UAL apple and holding it in a trust perhaps to provide you a fund to look to stabilize payments going forward. That broad strategy seems like a good blend of doing something, but not, putting all the eggs in any particular basket.
Kind of like a hybrid. Okay.
A hybrid.
You agree? You concur?
Yes.
Are you hiding back there?
The one thing I would also add, in October, we did talk about a pension funding policy, and in the policy is establishing some sort of rate stabilization fund for the pension plan, which included a section 115 trust. So I like the idea of putting savings in 115 trust that you can use for rainy day. If you have budgetary issues or if CalPERS UAL goes up or down, you have money set aside that you can use. I think to your point about the rating agencies, having a rainy day fund, even if it can just be used for pensions, because they're going to be there, is beneficial. So I do like having a strategy, putting some money aside, particularly from your potential savings into 115 trust.
Thank you. So we've asked for people to state a preference. My preference would be following, I guess, staff recommendation and your recommendation, both of you, to pay down by 4 million. And annually, we'll look at that once we pay off our current obligate pension bond, that we look at using that money or creating a 115. I don't think we need to make that decision here first, but we only have a month to make this payment, or else it's going to cost us $400,000. That's a pretty big reduction in, that's a big savings.
Can I put that another way? If we have $4 million that is not currently our money,
Right.
we take that money and we put it against something, and next year we do not have to pay $400,000. For me, that is a pretty good ROI with something that we didn't have. And if you just look at
That's
it,
a 10% return.
exactly, that's what I'm saying to you. That is another lens to look at it, but we don't have 4 million right now. We're talking about $4 million coming to us, not our money, and we will earn 400,000 on it.
Yeah. And I think we ought to spend that down sooner the better, because I worry.
Yeah.
I worry things are going to change drastically. Hey, we beat you guys up a lot, but this is an important issue for us, and passions run strong when you talk about PERS. Personally, I like PERS. PERS has been very, very good to me. No complaints from this person, but I get it. I get it. And PERS sometimes have been their worst enemies as far as some of the investment strategies they make. They're being forced to make for political reasons, not what represents the best strategy. Get out of tobacco, get out of firearms, get out of oil. You're being done for social reasons and not investment reasons. So sometimes when PERS doesn't perform well, it's because of we're in California and they're being forced out of certain markets. I think I remember reading they were ordered out of tobacco. That cost them billions when they had to take a hit and divest all their tobacco holdings. Thank you. No one's asked for a decision.
Are we still pulling the board here on what we want to do?
You said you didn't want to, you wanted to wait, as did Director Sani, until
No, I would like to give direction as one director.
okay.
What I would like to see from the staff is some kind of a thumbnail analysis of converting our operating budget for the next 2 years to allowable CARES reimbursements. In other words, how much of our operating budget can we convert into district cash through reimbursements? And that includes also the capital budget, operating budget, capital budget, converting those expenditures into CARES reimbursable expenditures that are allowable. Second thing is I'd like to see us get clear on at our budget workshop the reasons for not doing a hybrid 115 trust. In other words, part of the money going into paying maybe $2 million to CalPERS and retaining $2 million as a hedge against future budget deficits, where we can use that 115 trust money to pay our CalPERS obligation in those future years. I'd like to see an argument for the staff against doing that. I know clearly what the staff's recommendation is about spending $4 million to reduce our obligation. So let me get one clarification here. Clearly, if we don't notify CalPERS by May 26th or June 26th, our payment will not be reduced, or it's going to cost us $400,000 out of a $1 million payment. In this, somehow this doesn't sound right here, you know.
So-
For one day, you know, that we lose $400,000.
So
Is that true?
what we're saying is if you don't notify them and deposit the money with them by June 25th is the date, then they won't, if you subsequently make a deposit,
Yeah.
any money received after that date will not be credited toward they will not be taken into account in computing your UAL rate for next fiscal year. So if it gets there on June 25th, they'll say, oh, there's $4 million here. So when we compute your UAL rate for fiscal 23, they will only be charging you based on the remaining 3.7 million of your UAL. If it gets there on June 26th for 2023, they're going to compute your UAL payment for fiscal 23, but based on the full $7.7 million UAL. And that computes to a $400,000-ish differential for next year's UAL payment. That's what we're saying.
Okay, fair enough. I guess I didn't understand the consequences of delaying it since October when you started with all this. And now we're down to, we got 30 days to come up with the money. Right.
Director, let me address.
I didn't
that.
understand that $400,000 hit.
Okay. Let me address that. We stopped the presses, if you will, on moving the UAL discussion down the road at the request of you, Director Sani, particularly, because you wanted the larger picture. The larger picture was then delayed because of the lawsuit. We're at a point now where, because we took those steps, we, in one case in particular, it was quite prudent for us to take the step to not address the larger program in any formal fashion. So we waited. And now we're at a point where we've cleared the decks finally of the lawsuit. We can move the program forward, but we're up against a timeline that with CalPERS that we now have articulated. So I don't want anyone to get the impression that PFM or staff has been delaying this. We delayed the future discussion on UAL to this point for the reasons I've articulated. Now we're at a point where for us to gain maximum benefit, we need to make some decisions.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, but I will not assume responsibility as one board member for delaying this discussion on 115 trusts and all that. So because I wanted to see the big financial, I've always wanted to see the big financial picture, you know, involving the terminal and where what that money is going to come from out here. And that's one of my driving concerns right now is trying to preserve our cash to fund that deficit between what the FAA may give us and what it's going to cost to build that terminal. That's important to me. And so I'm not willing to assume responsibility for saying, I delayed this whole CalPERS funding process because
Okay, we're
I
not
wanted
blaming
to see the, what?
We're not blaming you.
Well, I think the
There's no-
executive
there's no-
director said because Director Sani and I wanted to delay this to see the big picture.
Yeah.
And I'm
there
not
was
willing to
no-
accept that.
There was no accusation there. It was statement of fact. You asked to see the bigger picture and we waited until we could do that. Now we're
Okay.
up against a time. Rightly or wrongly, I'm not making judgment there. What I'm
Okay.
saying though is we're now at a point where we can start having those discussions, and we certainly will. That's why June 1 and 2 are on your calendar. But we're also up against an issue here with UAL where for us to gain maximum benefit, we need to do something by June 25th.
Okay.
Not because of anything anyone did. It is just flat circumstance and timing.
Okay, I understand. I just want to clarify that particular, maybe I misunderstood your statement.
Okay. Okay.
I forgot to open this up to public comment. I apologize. Is there any member in the virtual audience that would like to make comment? If you can please raise your hand. There, well, I can't even see that. I'm sorry. It's all a blur up there. Okay, and hopefully we can. Okay, very good. Hey, thank you so much for coming down and being part of our lives here today on this Wednesday. We appreciate all your hard work and very, very interesting and thought-provoking. Thank you.
Great restaurant.
Yes. We will go ahead and adjourn, and we are planning to come back after the 2 p.m. time as soon as possible, but I can't give you an approximate time. I would check back starting at 2:05 and
the
see when
chair.
we get here.
To the chair.
Yes.
I've got a 2 o'clock meeting. Could we go till at least 2:15? And I will be back at 2:15. I have a 2 o'clock phone call.
Okay, we will schedule, we will not come back until 2:15, or if, no sooner than 2:15. And hopefully we will be back at 2:15. That works?
Thank you. We'll see you at
Thank you.
2:15, everyone.
Okay, bye-bye. Hello, welcome back to the March 19th meeting of the Monterey Regional Airport District Board. We are back in open session. We just recessed for lunch. We didn't go into closed session. In fact, there'll be no closed session at this meeting. We left off at G on our regular agenda, item number G as in George 5. Mr. Lapierre, can you help us out here?
2 o'clock this afternoon was the closure of the opportunity to file statements of interest and applications for the vacant board position. I believe we have received 7 applications, which I think we've provided hard copy to all of those in attendance. And to the director who is virtual, we've sent email. So all of them should be in your possession. At this point, it is the pleasure of the board how you want to handle the candidacies and the interview process. So I think that would be the first step for you to determine. Recall that legal counsel indicated at one point that if you had several applications, you do have the opportunity to form an ad hoc committee, or you can handle this as a board as a whole in an interview process. So suggestion would be that you make some determination on how you want to sort through these applications, or whether you just want to offer the opportunity to interview each.
Well, we have 7. That's going to take a chunk of time, but I feel that it's critical we get this person on board, so I don't think we have time to form an ad hoc committee. My preference would be to have a person selected and impaneled why we go, before we go into certainly the budget workshop, because that's going to be critical. And the roles and responsibilities, I think that'd be helpful, not as critical as the budget having that background. But so it leaves a very short window. I believe that only leaves Monday to have a special meeting. We have a meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday, but both those are going to be long meetings. This has the potential of being a couple hours.
You do have the opportunity, if we notice the public yet this afternoon, you have a 24-hour window to have a special meeting on Friday of this week as well.
There are some members that are not available on Friday.
Yeah.
So
There you go.
Monday seems to be the only, Monday
There you go.
afternoon seems to be the only time, but I'll open it up to my other board members. Director Sani, what's your thoughts on all of this? We have 7 applicants.
Yeah, I'm looking at the applications. I was going through my email. I apologize, but I need a review of what meetings we've got next week in front of us, and if there's a way to just add this to those meetings.
Mr. Chairman, first of all, your microphone is still off. You need to
Okay.
re-engage.
Apologize. Can you hear me okay?
I can, much better, but I could hear you before, but now even better.
Okay, great. So we do have a budget workshop that starts at 9 or 10 on Tuesday. And that's anticipated to run till about 3 o'clock.
Let's take a look. We have
I can't hear any of the conversations, and
Yeah, they're just talking among themselves,
yeah,
so.
maybe we don't need to. I understand.
We have budget meeting, we have budget workshop on Tuesday, 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. And then Wednesday is roles and responsibilities
Mhm.
from, looks like 10:30 to 3.
Did we get an email out with those?
Yeah, I got an email on
Okay,
them. Well, to answer your question, doesn't look like it, this has the potential of adding a couple hours, 7 people, you figure, give them like 10 minutes for a presentation and questions. There's over an hour, not counting the time in between for people. So Monday is our only window on this.
What is our deadline for appointment?
Well, like I said, it's my hope that we have somebody in place to participate at least in the budget workshop.
Your final deadline for the 60-day deadline is June 29.
Can I speak?
Yeah, go ahead.
I disagree respectfully with you.
I can hear you, Bill. Director Sable.
You're off, Bill.
I disagree with the idea of rushing this forward so that we can have the new appointed board member weigh in on the budget. I think, given that they'll probably miss the budget workshop and all that, to have somebody vote on a budget that they've never had any experience with, haven't had a chance to look at it, I think is inappropriate. And it's not good for the constituents to have somebody that's unfamiliar with the budget and unfamiliar with the process of vote, a day after they just got appointed to the board. So I would favor moving this on to the latter part of May or into June for an appointment. Or consideration of them.
We do have meetings for both the 1st and the 2nd of June scheduled as well.
Those are workshops for the for the safety enhancement
Yeah.
program. It's the financial
Cool.
planning workshop. They are jam-packed days. Every consultant will be here to outline their work for you.
Mhm.
And the goal would be to be focused on that exercise so that ultimately coming out at the end of the meetings on the 2nd, the goal would be that you give us direction to move forward. So my suggestion would be that you not try to add something to those meetings,
Is
Yeah.
that the first and the second?
first and second. Yeah.
Well, and my point, my interest in having a person participate isn't, I'm looking for a vote so much as the background that's going to be critical for all these things moving forward, understanding.
If they're appointed to the board, I guess they're in a position to vote, right? And then,
Well,
Um,
yeah, they are, but keeping that board member in the dark, I don't think serves our best interests. We know we have to make an appointment.
well, I guess if I may just freely
Okay.
talk here, I really think it's unfair to the rest of the board and the constituents to have somebody was appointed yesterday, now vote on the board. Now that we can say we're making the appointment for somebody and but not actually swear them in until we've completed the budget process, or or they've been able to go through some education and training on the whole thing. So I don't quite understand why we have to rush to get them on board, because if they're appointed and they're sworn in, they have the right to vote, and I don't think that's a good idea.
Kyle?
Oh, you said education training.
Yeah,
I see this as education or training
If
for
they're
him to-
identified as an appointee, but we haven't sworn them in, they can sit in the audience, they could be online or however we do it. But I don't want to have somebody who is totally unfamiliar with what we do here at the airport voting on the budget. This is very critical budget, voting on the budget after just being exposed to the never having been to a board meeting before, so I don't
Might I
think
make
that's a
a
good idea.
suggestion?
Please.
Okay, so I would suggest that we do the interviews on Tuesday, because you just said the airport budget meeting is 9 to 2.
That's what I said. Yeah.
So if we did the interview process in selection, if they want to sit here and watch the budget hearing, because we're not voting on anything on Tuesday, we are just simply doing a budget workshop. So if someone sat in the audience or on Zoom and observed, but that at 2:15, we do the interviews and do the selection. We're all going to be here, except Lisa, when are you off?
I'll be there. I'll be there. I think I'm at most of these meetings. I still have to look, but I'm there.
On
On
Tuesday.
Tuesday, I'm good.
Okay. And then on Wednesday, it's board responsibilities, right? I think that's crucial that whoever we have comes in and participates in that and starts being part of our team. Otherwise, we're going to go through that, and that whoever it is will not have the opportunity to be exposed to it. So Bill's he's got a medical thing on Monday, right?
Yeah.
So that's our
So are
fallback.
you
is-
suggesting that we appoint the person so that they can attend these meetings, or what?
I said what I would suggest is that that on Tuesday, we're already scheduled 9 to 2. So either we interview and appoint in the morning, and then we do the budget workshop after, or we do the budget workshop before, and all of the candidates can sit in the audience and do public comment if they want. And then we do the interviews at the end of that at 2:00 or 2:15. And then we appoint somebody on Tuesday afternoon so that they are on the board for the workshop on Wednesday. Because we're trying to build a team and get rid of some of our differences. It would be good to have whoever it is on board.
Well, I mean, to answer Director Sabo's concern, we're not voting on this until next month. So whoever we appoint is going to be able to vote on the budget.
Okay, when would you have the interviews on that,
On Tuesday afternoon, so that we
Tuesday
don't get
afternoon.
in the way of your procedure.
Yeah. Okay,
Lisa?
and then we as a board then would decide the next day of the candidates we just.
No, we'll do it Tuesday
we decide
afternoon
that
after
day.
we interview them.
Well, here's the concern I have with that. That means the budget workshop, which is important, has a hard stop at 2 o'clock. It does not go beyond, regardless where we are.
And
It stops at 2.
Is that because of the consultants have to?
No, that's
No.
because we're gonna start interviewing 7 people
Yes.
at 2 o'clock. And that has a potential to drag on 2 hours, bringing us to 4 o'clock. Hopefully.
we have spent almost 13 hours with Finance Committee on the budget, so they should be pretty well versed with the budget, and if they're prepared to make recommendation, maybe that speeds things along a little bit.
So I don't have a problem with doing it Tuesday, but that will
It's a
be,
long day.
that would be the hard stop at 2 o'clock, and be prepared. Because I've been to these workshops, a lot of them, they can be draining. But we got to find some more juice to keep going.
Lisa, would
Lisa,
you
you had
be,
your hand up?
No, I'm in favor of the 2 o'clock as well, and I think that we can certainly do that. It makes sense. I'm fine with the hard stop with the budget, and I definitely think we do need to do that when we have other candidates coming in and, we're interviewing other people. So I would be in favor of what's been discussed overall. I will make a comment too to Director Sabo. I mean, I joined the board in May of, what year was it? Thanks COVID. I have such a hard time with my years right now, but 2019, I believe. And so I was drinking from the fire hose, and I think I recall I abstained originally that first vote. So, but it still is good to just, hear and listen. And obviously anybody can do that at any time on our videos. But so I think this is great. I think this is a good plan. I think it moves us forward. I think it gives the candidates time. Now, the one question is, what if a candidate has a conflict at that time? Do we need to offer them a second time? And that would be the question. We could do that on Wednesday. Because we maybe need to give them 2 options is my only thought.
Well, I think the more important schedule is ours, not theirs. We can still consider them based on their written application.
I think both are important to the chair. I personally, as one board member, think they're both important and like to see at least 2 times for people to be able to speak.
We've never done that before. We've said, the board has set a particular date and time for this, and it's been up to the candidates. Some can make it, some can't.
Well, we always had a schedule for all this. We
Yeah, I
just
was gonna-
made it up as we go along here, so. Well, what's wrong with the, instead of the Wednesday after the board roles and responsibility thing? Because that consultant indicates that they have to leave at 2 or 2:30 on Wednesday. Why can't we do it then?
I think it's important, like Director Leffel, that whoever comes on the board participates in that.
Well, they can be here.
Everybody,
Yeah, they can be
all
here.
7 can be here?
Why not? Is it secret?
No, it's not secret, but, we'll certainly see what their level of commitment is to sit through 2 meetings. not knowing they're going to be appointed. They may be more pissed off at us after that point. At least 6 of them will be.
So the consultant is only available 10:30 to 2:30
Yeah.
on Wednesday?
Yeah. I believe that's what he's told us.
We have other conflicts. Bill has a fancy meeting morning and he's ending.
I can blow off, if we want to start earlier, I can, I'll blow off the TAMC meeting. I just don't like to do it. But, I don't think that was the consideration for the consultant. I think they needed, my understanding was they had to be out of here 2:30 in the afternoon. so-
No, that was due an ode to another schedule that
Oh.
needed, that at that time indicated they needed to leave by 2 o'clock.
Did they give a time frame? How much time they wanted for the workshop? Or the board roles and responsibility training?
I believe it was 4 hours.
4 hours.
So I go back to, and I think what Lisa said, I also came on right as the budget was being heard. And I think it's important that the people see it. And so if they're here that day, and then they want to be interviewed, it's up to them if they want to be interviewed in person or not. And honestly, we have a lot of times where we don't just meet on the 3rd Wednesday of the month and then never meet again. So we have several periods of time, and we're going to have more with all of the changes coming. I think this is a good way for people to understand that this is a commitment of time.
So what do we, just building on what Mary Ann said, though, I mean, what is it we tell these people? You're going to be interviewed at some like 3 o'clock in the afternoon, is that right?
2:15.
2:15. And you're welcome to attend our budget session or whatever training session. You're welcome to do that. So we can do that at any time. We can say, since you're a candidate, you put your paperwork in. We're having this board roles and responsibility. We're having a budget session. You might want to attend. Are we going to condition our the way we view this person? If they say, no, I can't attend all these sessions, I'll just come for the interview and that's it. I'm not sure where we're going on all that. I think it's a good idea to let them know that there is a workshop for both the roles and responsibilities and the budget. So if they choose to attend, fine. If they don't, no flies on them. So anyhow.
Okay, well, let's go through the calendar. Monday, any desire for any to have a standalone interview on Monday at or after 1 o'clock?
I could do that if we feel like that is more appropriate to get that cemented before Tuesday and Wednesday.
I hate adding anything because we've done this before and then we end up getting sidetracked.
Yeah.
On stuff where really our focus should be looking at the budget and then looking at the next day roles and responsibility and that sort of team building. So I guess 2 of us are okay with Monday. Bill, Lisa, that doesn't work for you guys?
Monday does not work for me. I blocked it for
Doesn't work for
TWC
me.
preparation.
I can cancel my surgery, to have the morning free. The Airport Land Use Commission meets in this very room at 3 o'clock on that day, of which I'm a member. So,
Were you attending that one meeting?
yeah.
Okay.
So
So that's why I was saying 1 o'clock would give you
2 hours.
2 hours for,
It convenes at 3 o'clock
Yeah.
in here,
To the chair, did we not, was 2 to 4 not an option on Tuesday?
well,
But
I'm
one
going to
other
the
option?
calendar right now. So I'm starting with Monday and
Okay.
then I was going to go to Tuesday. So Monday doesn't work for you.
What was the problem with the board rules and responsibility on Wednesday? What was the reason?
There was no problem.
Oh. Well, that works for me.
What-
Lisa,
What's the date on Wednesday?
Wednesday, we've got the board rules.
I've
and-
got a big
I'm going
event.
to.
What time?
I'm going through the calendar, so
Okay.
the question was Monday, it doesn't work for Lisa, does it work for you?
Doesn't work for me.
Okay, let's go to Tuesday. We are tied up on Tuesday from 9. And we would have a very hard stop on the budget at 2:15.
2,
2,
so that we can get ready for 2:15.
okay.
Just they'll figure it out.
Hopefully.
I can do that. My concern is that we hard stop on something as important as the budget. Yeah, I've heard it, I've heard the budget. I have some differing views than Mary Ann does on the budget.
Mhm.
And so the budget to me is a lot more important than our interviews at this particular juncture, so I would.
Well, that's why I was saying Monday, we do this on
Yeah.
Monday, but
Well,
that's not working for us. So now I am fine with Tuesday at 2:15 for this. Mary Ann?
I am good with that.
Okay, Lisa, does that work for you?
Wednesday, I can be there till 5 o'clock.
No, we're
Tuesday,
talking
Tuesday.
Tuesday.
I'm sorry, Tuesday is what I meant. I misspoke on the date. Tuesday.
Tuesday,
Till 5 o'clock.
2:15, you're good till 5, okay. Sounds good. Bill, Tuesday at 2:15?
not my preference, but I can make that work.
Okay. Well, no need to go any further then. That's what we'll do.
So Denise needs to send an email to all the candidates immediately, or Scott does.
We'll have Denise do it. What we have done in the past is we've told them they are all invited, but we've asked them to kindly allow the interviewee to have the room with you privately.
Yes.
And we would assign a 15-minute block for each.
10.
10, it's even better.
Yeah, because we will exceed it. We'll exceed the 10.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's even better.
And then also, we want to let them know that there is an important meeting on our budget, which would be important background to whoever is selected. And although not a requirement they attend that, it's our hope that they'll be able to attend the budget workshop.
And just for clarification, it is the intention of the board to appoint someone after the interviews on Tuesday.
That's our intention.
Very good. Okay.
So also that we will have the workshop on Wednesday and would strongly encourage whoever is selected to please attend.
Yes.
It's open to the public,
Yep.
but whoever is selected, we strongly encourage that they participate.
How about the roles and responsibilities?
That's what we're
she
talking
was
about.
just talking about.
I heard finance, so.
Well, finance,
Or
we're
a
throwing
budget.
that out there as this is taking place. It will give important background if you are selected. We would hope that all applicants could attend. But we're not going to make a selection until after the budget workshop. And then it's anticipated that whoever is selected would also attend a roles and responsibility workshop, training, whatever you want to call it, workshop, probably better, the following day here at the airport.
Would they be attending that workshop, even though we made a selection? But would they be attending the workshops as a board member, or would they be participating as an
board
observer?
member.
So we're going to swear them in right away.
You can swear them in at the beginning of the meeting on Wednesday.
Okay, yeah.
So select on Tuesday.
Why are we rushing this so much? Why is this important to have them on board as a voting member, in this 2-day period?
I'll address that from
Sure.
my level. I think having them fully read in on the budget is very important. If they choose to sit there, I think that's an indication to you. But I think, at least in my view, roles and responsibilities is going to be key as we move forward.
I think they ought to attend. I'm
I think
talking
so,
about
too.
why we're having them attend as a board member, as a voting member. And I don't quite get that, it's
Why,
particularly if it's their option to attend. We encourage them to do that, and because we've got so much going at the same time, they say, well, Jim, my work schedule doesn't allow all that, so they miss all that.
I don't honestly think, Director, that you want 7 candidates to sit there during roles and responsibilities. I really don't.
Well, I
think it
guess
would be
it's
better
their
if you
choice,
have-
their choice to do that, which is their choice at any time, whether we appoint them or not.
but there are no votes happening on Wednesday or Thursday.
I thought we were voting on Wednesday, right after we interview them, we vote. Isn't that
That's
what I
on
heard?
Tuesday.
That is a
On
vote
Tuesday.
that
That's
we
on
do
Tuesday.
to select them. But as far as in the budget workshop, there's no votes that are being taken. And in the roles and responsibility, we're not taking any votes on anything.
All right. I'd just like to have a person that sits in our meeting where we approve the budget to have some knowledge. If they are able to attend those workshops, fine. But to walk in, if they weren't able to attend all the work, particularly the budget workshop, and they haven't had all this budget stuff that we've been getting, and they walk into their meeting and we expect them to vote, I
We're
think
not
that's
voting on the
inappropriate.
budget until June,
Yeah.
to the June board meeting. A solution
Yeah,
would be to move the interviews to the front end on Tuesday.
I don't want to do that
Okay.
because this is going to take 2 hours and it's going to be draining. It's going to be draining. Then we're going to be going into budget workshop. So,
There you go.
okay. Let me ask this question. Are we going to, we record our board meetings and all that. We're going to record the budget workshop and all that. Is it available to them to see it if they're not able to attend all these meetings here,
Yeah, with every.
can they view it somehow?
Yeah, just with every special board meeting, we record and post.
Okay. All right, well, maybe that's a solution. I'm concerned about somebody being asked to vote in June on the budget and never having no experience with what we're talking about here.
but then that's why I think it's important that we have somebody in place that is sort of required to be here to sit through that. But once we make an appointment, we can't say you can't vote.
It's up to them if they
It's
feel.
up to them. If they don't want to vote, they don't have to, but we can't tell them as a board.
Well, they're
You
not
can't vote.
eligible to vote until we swear them in.
To the
We
chair.
can say you're our designated person, but you're
Yeah,
sworn in.
Well, I wouldn't vote for that. Yes, Director Sonny.
I do have one other concern, and I have a solution, I think, to it. I'm willing, just in case people can't attend at the 2:00 meeting, I would be willing to have some slots at 8:00 in the morning too. And again, I understand the compressed timeline that we're under and trying to get it done. To Director Sabo's comment, it's important to me that we are a full functioning board when we can be, as soon as we can be. And so that's, as one board member, that's important to me.
What does that mean? A full functioning board?
All 5 members. I'm not going to speak about functionality. I'll just speak to the fact that we could have 5 members on the board.
At a board meeting? Is that what you
Mhm.
mean?
Yes.
Of course.
My only concern with having 8:00 time slots opening up, we have no control over that. Everybody, all 7 people could say they want to be here at 8:00. If
No,
we
it's
have
sec-
8
it's
o'clock,
second
it means staff is coming at what time? How?
For an 8 o'clock meeting, we'd be here at 7:30.
Okay,
What we would do, and we'll do this regardless, is we'll have a calendar built, we'll have assigned times for interviews. So could do that too. 10-minute blocks, just as was suggested. And assign them a time.
well, we don't know if 2 o'clock is going to be a problem for these 7 people. A lot of them are retired, at least a few of them are, so.
How about this?
My proposal was just that it was a second option if anybody needed it due to scheduling challenges. I've been in a lot of scheduling things for interviews and it can be challenging. So
Yeah.
I agree. I think we keep them to later in the day and I would like to keep them all bunched, together. But if someone can't make it, I, as one board member, would like to give the alternative to, be able to schedule something between 8 and 9 if needed. I'll leave it to the others to decide if they agree.
How about an alternative where, and I haven't done this as long as I've been on board. How about having an evening session at 6:30 or something like that, that runs for a couple of hours? And that accommodates the people that work for a living, and as well as the retirees. Because I can guarantee you that there's going to be people that can't make this kind of a schedule on a short notice.
But Bill, our standing committees and our board meet during the day. So I think that's something people have to consider when they apply, if they're going to be available of when our meetings are. So
I agree,
to,
but
to
this is all
start
short
changing,
notice.
I
We're all-
know, but
we're-
to
we're
start
hustling
changing it,
it out.
I'm still talking.
Yeah, I know.
To start changing it, in accommodating people right now, I think we just start setting a precedent. So if we don't start till 10:30 on Wednesday morning, Lisa, could we maybe start at 8:30 on Wednesday morning in case they can't do Tuesday afternoon, that then we could do Wednesday morning?
I believe so. Let me just confirm. And that's a good idea. That's a good compromise. Yeah, that's fine with me. I have a hard stop in the evening or the afternoon for that, but morning I'm free. So yes, that makes sense to give 2 different days or that type of thing. I'd rather see it all come together on Tuesday. I just know how hard it is. And I mean, look at what the challenges we go through to get things scheduled. So I just want to, have the caveat there in case someone has challenges.
And they don't have to show up. They can say they just wanted to go on their application. And that's been known to happen.
Well, I guess I had a suggestion there, and Mary
Well, I
Ann
was
decided she didn't like it, so we're moving on. But
No,
the
I
fact
was
of the
actually going to comment on your suggestion.
Oh, you were?
I'm opposed to it, only because that means how many people are involved in this? If we have a night meeting, are we paying overtime to
Yes,
people to have
you would pay
a
overtime
night
for
meeting?
some. You would pay overtime for some.
Yeah.
Just so that you know, and it's not meant to be anything other than information for you, but when we staff meetings, Chris, Tim, myself, Denise, it's $750 an hour, fully loaded. So the more we can compress, the cheaper it is. I agree, it's sunk cost, but it's still a cost.
If all we're doing here is meeting to interview these candidates at 6:30 to 8 o'clock, where's all this extra cost? Why is Chris here? Why is that all there?
I was not speaking specifically about your suggestion. I was
Oh.
speaking in general. Any meeting we staff with the 4 of us costs $750 an hour.
Oh.
To the chair, do we need a motion? Are we looking for a motion?
We are.
All
Or
right,
consensus.
I'll go ahead and make a
Well,
motion.
we're not voting on it. So yeah, just a
It's a
consensus.
consensus.
I thought we were, I
Okay,
thought where we left this 2:15, we start scheduling the interviews with 10 minutes of talking, Q&A, but probably, 15 minutes between them or something, but that's a schedule we're not going to be able to meet I'll tell you this
We'll be
right
here
now.
till 7 or 8
Yeah.
on Monday night or Tuesday
Tuesday.
night.
It's going to go a long time. Having gone through a few of these, it's going to go a long time. And then you're going to have, in the past, we've had a rating instrument that we've used. Scott, you're going to be able to bring that, have that in place and give us instructions on that?
I will have to see if I can find, the short answer is if I prepared it before, I still have it.
I think I have it.
Okay.
Okay.
So yes, the issue, I will, if it's okay with the chair, I've got other meetings that I can be there remotely,
Yeah, that's fine.
but I do have other meetings after that I can't then get from here to there. So I'll be remote if that's okay.
And we would open this up remotely to candidates if they wanted to Zoom in and talk to us?
It's a public meeting, so if you follow your practice, sure.
Yeah,
I think you'd have to.
we have to. That was my question. Do we have to? So our lawyer said yes. So I always try to listen to the lawyers. The preference is we're pushing them towards a Tuesday afternoon time selection. If it's a problem and they want to address the board, we'll consider them on Wednesday morning, but we're not throwing that out there as an option.
Yeah, we
until
will
they
not
tell
put
us
the
it-
option out there. That will be our fallback in the event that
Yeah,
we can't schedule, but they still want to appear.
okay. Sounds good. That okay with everybody?
Can I have, and I think it's fine with me. I just want to say that if we start at 2:15 and go, we will obviously run past 5 o'clock. So if there's someone who is worried about their work and getting here, they can ask to be scheduled after 5. I mean, there should be a slot between 5 and 6 that people can.
So we will go after 5. And so that's us too, we're here 9 to 2, break for 15 minutes. We'll break for lunch. And see how many of them stick around for this talk during the day, our budget workshop. That's how we handle it. Okay, let's move on.
Okay, so
Noth-
just recap exactly, so we all understand. Say it aloud, what we're gonna do.
On Tuesday morning, beginning at 9 o'clock, we will have the budget workshop. Besides breaking for lunch, and we'll have to hold that to a hard 1 hour break for lunch. So like 9 to 12, and then 1 to 2. To finish up the budget workshop with a very hard 2 p.m. stop to it. Then at 2:15, we will begin the interview process for the candidates. Hopefully, all 7 that want to appear before us can make it at that time. And I would just let them know it is recommended that they submit to interviews, but it's not a requirement. We can go off their application if needed, but we recommend that they attend. And that be it. If we have people that are strong about wanting to present to the board. Oh, and getting back to it, at the conclusion of Tuesday's interviews, if we're able to interview everybody that wants to be interviewed, then we would make a selection. If not, and somebody wants to be interviewed, but can't make it in that time frame, but wants to attend Wednesday morning, then we'll hear them out and then make a decision after that. And hopefully be done by 10:15. God, I I hate putting this, because I've seen us when we don't make decisions, you know, we can debate things for hours. But we have a paid consultant here, and we only have them from 10:30 till
3. It says
3.
3.
So I guess you're missing Tampsy in the morning, if needed,
On Wednesday?
on Wednesday.
Okay. And what was the reason for that? You didn't want to get up early?
No, the reason is we may have one of our applicants that wants to address us but can't make it on Tuesday. So we're letting them come on Wednesday morning
At 9 o'clock,
at 8:30.
8:30? Okay.
Mr. Chair,
Yes,
if we start at 2:15 and give everyone 10 minutes, a 10-minute window and a 5-minute break in between, you could be done by 4 o'clock. Just with the interviews, just with the interviews.
No,
And then you can discuss after that.
I've been to that rodeo before, and it goes a lot longer than that.
Well, it will require some discipline.
Hope springs eternal.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's our goal. That's what we're shooting for.
I think we need, if we're going to assign interview slots, if you will,
Yeah,
we need to be able to assign those by time. In
yes.
the event someone doesn't want to come to the budget workshop prior, they
Mhm.
need to know what time we need them here.
Correct.
So what
But the schedule really gets blown out of the water because people are going to miss, you know, we'll have dead times. I've seen that happen.
yeah,
And
it's just from a scheduling standpoint, we need to have those
Yeah.
time slots available.
Yeah.
So what we will publish is 2:15 to 2:30, 5-minute break, 2:35 to 2:45, 5-minute break, 2:50 to 3 o'clock, 5-minute break, 3:05 to 3:15, 5-minute break, 3:20 to 3:30, 5-minute break, 3:35 to 3:45. And a 5-minute break, 3:50 to 4 o'clock. That I need to be able to have
yes,
the time.
and
slots.
please schedule those, but the wheels are going to come off of this cart when we go beyond 10 minutes
Yep.
and spend 20 minutes asking them
Do
questions.
you want to do a 10-minute break in between?
No.
Does that give you? some?
Well, I don't think it matters.
Okay.
You know, I really don't.
Might I suggest, as one who's done a lot of interviewing, that we do look at after an hour, taking a 15-minute break so we can regroup and get back on track if we need to. So, I mean, if you do
Yeah,
it,
I mean,
you got 3 10-minute slots and then you take, you know, I mean, because otherwise what ends up happening is you do get completely behind and that's unfair to the candidates, in my opinion.
well, yeah, because, you know, we're going to want to take breaks at some point, you know, somebody's got to use the bathroom
I can
and
build in a 10-minute break in there and slide. The
Yeah.
schedule- Slide the schedule. That's
Yeah.
fine. We can do that.
I have a question.
yes,
On, this is Wednesday. Oh, 8:30, we have a,
no, we're on
We're on Tuesday.
we're talking about Tuesday right now.
oh, Tuesday. Well, what about when, as long as I'm on it? What, if somebody couldn't attend on Tuesday, I guess we gave them an 8:30 showtime on Wednesday, right?
We're throwing that out there as an option to them. We're not telling them that exists now. But we're telling them if somebody says, God, I really, but I can't do it for whatever reason.
Okay. And
Then
if we
deliberation
decided to
can
do
happen.
that, then we would interview that one person or 2 people and then resume our board roles and responsibilities
No.
at 10:30.
No, we would be voting, and here's the other problem with this whole scenario is we can't vote on Tuesday if we're interviewing people on Wednesday. And so now on Wednesday, we're going to be making a decision, but maybe we go with somebody who was here on Tuesday and they don't know that they have to be at the Wednesday roles and responsibility meetings, which at least some of us think is very critical that they attend. I can tell you that we've always in the past, not that we're married to the past, but we have experience with it. The board has set the date and time. And if you weren't able to make it, we understand. We'll consider your application with everybody else. It's not a requirement that you're here. It's just a nicety in case the board has some questions for you. And to accommodate you, which we've never done before, we'll handle you remotely, either you calling in on the telephone or coming up on a Zoom meeting. Personally, if they can't do that, then I say we still consider their application.
In the past, when we've done this, when I was appointed and maybe Mary Ann was appointed, there was a schedule 3 weeks ahead of time, or at least at the time we applied, there was a whole schedule of here how things would go. We're doing this like ad hoc, we're just kind of making this up as we go along. And I don't think it's fair to those that want to be heard, want to be interviewed. And it's not fair to us as a board to cut people short because we're in a rush to get it done by May something or other. I don't agree with this whole process of saying, well, if people can't, because we're late in coming up with a schedule, they can't make it, tough on them, so I don't agree with that approach. Why don't we just tell Dino you're appointed and go on with it? So, well,
We've been kicking this around for almost an hour without even talking to anybody. So clue, that's a clue how this is all going to turn out on Tuesday.
No, it is not. Normally we knew that Gary was going to be gone on May 1st, and now we're down to last minute in a rush to get it all done by some time that we've invented now. We still got until June to appoint somebody. I don't know what this crush and rush is, where we can't even hear from the people that have applied to all this sort of thing.
Well, we don't know if we can't hear from them, Bill.
Well, you said if they can't make it, well, then that's an indication that they're not capable of.
I'm trying to tell you, in the past, we've had people that could not make the interviews for whatever reason.
Yeah.
Now, it's not like we're asking them to be here tomorrow or even Monday. We're giving them 6 days. If you could get this email out today, that would be great. So we could get that to them.
How about if we call them on the phone?
We will give that as an option. If they can't make it in person, they can Zoom in, and I said that we will interview them on the phone, because we have the equipment now to handle that. So they can phone it in, or they can Zoom in, or they can be here in person. So that should be able to accommodate everybody, I would hope, on Tuesday, so we can make a selection then. That would be my desire.
And one of the things that's compacting our schedule is because we, at the recommendation of Director Sabo, we did extend the time that people had to do applications so that we would have a larger.
Yes, it was my
pool.
extent. In fact, we didn't extend it long enough, but that's, I don't know that is neither here nor there,
Okay.
Three people walked in with their applications today. The time frame was short. So anyhow, let's go forward with what we got here.
Okay, I don't know if the time frame was short as much as people procrastinate and they wait to the last minute. That's been my life experience. Okay, very good, people. Thank you. Let's no closed session. Board and committee reports. Now, before I get that, we have had somebody leave, so I am.
Mr. Chairman, no closed session. Did we not have anything to talk about and we just canceled it, or did we just take it off?
We had nothing scheduled, and I said, God, that's great that we didn't have any need for a closed session. Denise couldn't remember a time in her short tenure with us. And to be honest with you, I have a hard time remembering when we didn't have a need for a closed
We're not being
session.
sued
Yes.
yet. So.
Okay. So board and committee reports with Director Curcio's resignation. We do have to fill in some appointments. These would be temporary until our new person comes on board, but I'm going to go ahead and make them anyway. So airport property development and leases. We have, I will sit on that one with Director Sani. Then where are the other ones? Local agency formation, that doesn't change. Regional Taxi Authority, Director Sani, I believe you were the alternate on that one, weren't you?
She was, yes.
Yes, but we did have a request from MST that Director Leffel remain on that, and you're going to be the chair of that board coming up?
They inquired about vice chair.
Okay. So Director Leffel is back on Regional Taxi Authority with Director Sani as the alternate. Transportation District, Bill Sabo as the main designee, and the alternate would be Director Sani. Special District Association doesn't change, and Association of Bay Area Governments doesn't change.
Who's doing air service?
Air Service I'm on. I was holding that open until we and offered that to the new board member.
Good training.
Yeah, it is good training. It's a good introduction to airport. But if I can get a concurrence on those.
I would move that we make those changes as presented.
Do we have a second? I'll second it. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Anybody opposed? Lisa, are you voting on this one?
She stepped away again. She left us.
Okay. Bill, you're not voting on this?
Well, still cogitating on it. I don't agree with the air service development thing. We're putting somebody brand new onto the whole thing. We have existing board members. I think we ought to find somebody who has a little experience with this particular business of air service development to sit on that committee rather than bring a brand new person in.
Well, you could
So-
say that about all our committees, but we need to put that new person somewhere.
Well, those are standing committees. And
Yes.
we got all kinds of ad hoc committees, and that's fine. You know, that's
Okay, so you're opposed.
I'm opposed, yeah.
Okay.
So we'll wait for Lisa to return. Or are we good to?
Okay, then let's move to why we need a fifth member. Let's go on to standing, where am I?
Want the standing committee.
Standing committee, yeah, thank you. Standing committee, Budget and Finance, Directors Leffel and Sabo.
Same. Isn't it? Or are you changing everybody?
No, he's asking for your report.
Your
Bill.
report.
We're on reports. I'm having trouble reading your mind there.
Mhm.
So we had a rather lengthy discussion of the budget. Prior to the budget, we heard from who did we hear from? We had a presentation.
PFM.
PFM, yeah.
PFM was
We had the whole rundown of the PFM thing, and I think we talked about a couple other things, but we had quite a discussion about the budget as well as on PFM. I disagreed with the assessment that PFM came up with, as I indicated in their presentation. And we had, Mary Ann and I had a significant difference on the budget, and that'll become evident in the budget workshop, but I was in favor of significantly reducing our district capital expenditures
Okay.
and much of our budget. So that's kind of the way it sorted out in the finance committee meeting.
And we will hear all about that at the budget workshop. Okay, anything else, Director Leffel?
No, because we never got into the monthly finances because we spent so much time on the budget.
Okay. Okay. Air service marketing. Well, I was there with you. Why is it such a blur?
I don't know, Carl.
And I know you did a report, but help me out, Mike.
Yeah, sure.
Maybe I don't know if Lisa, do you know what Jumpstart is? That Mike's going to in Reno?
Yes, I am aware a little bit, but not, I haven't been or I haven't attended.
Okay. Why, yeah, it's not really open. It's not
Right.
one that we go
It's not
to.
a
It's
closed
Right. Yeah.
it's very select groups.
It's speed dating for airport managers. And that,
No. Let's not go down that road. It's speed dating for air service development. I don't want anyone to get the impression an airport manager goes there to date, but jokingly. It is in June, and I shared with Chair Miller my schedule of meetings, which include 7 different airlines, 3 of which are Canadian airlines that have asked for meetings. There are 2 ways that this can happen. Either we ask for a meeting with a particular airline, which we did, or the airline can ask for a meeting with the market, which the 3 Canadian airlines did.
And no one's obligated to accept these inquiries, right?
No.
Like you
the
could
airlines-
ask to meet with an airline and they don't,
And they do not.
they
have to do that.
decline, they
Right.
decline the date.
Yep, they
Um,
can decline the date. Yeah.
which airlines are you going to be meeting with?
American, Alaska, a Canadian carrier named Flair Airlines. They're new. They are operating and they're an affordable fare carrier out of the Canadian market. A new Canadian entrant named Canada Jetlines and Air
Low
Canada.
cost.
It looks to me like Canada Jetlines is, but their website is, they're not in operation yet, so they're a startup.
Mm.
And then Air Canada, which is clearly not a low fare carrier, but is a legacy carrier. And then the final carrier we'll be meeting with is AHA, the carrier that has talked to us about the Reno Tahoe market. So those are the 7 that we'll be meeting with.
And the reason for talking to Canadian carriers is,
They asked.
They
for it.
asked.
oh, they asked.
They asked.
Which makes you wonder to have 3 out-of-country inquiries.
Yeah.
You were
and-
sharing that it is possible because we don't have customs here, but there is a workaround.
There is a workaround in some Canadian markets. It's called pre-clearance. So a Canadian traveler coming from Edmonton, for example, or Calgary, would clear US customs in Calgary, get on board the airplane, fly here. They would be cleared through customs there, so we wouldn't have customs activities here. On the outbound leg, they would get on the airplane here and they would clear Canadian customs on arrival. So there is that functionality available in some Canadian markets.
My understanding, and we didn't get into the weeds here, but I'll throw it out to you, that passengers have to be passengers and trash have to be segregated, like we just can't throw away Canadian trash. Apparently, we've got to keep it isolated.
All of that would occur in the Canadian market, so we would not have to do that here. They would pre-clear in Canada.
Okay,
If we're successful in bringing customs here, then anyone could avail themselves of that service. But then what you're saying is correct. You have to have separate garbage facilities, separate toilet facilities, separate baggage claim. All of those good things have to be separate from domestic operations.
okay. What else did we discuss there? We talked about the problem we're having. High employment's good, but capacity is really being drug out of the market right now. Can you go into a little bit of detail about that for our board?
Yeah, we're running airport wide this month. We're running about a 92% load factor. And we did that last month too. We're seeing record numbers of people. And I think the cap right now on us is not the number of people. It is more the number of seats. There's more people ready to fly than we can accommodate. Traditionally, when a market gets to about an 85% load factor, that's when capacity is normally added, because as Director Sabo pointed out in general conversation, at that point, your ability to attract passengers is limited by that demand quotient. There's more demand than there is supply. So that's why our airfares are higher, is there's more demand than there is supply right now. So we talked about that. We also talked about the new, which is now up and fully functional, the passenger comment program. We now have, I believe it's 7 different locations where you can use your iPhone or your smartphone to scan a QR code, and it then gives you the ability to file electronically your comments. Last month, we had 8 of them, which was a record for some time.
And talk about the change in the color coding. It's changed from the way we used to do it. Used to be green was good, yellow was, they had some problems.
Neutral.
Neutral,
Yeah,
and then red was bad.
Yeah, what we've got is we've got good, neutral, and I can't remember the phraseology we used for the last one. But it would be similar to bad or
needs improvement,
dissatisfied or something like that. I don't remember the next.
Where's the QR code?
If you walk out here, turn to the right, it's on the wall just past the planning and development.
Is it downstairs too?
We have 7 different locations in the building.
Okay, and that was, you adopted that as opposed to those little tablet operations. that
We
were put
talked
in.
about that. That guy hasn't responded, right?
He's
We
never
made
responded.
numerous inquiries. It's like they've gone out
Oh,
of
really?
business. Yeah. Yeah.
Oh.
No, we've been trying to track that, and staff's been working hard on it, but it's like he closed up shop.
Oh, that's too bad.
I will be
This
up in
seems to be working.
Seattle, so I will see if he pops up there. And
Yeah, to be honest, this seems to be working. And that's what we talked about. This is the first time we've had that many comments in quite some time.
But again, because the color code had changed,
That's just reflective on the report.
yeah, but can you remind me what they are now, or?
Here.
Okay. So the neutral, okay, here you have, so the neutral is orange, the excellent is the yellow, and poor would be the red. So we've eliminated the green.
There you go.
Okay. Okay. Anything else?
I think that's what we talked about.
Okay, that's all my report. Any questions for Air Service? Okay, yeah, go ahead.
I sat in on a webinar yesterday that was for the North America and South America. So it was the Americas. It was interesting. There was a panelist from Colombia and one from Canada. I can't remember which province, and then one from United States. And one of the things they talked about to go with the Canadian Air piece was that they're seeing, now that COVID is settling out a little bit, that they're seeing more and more people that because they got stopped at the border for a while and they couldn't come across the border, they're seeing more and more people that now want to fly out of the Canadian provinces rather than drive across the northern border and get on a plane in one of the border cities on the US side. So they were saying Canada, the Canadian lady was, or man was saying that they're seeing more. And then Colombia was interesting. He gave a big report on the fact that during COVID, most of their flights became inter-South American companies and even within Brazil itself, because it's so big, for instance. And now they don't have, now they're looking at more international travel and coming north. So it's kind of interesting.
Yeah. There's a lot of changes in the industry right now that are happening, and it is a very unique time.
Okay. Let's move on to airport property development and leases. There was no meeting, correct, Director Sani?
Let's say it will be a very quick update.
Yeah, no meeting, but we will have one next month. Ad hoc committees, local liaison, no meeting. Local agency formation, Director Leffel, you've got to bring us up to date on who is our alternate, right?
Yeah, the votes were tallied and David Kong from Greenfield was selected by the districts to be the alternate for the next 4 years. And he was actually in Sacramento with me yesterday, and he's quite happy and pleased to serve. And so that's where we're at. And our meeting is next Monday.
And that was a close one though, right?
He had 2 more votes than the other candidate.
Okay. There was no regional taxi authority meeting. TAMSI, Director Sable, did you have a meeting?
Nothing, yeah, we did, but nothing significant to report that involves the airport.
Okay. Special District Liaison, we do have, well, Director Leffel, go ahead.
We have a meeting for July, and right now the person who has confirmed that they will be there is Assembly Member Rivas. So
That's July 20th or
19th.
19th?
Yeah, let me
Okay.
look at my calendar.
And that will be an in-person
It will
meeting?
be in person, and it's the 19th. And we are actually looking at a possibility of changing locations because of the price. So
Because of the what?
price. Bayonet Black Horse has come back to us saying that if we continue to do what we have been doing, that it's going to be $50 a head. And so it's getting to be a little pricey. So I have a meeting with them on late Friday afternoon to sit down and talk about the menu, if we could have like 2 set menus and what we could reduce it. Because right now they put that huge buffet out there
With a lot of waste.
and there's so much waste. So, and they still have somebody that's serving us and doing work. So the point is, could we do something with maybe a salad option and a protein option or pasta option and just have it where people order in advance? So if so, I think we can get it back down under $40, but they're looking at theirs right now and telling me what they can do. And I'll take any suggestions you all have on where else we might, where we might meet.
Did we talk to Tim?
Of catering it like here.
Yeah.
I have not. I'm waiting to see what that meeting on Friday will look like.
They haven't got purchased.
Director Leffel?
That's where the problem is. They're getting direction to raise their rates. We bailed out on my aviation club out there for the same reason.
Go ahead. Lisa, go
Director,
ahead.
I was just wondering, do they have a date? Will they keep service going even, I mean, amidst when they remodel that place? Or I assume at some point the clubhouse might even be demolished.
You know,
Is it-
Lisa, I went to the last dinner that was ever going to be served at Bayonet Black Horse about 12 years ago.
Enough said.
And
Okay.
that was a Builders Exchange annual meeting. And it was like, this is the last meeting ever. We're going to knock down the clubhouse and build a new one. So
Well,
it's
good thing they didn't destroy it 12 years ago then, huh?
Yeah. So,
I mean,
although
okay.
they could have replaced the carpet sometime in 12 years because it's nasty. But I honestly, I don't know what their total timing is right now, but you know, we'll kind of play it by ear. But I'll just, yeah, Paula and I'll shop it around a little bit and see what we come up with.
Okay, very good. Association of Bay Area Governments, Lisa, anything to report on that?
I apologize. I did not attend that meeting and I had not informed Director Sabo that I could not attend it. They did just have budgets. I did speak to actually Council Member Smith about it, and there was no real update for the airport on it.
Did you happen to hear my, because of Director Curcio's resignation, we filled in a couple spots on the standing committees.
No, I
and
didn't hear.
Representatives, okay, so here they are because we need you to concur or
Okay.
not. Budget finance stays the same. Air service marketing, we're holding a slot open there for whoever gets appointed. Airport property development and leases will be you and me. Ad hoc stays the same. Liaison, Mary Ann is there with you as an alternate, but that's really sort of inaccurate because this isn't one of our committees. This is, I mean, an alternate, you have to be approved as an alternate, not,
Yeah, we've always had an alternate there.
but that's an alternate as
As
an audience member, not as a participant on the LAFCO board, correct?
LAFCO, we do not, yeah, you cannot. Director Leffel is the elected board member for a special district.
Okay.
This district does not have the ability to nominate an alternate to her. If
Okay.
she does not make it, then David Kong will step into her,
Okay.
not someone.
Yeah, that's what I thought. So, but Lisa as an alternate could attend as a public member of the public and just report out on what happens. Okay. Regional Taxi Authority, Lisa, we had a request from MST that they thought Director Leffel was still on that. They want her to be vice chair. So she is going to take over that and you will be the alternate. But that's the same way, the alternates, you have alternates for.
They don't. They sit in the audience.
They sit in the audience, so it'd be the same sort of thing. Monterey County, Bill Sabo is our appointee for that with you as the alternate. Special Districts Association Liaison, Leffel, with me as the alternate. And then Association for Monterey Bay Area Governance would be you as the main and Director Sabo as the alternate. Are you fine with that, Lisa?
Yes, I am. I
Well,
am.
just for the record here, when Carl asked if we agreed with it, I disagreed on the Air Services Committee. I thought it was an important, very important committee. And to hold the spot open for a brand new director who doesn't understand how to spell airport, I thought was inappropriate. So I could not acknowledge that slate.
Okay. Thank you. So we move on. Can you, Denise, can you update the list accordingly to that? Okay. Pending request for future agenda items, we have 3. Approve update to administrative and personnel policy manual. Scott, when are we coming back with that?
So we have been with the administrator, it's gonna be next month. We have been working with, as the board director with Director Sani and Sabo. We've been reviewing their modifications, and quite frankly, we've been going through it, policy by policy, sort of explaining what it is, and going through it in some detail.
Did I miss something? Because I don't think the board gave direction for a subcommittee on this, did we?
Well, yeah, the short answer is no, and I don't think it is a subcommittee. It was just they both had some modifications that they wanted to give to us. We've received those, and we've been going over it to sort of, Director Sani wanted to review some of them just to learn sort of how we do things at the airport.
Okay.
And Dave has been predominantly going, I'll say Dave has been predominantly doing all the talking. I've been doing most of the listening, and I'm mostly a scribe in some areas now. The modifications that we've made, most of them are minor. Those that are not minor, we're teeing up for the board to make a decision. Do you want to go, essentially, do you want to go left or right? Do you want this or that?
Okay.
Things that are minor, again, everything is going to be done with.
Give me an example of something that's minor.
Well, let me pull it up, and I'll because I'm drawing a blank on. I don't want to call this minor, but it's really it's one that's like mandatory. For example, there's something called the Crown Act, which relates to
The king or queen?
No, it actually relates to
Two.
hairdos.
To what?
Ethnic
Okay.
hairdos. For lack of a better, I don't know how to, I can't remember the acronym, what it stands for, but it is essentially, individuals that have, cultural, history for certain hairdos that you can't discriminate based on that.
Well, that could be true for any hairdo, couldn't it?
It pretty much is, but that's actually a law, the state mandated. So that we're putting in. I call that minor, not because the issue is minor, but because there's no discretion there.
Right.
I mean, we have to have it. And so, but let me, again, if you'd like a specific, let me pull something up here. I can give you a specific.
That was pretty specific.
Yeah, that worked.
So Scott, could I say something here?
Yeah, go ahead.
Because I actually think our last meeting, what came out of it, and I appreciate the chair saying that there wasn't direction of the board. In fact, that was part of our conversation, was that we realized that there needs to be more direction from the board with some of the things that we've uncovered and that we've found. And that it certainly wasn't something that, one board member or two could make. Scott, would you agree with that? Because that was, and I believe we were trying to at least collect things, and then we're going to share that with the board.
Yeah, let me give an example of, I think, what Director Sani is talking about. One of the things that was discussed in policy 204 was it says that the probationary period for newly hired employees is 12 months. And one of the comments was, well, gee, maybe that should be shortened in the event that the executive director finds it necessary, to hire somebody and to offer a shorter probation period. That's something that's got to be decided by the board. That's something that we just can't change.
Okay.
And so that's clearly a judgment call. Now, I haven't made any modifications to it. I just wrote it down and said, well, this is what's got to be teed up for the board. That's it.
Okay. So that would hold true for the governance manual as well, right?
Governance manual will follow on its heels.
Okay,
Can I?
go ahead.
So just for purposes of those of us who are not involved in it, and I have no problem with somebody doing it, when you come back with the proposed changes, could you show what is a legal, like this, like the Crown Act or whatever it is? And then what is just a will of the people who are having a conversation?
Absolutely.
Because I think for me, that would be important. And, you know, I don't want to get into a 15-minute conversation about hair when it's the law.
Yep.
There's nothing we can do about it. So.
Absolutely. I'd be happy to do that.
Okay. And tour Monterey Regional Airport. We threw that to you, Michael,
Yep.
but
That's-
I think we're putting that on hold until we get through some of these, at least these next few weeks we have coming up.
Actually, it is first on the agenda for the Safety Enhancement Program Financial Workshop on June 1 and 2.
Okay.
1 and 2. Yeah, so we'll start with a tour of the airport so that you get to touch, taste, and feel where things will be.
Well, that's good. That's a good
And then we'll.
reference point for us to come back before we do that. Thank you for doing that. And you're going to be accommodating if we have members of the public, do they unfortunately or fortunately
We're gonna
have,
get on the bus.
okay,
And we'll make sure that the bus is large enough to handle.
any member of the public that wishes to attend. And
Big bus.
When that gets out, you're gonna have 4,000 people here thinking, hey.
yeah, it's a tour. It's, and as far as any additional security or anything or TSA requirements, if we're bringing them out there? Okay. Okay. Very good. So that's what we have scheduled so far. Does any member of the board remember something that may not be in that list? Okay. Next question. Is there something you'd like to put on that list? Discussion of future agendas. Anything else?
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding the question.
Okay, so the question was actually twofold. Did anybody have a recollection of something they thought was pending request for future agenda items? And no one said anything. And then the
I've
second,
got some, but go ahead. Yep. In the
well, that was if we've already approved something that you think was accidentally left off. But if there's something you would like included, now we're at that section L. So I'm finished off K. And if you have something new you want to add, we're at that point for discussion for future agendas. Did you have something, Lisa?
Well, I do for K2. I guess I was clarifying both, I think, but it's a small one. It's the technology, and it was there like a month ago, but I think we need to really have a review of policies about that. And I know that it was there for a couple months, and I don't know that we ever really had that comment before the body of the board.
Policy about what? Could you repeat that? Policy about what?
Technology, and whether we use an iPad, whether we use iPhones, just how we do that.
I mean, board use of technology as opposed to getting hard agendas, we get them. We've talked about this in the past, but I don't remember it being on the agenda but things slip by.
I thought we declined it.
What's that?
My memory, I thought that we talked about it and that we were not in favor of it.
It's possible. I was not at a meeting at the end, so that is possible that you had a
I
conversation.
think we did, Lisa, and that the majority felt like it wasn't important.
Okay, it's come up again in the HR policy, so we'll probably address it that way.
Okay.
Okay.
I
All right,
have an
so,
additional-
and then I've got two things for,
We'll do you right after. Go ahead.
and then I got future agenda items, and I know, so social media review. And I believe that the executive director and I had a conversation. I think that is going to be a pending this summer, hopefully.
Actually, it is part of the budget workshop. You'll see the social media strategy.
Okay, wonderful. And then org chart review and HR, and that kind of fits with what we're working on. I think we need a placeholder for that for this summer.
Also part of the budget workshop, the new
Great.
budget proposal will have 3 new positions with a new org chart.
Okay. He's reading your mind, Lisa.
I appreciate that. And Scott, did we do something? I think you were going to give us an update for, I had a request for what compensation for board members? Does that fit somewhere?
Yeah, that is on the list, and I'm happy to give you an update. I was asked to look at possibilities of, we'll put it under the umbrella of compensation, but it's other benefits that may be available to board members. The other options that may be available. I asked Tim for a copy of the CalPERS contract. CalPERS has an interesting setup. You have a contract that is entered into usually when the agency begins with CalPERS, and then what they do is you go online and you see a summary of benefits, which isn't the contract, but it's a summary of benefits. So the initial question was, are the board members covered under the CalPERS contract? And the answer is, we don't know, because we don't have, Tim could not locate a copy of the contract. He asked for a copy, has not arrived yet. But as soon as that arrives, we'll know whether or not board members are included. If board members are included in the contract, then there would be several steps we would need to take after the fact if the board wanted to offer additional benefits to board members, be it medical, dental, vision, or some other benefit along those lines. In fact, when the conversation with CalPERS was had about, are they in the contract? The first question was, well, have they ever received benefits under the contract? And we said, well, we're not aware of it. And they said, well, is there a resolution that they passed that allowed board members to receive? We said, well, we're not aware of it, but that doesn't answer the question of, are they included in the contract? And if the answer is no, then that's the threshold, issue we'd have to cross. But if the answer is yes, then we can look at, well, what does that mean? What does, included in the contract mean, and how can that be offered to board members? So,
Well, typically, if you're a part-time employee, and that's at best, we would be considered part-time employees, they are not part of a CERS contract.
I will tell you, there is an exception for elected officials.
Okay.
Because about 50% of my clients offer benefits to elected officials. And what is offered is elected officials cannot get anything more than the most, I'll use the term, the most generous benefit policy for any bargaining unit. So it is an interesting, question, one that and quite frankly, we really should have a copy of the contract anyway. So it's a good exercise to go through in any event. But it really, I'll tell you, Chair Miller, it really is interesting from the standpoint, it is this almost like you have to have this, this split brain mindset. Board members are not employees, except the IRS considers them employees, which is why you get a W-2 for the meetings that you attend. Oh, and also for benefit purposes, CalPERS considers you employees in some instances, if the contract allows for it. I mean,
But we're not talking to CalPERS because we envision us getting retirement benefits, are we? Because this board hates CalPERS, okay?
You don't, you made that real
I
clear.
made it real clear, but I'm a minority, I'm sure.
One of us loves it.
I'm wondering about healthcare as well. And I don't know, Scott, if you spoke about that.
That's,
I know other agencies, they deal with trying to think, but childcare or things like that. I realize that may not apply to us. I think it does apply to some of our employees.
yeah.
So I was just looking as we were, as we had an opening, My request was a month ago that we have an analysis on, what's included for board members.
Yep, and that's what we're doing is I'm
And you're
finding
looking
out-
into that and you'll report back to us.
I'm looking into what is the scope of availability of benefits, just in general,
Okay.
yes. So
Thank
as soon
you.
as I have answers, as soon as I have firm answers, I'll get that back to you.
Okay. Thank you. Anything else, Lisa?
That's it. Thank you.
Okay, Bill, you had something?
It was social media. At the time you included, you said it was in the budget workshop.
Yes.
Okay. I would like to have a little bit more than just, here's our strategy. I'd like to know more about I guess you're going to have consultants here, or is Amanda
we are
doing it?
not.
Pardon me?
We are not. We used a consultant to help us develop
Okay.
the strategy, but they will not be retained on a.
Since we're spending money on this and it's a significant part of our marketing strategy, I'd like to know the pros and cons of each one of the various social media opportunities out here. Why we do this, why we do Twitter versus Instagram and all that. And I'd like to know something more about all that, because we're going to be spending money on this and we have an employee dedicated to that. Is there a way to have an explanation of that?
I think that explanation was already shared with you in the form of the social media audit that we presented during finance committee.
Yeah, well, it said, here's what we're going to do.
No. The first part of it was an audit of what we have done and what our reach is. That was we started with an audit of current practices.
Yeah.
Then we developed the strategy. That's two separate steps that were combined into one document.
Okay, so what you're saying is we can't have an explanation of the pros and cons of each one of these various social media
I'm
opportunities.
not sure what you mean by pros and cons. Director.
Pros and cons. Some people say Facebook is pretty much dead. You don't really want to go there. Other people say Instagram is very hot. Stay away from TikTok, and those are the kind of things that they reach different audiences in different ways. And that's what that's what I'm asking,
That's in the audit. I think you'll get your answers in that audit. It will tell you how effective we've been.
We haven't
where we
used all,
should
have we
be.
used all of them? All the different,
The only one that we haven't used to date is TikTok.
yeah.
We are on LinkedIn. We are on all of the other major platforms.
Okay.
And you'll see our reach and you'll be able to determine, based on the audit, the effectiveness of that reach. And then the strategy will say how we're going to use those.
You indicated to me, though, that the consultant wasn't going to be around to provide ongoing services to that, so
Correct.
is the way this operates now, our staff person does all the choosing of the media, or the different social media opportunities and the expenditures for each one, or develops the contact. That's all in one staff person. Is that the way that's going to operate?
Initially, yes. Part of the strategy that I have always employed with my employees is we provide the resources they need to be able to do what they do well. So when Amanda says she needs resources, or we're not being effective in what we do, we will find someone. Abby Group was not available to do what we asked them to do.
Okay.
Well, we look forward to that happening at the budget workshop.
What's going to happen in the budget workshop? You said we've covered it already in the written document, right?
Yeah, it's there. It's there. It will be provided. We'll be ready to answer questions. We've already done that with finance committee.
Well, we had the written document. We didn't talk about it at all, so that's kind of why I'm trying to educate myself and my fellow board members on something that is a significant component of our marketing strategy, which is social media. And so you're not going to talk about it at the budget workshop. We have to rely
I
simply.
did not say that.
Oh,
No,
You
I
said
did
it was
not
on
say
the
that.
paper.
Yeah, it's on paper, will be available to answer questions or to cover it for you. I did not say that we were not going to talk about it.
Okay,
I have another discussion item for the
go
future.
ahead. Go
Um,
ahead.
I know that we've got meetings that are being attended by executive staff, and I'm interested on the dates on those. And as well, in particular, I think some of the cities, I think we're planning to reach out to them again. And I know that we've continually, as a board, requested to be informed about the dates on when that is occurring. I think we probably, and I've asked for this, I know before, but a meeting cadence document would be very helpful for what entities are we touching? I know there are entities in our community that are not getting communicated to. And I think there's opportunity to do a better job. And so I would ask that we add that as well.
For future agendas, well, I know you're going to be talking about the need to bring somebody else on to handle that. Why don't we see what comes out of budget workshop? Because it sounds like a lot of these things are going to be discussed in the budget workshop.
Yeah.
I'm good with that. If we can just kind of put a placeholder about meeting cadence, and next month, that would be a nice reminder for me to see if my questions have been answered. That would be great.
Okay.
All right. Do we also have all the other dates that we're meeting now? So next week, we're meeting on Tuesday and Wednesday. And then the
Yes.
following week, we're meeting on the 1st and the 2nd. Do I
Yes.
have that correct? Okay,
Yes.
and I'm wondering, just as a board, and maybe we can do this next week, but I'm wondering if we need to look at all summer. Do we need to just have kind of a placeholder? Because my guess is we're going to be pretty busy. So more than one meeting a month. And I know how challenging it is to get all of us together. And now we're going to add one more person as well, again, or we'll be re-adding another person, obviously.
Well, we have no meetings.
wait.
We have no meetings planned right now, but when we plan them, we'll get that information out. I'm not
And
quite sure what you're looking for.
Well, I think the meetings of the 1st and 2nd will kind of share critical dates, and it's maybe possible at that point to look at other meetings that might be needed other than just our board meeting at that point.
Yeah.
So I'm hopeful for that.
Are you not getting the notices from Denise?
No, I am. I'm behind on my email. I mean, overall, but no, I am. But it's really hard for me too to look at. I mean, I've got 4 different calendars that I've got to look at. So it's not just one.
Okay. Well,
that's my problem, not anybody else's.
Denise, thank you for sending out the notices. I know I put it in there, but you also send it out. So I just press accept and it gets logged in my calendar automatically. So
If you're using Outlook, yes.
yes.
It doesn't automatically go to Gmail.
Denise, would it be possible if you put out just one page of all of these meetings that we have scheduled here, everything that's upcoming, to the best of your knowledge, then compare it with whatever Carl understands, what Mike understands, just so we're all on the same page.
Well, we're printing this out. Can you just send an email on that?
That's what I mean. Put it in an email to
Okay,
us.
I
Yeah.
misunderstood. You said print out a. Okay. Okay, anything else? If not,
I would
I'll
like to ask, as a reminder, I did request as a board member that we, for the purposes of our budget workshop, that we have a little staff rundown of what we can use CARES money for in our operations and capital budgeting to increase our budget, our cash reserves. In other words, converted them into CARES replacement monies. Do you understand what I'm saying?
I do, but I
Okay.
don't think that was direction from the board. If that-
All right, let's have a vote. I just asked for it.
Okay, let's hold our voice
Jesus.
down. Let's hold our voice down. Okay.
I think what you were asking for, and correct me if I'm wrong, is you want to know what we can use CARES Act money for, and that we can do.
That's just a set of rules. I wanted
Yeah,
to
we
know
can
how
do that.
much we can convert, how much we can build our cash reserves if we take our CARES money, which is got an expiration date on, and convert it to paying our operations costs and our capital budget costs using replacement money, using CARES. That's pretty simple. We got a bunch of items, so it's somewhere between $1 and maybe $2 million that we could add to our cash reserves if we used it for replacement, CARES money for replacement, rather than taking $4 million of cash of CARES money and just sending it to
That's
CalPERS.
the part that I don't think that was the board direction. I can do everything up to that point.
Yeah, and so we've got 3 different buckets of CARES money.
You, by the time we get reimbursed from the ARPA money and what was the second one called? There were 3.
Krista.
Krista, thank you. Krista and ARP will be pretty well exhausted by the time we get back to you,
Okay,
because we have applied for $1.7 million in reimbursement to close out Krista. Or ARP. Krista is just about closed out. We've already closed that out. The only remaining money we have in any respect is the $8.4 million in.
what we're
CARES.
talking about right now, so,
Correct.
okay. Yeah, that's good. That I'd be interested knowing that, or if we have other buckets of money, if there are any different restrictions on those monies as opposed to.
Yeah, everyone has different
Yeah.
restrictions. If we've closed out the last 2, CARES Act has the least restrictive policies.
Okay. Okay, very good. Well, it should be an interesting meeting. Okay. Do we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Okay, we got a first and second. You both first and you both seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
We are adjourned.
Have a good afternoon, everyone.
You too.